Yeah, welcome everybody. The PulpMX show presented by motorsport.com. Decal Works, Fly Racing. Coming at you. It's Monday, November 11th. Happy Veterans Day, everybody. Thanks for your service. It's 5 p.m. Pacific. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening, man. Really appreciate it. It's off season, but there's still a shit ton of stuff to talk about here on the PulpMX show. 702-586-7857. You want to talk some Paris? You want to talk some arena cross? You want to talk some Endurocross? We're here for you. Heck, if you want to talk some Supercross 2025, we're here for you as well. So again, thanks for listening. Great show lined up tonight. Cooper Webb will call in. He's getting ready for Paris Supercross this weekend. I will be heading over there to check it out. So Coop will call in to talk about this new gear deal he's got with the folks at Fly Racing, Paris Supercross, and more. Mitchell Oldenburg, a good buddy of mine. I like Oldenburg. He signed with Beta, and we'll have Freckle on tonight to talk about his new ride with Beta, all that entails and more. And then smxjerseys.com. It is a venture that Michael Leib has started. Michael Leib, former pro racer, right? Works at Canvas and also SMX Jerseys. So we'll talk to Michael Leib about that, business end and racing and more tonight on the Pulp Show. Got three great guys in studio as well to talk about some exciting news in the sport. Got a couple people working behind the scenes. They're not that good, but they're decent. Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, Decal Works, X-Brand Goggles, Race Tech, Renthal, Michelin, Acherbys, Firepower, Maxima USA, OGO Power Sports, Renegade Race Fuels, Atlas Neck Brace, Guts Racing, Pro Filter, FMF, Works Connection, Get Data, WUSA. Thank you to John and Kristen at WUSA for hosting the World Vets last weekend. Of course, we had everybody in last weekend to talk about that. Great wheel company. MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, Wiseco Pistons, Troll Training, Ethica, MTX Braking, Luxon, Troll Training, Rocky Ridge Trucks, Factory Chassis Parts, Intense Cycles, all on board with us. The codes to save for a lot of those people from Fly Racing and from Guts and Atlas and Renegade, etc., Works Connection, are underneath PulpMXShow.com. The logos of the partners are there. And click on that, look over that, and you'll see the codes pop up. So, yeah, if you're in the market for anything, Maxima, filters, that kind of stuff, there's codes to save on PulpMXShow.com. So we appreciate if you could use those codes and help us out, of course. And so looking forward to a great show. I have a small disagreement with Jason Thomas here on the show we will get into soon. But speaking of that, from Fly Racing, is two-time German Supercross champion. You've seen him on that NBC stuff as well. It's Jason Thomas. What's up, JT?
Not too much. I cannot wait for everybody to see how ridiculous you're being. It's actually kind of. It's kind of normal.
It's not ridiculous.
It's honestly kind of.
That's not ridiculous.
It is.
It's not.
So I can't. Well, so I have to be careful. I don't want to say that your feelings are ridiculous. I know we're not allowed to do that in 2024.
No, I think we are. It's okay here.
Okay.
Yeah, it's fine.
All right.
I think you're not allowed to do that to people you don't really know.
Okay. Fair enough. What about on Twitter?
No.
Okay.
I can't do that on Twitter.
Okay.
Also here, the man's an arena cross regional champion. He quit the NBC job for reasons that we don't know. But he is back on TV with Endurocross. He's back on TV with the Arena Cross, which we will get into tonight. He's also something to do with that Orange Brigade guy as well, Orange Brigade program. It's Daniel Blair. What's up, DB?
I am looking forward to hearing this argument again.
Once again? Okay.
Between you two.
It's not an argument. It's not an argument.
I felt like there was some arguing going downstairs a little bit.
Difference of opinion.
I want to talk to you about Endurocross.
Oh, yeah.
I want to talk to you about Arena Cross. I want to talk to you about Supercross, of course.
Okay.
So we got lots to get into tonight as well. From the time you landed to here, did Star take any of your riders?
No, I got a memo this morning that Bobby took today off. So
Okay.
I was able to rest easy on the flight, and we're good tomorrow, though.
It's wide open again tomorrow.
I don't know.
It was Veterans Day.
Yeah, he's rested.
Yeah.
So we'll see how he is tomorrow.
A lot of contracts going out tomorrow.
A lot of napkins.
Yeah, that's awesome. And also in here again, he was in a few months ago as well. He's a senior marketing director at WPS, a man really responsible for the Cooper Webb deal and some other stuff that we'll talk to tonight as well. It's Anthony Armsby. What's up, man? How are you?
Doing good, man. Just happy to be back.
Thanks for coming in. Appreciate it.
Straight from Icma.
Definitely.
Straight from Icma.
Yeah.
Oh,
just
wow.
got in last night.
Oh, I do want to talk to you about that, actually. It's funny. I didn't realize it was that close, though.
Oh, yeah.
So thanks for coming in. Anthony, the last time you were in, I'm not going to lie, the Webb news came, it hurt a little bit because Coop's a good guy, and I'm looking forward to him repping Fly, but the last time you were in, I pitched you and JT and Dalton on the cool team. I wanted to be the cool team. I need some money. And I can't help but think that was kind of shot down a little bit. There wasn't a lot of progress on that. And then I hear the Webb news, and I kind of think that the cool team money went to Cooper Webb.
Yeah, well, JT kind of has me on this thing about selling our gear, so I guess we'll get into that a little bit later.
Yeah, well.
So we took the COO of Cool Team and put it in COO of Cooper Webb.
Yeah. All right.
That's really what kind of
Daniel,
happened.
I was pitching Anthony and JT and Dalton, like, the Ted Parks experience was going away. Gus is gone, so I wanted to start a team, privateer team, and it was going to be the cool team.
Called that too, right?
Yeah,
the cool team.
The cool team. We were going to have cool people, cool riders. I needed $375K.
Oh, okay. It was really cool until we got to the number, right?
And these three, Dalton and these two guys, just
Why didn't you go for a cool $1 million?
Coulda. And then there wasn't much progress with that, Daniel, the last few months.
Crazy.
Weird,
I figured that would have took off easy.
And then
kind of went dark.
And then
no response.
Hey, and then boom, Cooper Webb, multi-year deal with Fly Racing. Like, you tell me.
Well, the thing that was missing, and we're going to get to this, had he been riding for the team, it would have been a no-brainer.
Yeah, well,
it would have been a no-brainer.
I don't know if I get my Supercross endorsement. I have trouble jumping tabletops.
No, I'd get you in futures.
Could you?
No problem.
Okay,
I'll make
thank
a
you.
call. Call Harv.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Your future is pretty bright.
Taking the phone calls over there in the corner, holding things down, drinking a Red Bull already early in the show. He's tired. The Tallon Taylor.
It's uncracked. I have not opened it yet.
Okay.
Let's hear it.
Mark Stock did bring me a Red Bull.
Open it up.
That is the sound of an ice cold Red Bull.
Yeah.
Moto show.
Yeah. Welcome to the Moto Show. Working the cameras over there, working on the app. The Travis Marks. Hi, Marks.
Hello. Mine's already cracked. I can't do it. Sorry. It's
Take a swig.
It's half gone already.
Thanks for coming in, Marks. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Hammer.
Awesome. We got lots to talk about tonight on the show. I do want to talk about Paris Supercross and off-season races, and I asked each one of you to give me your biggest question mark for Supercross 2025. I've got mine holstered, ready to go for that. But there is lots to get to. I guess Webb's coming up here in 23 minutes. So, Anthony, I'll start with you. Big news for you guys. Look, JT's been in here a ton, and Osborne's retired, won some titles, retired. Andrew Short, Trey Kennard, your premier 450 guys for Fly have gone away, and that's been a hole for you guys. RJ Hampshire's done a good job winning championships, and Chance Hymas is the next one. And you've had the Rockstar Husky team, right? So, small bike class you've covered. There's been a hole missing in the Fly lineup. It's full. It's done.
Yep. Yeah, we're excited. Obviously, with Coop coming on, we really hit it off right out of the gate. We share a lot of similar views between our brand and him, and he's just an all-around good guy. And then with RJ getting his ticket, we'll be moving him up, so we'll have Coop and RJ in the 450, Chunk and Ryder D and Casey Cochran in the 250 class, along with some of our privateers. So kind of gives us that elite, and then we still supporting our grassroots level too that don't fly.
So how does the Cooper Webb thing come together? Like, obviously his deal's up. He's fielding offers. You guys reach out early and just be like, hey, let us know if there's an opening. Like,
Yeah. I mean, I think A1 or A2, Dalton and I kind of set out with the riders that we wanted to talk to. Kind of started having those meetings throughout the year. That's obviously why I was at every Supercross this season, except for Atlanta. But yeah, once we started talking to Coop, it just kind of made sense. He fits along with our team. We just had him up in Boise recently, and his response on him getting on the plane was, I know I met the right decision at this time in his career, and we couldn't be more stoked to have him on the team. Yeah,
it's JT. It's like I said, it fills a nice hole for you too. But JT, you've been there long enough where you've gone down the road with some big names before, 450 wise, and then
and didn't
make it.
Out. Yeah,
so at some point when Webb's there and you guys are hanging out, and were you thinking like?
No, I was already done then.
Okay.
Yeah, it already been done.
Along the process, were you thinking like we gotta get this guy?
You know what? So to your point, yes, I've been down that road many times, and there were certain times where I really never even engaged in it because I knew it was never happening.
Okay.
I just completely stayed out of it, and I would hear something and be like, cool, man.
Yeah, like agents are using Fly to get more money.
Yeah. How about it? That sounds like a really good time, but I'm busy.
Yeah.
Because I already know this is a dead-end road, and you can go entertain them and take them to dinner and talk. Cool. No problem. There's nothing wrong with any of that.
Right.
I just know that it's never coming to fruition. This was never that. Like, there was some competition going on for his services.
Yeah, of course. Cooper Webb, yeah.
But I never got the feeling that it was disingenuous.
Yeah.
And at times, whether it's agent or the rider, I always knew they wanted to be somewhere else.
Yeah.
And it was either leverage or it was they had nowhere else to go, or it was always a situation where even if we got him, I don't even think it was the right play. Like we would have got somebody that didn't even want to be there. So and I've always looked at it like, so let me get this straight. You're going to pay somebody a lot of money. All the top tier guys are expensive, right? And they earn every dollar. But you're going to pay somebody all that money that doesn't even want to be a part of your program, really. They just need to be somewhere. Like, that doesn't work.
They just want to check.
Yeah, you
versus
need somebody,
like buying into everything.
You need somebody that wants to be a part of it. He believes in your brand. He believes in the direction you're going. That's the partner you want to be with.
Yeah.
And every step of the way, I got that feeling from him. And I know who we are as a brand.
Yeah.
And know who he is as a person. And to Anthony's point, that meshed well, right? So I was not only like a believer, but I was rooting for this one
you were
more than most.
Thinking it was going to come together.
Yeah, because we talked to lots of guys, right? Like,
for sure.
we talked to Roxon, we talked to Sexton, we talked to lots of guys, and they're all amazing. But I didn't get the feeling along the way that those guys necessarily wanted to be a part of what we were doing. Like Sexton, I knew with 100% certainty he wanted to be at Alpine Stars.
Yeah.
100%.
Right.
No question in my mind. So I was kind of like, whether it was Beaker, I was cool, like, we have to entertain this because he's Chase Sexton.
Yeah.
But I know he wants to be at Alpine Stars, right? So this was a situation that felt different than all of those, and that's why I was the most excited about it.
And multi-year deal, right?
So
be in Fly for a few years, which is nice, right?
Yeah, we have that plus ambassadorship as well too.
Okay.
Depending on when he wants to.
Yeah.
That's smart. I was going to say, that's what I think this is really good for Coop. I vibe that Coop will be around afterwards in a way, and I don't know which way, but with Fly, it seems to be a great place for riders post-career to land and like still enjoy their life, like Bradshaw and Weston. Like, it's a cool place to be post-career. So for Webb, I think he'll be around post-career, so it really does line up.
Yeah, and look, I like the guys at Thor, Gussie. I've known him forever. I used to work at Parts Unlimited way back in the day, and they don't sponsor anything I do, and obviously I'm heavily in with Fly. But when I look at Thor's offerings the last few years with AP and Coop and these different guys, and Marvin was I just look at Thor, and I'm like, like if I'm Coop, I'm going to stand out a little bit. I'm going to be the guy at Fly. I mean, RJ's a guy, and Hymas is a guy, but it felt like if you're in Thor, you're just one of the group. And Fly's, you guys are going to do some custom stuff for him. I thought some of the stuff that Hymas wore this past year looked really good, right? Stood out. And Fly itself, for 2 years now, has really elevated the design game. So at least if you're Coop, I think if I'm putting my Cooper Webb hat on, I'm going to get more attention and be more special with WPS and Fly.
That's how we want to make them feel.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what me and Dalton talked about, when we came here, is really being able to give a higher level of service that we haven't been able in the past because we're spread so thin.
Yep.
So to be able to do a lot more unique things like we've done with Hymas and with RJ and now with Coop and with the addition of Rider D, and then some of the updates that we have going on for what we got going on the MXGP side of the house too.
That's my next. I was going to bring right up. We have something to announce for that too, JT. Right?
I have a Cooper Webb question
Go ahead.
first.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of Cooper Webb's podium interviews. Is he still allowed to talk about his wiener on the podium?
We want it even more.
More?
Yeah.
Okay, that was my only concern. All of a sudden he's up there and he's like not saying that stuff. Like that stuff's
and I think
50-50 with him. So
I think with this new.
Let's think of the arms as hard as his pecker.
Yeah, my arm was just like that was that one. Then like 2 weeks in a row, he did another pervy one back to back. I was like,
biggest thing is like
this guy needs to get some or something.
We want to work with Coop because of who he is.
Yeah.
Why would we ask him to not be who he is?
Yeah.
That's my personal view of it.
Perfect.
And I think everyone's going to see a completely different side of Coop moving forward. I mean, this was a kind of a big thing for his career. He's been with Bell for his whole career. He's been with Thor and Answer and stuff, but he's at a point where he really wants people to see the funny side of Cooper,
which he does have.
He has that, but it's away from the races. 6 days a week, because I'm in some group texts with him.
He's gnarly.
And he's been here. He's hilarious. He's a great guy. He's funny. On race day, though, he is very – like I will walk past him on a track walk, and we won't even like –
But that was me, too.
Yeah.
Try to talk to me on race day. You're not getting anything.
No.
You're getting nothing.
Yeah.
Right?
And that's – hey, got to be in the zone. I get it.
Some people – need to walk in to get their best out of themselves.
Yeah.
Like I know that feeling all too well. But two things. One, all the things you're talking about with Hymas, the things like that is all him. Like Dalton does a great job of executing, but the level that we've been able to take athlete specialty to and expertise to is a lot of Anthony. So I want to call him out for that. It's been fantastic upgrade on that end. And the other thing, what was I going to say?
The helmet or DeCarly?
I was going to say something with Webb, but
You got Hymas on a long-term deal, right? Like forever.
Yeah.
Okay, good move because he's pretty sick, man. Like when he signed there too, like pro career, and I was like, good God, that is a forever relationship, right?
I did want to say that Thor was incredibly accommodating in the transition, right? They had a very long-term relationship with Coop, and it's always dicey. Like they're losing one of their best guys, two-time 450 Supercross champion.
Yeah.
They reached out, said they would, offer their notes, anything to help Coop get more comfortable. That was a classy move on their part, right?
That's awesome.
So I just wanted to give them a shout out and say, hey, they handled this the right way.
Yeah, not everybody would.
No. And
in a sport where it doesn't go that way all the time, that's
I'm not in
nice.
the business of promoting their brand.
Yeah.
That's not what. But when somebody does things the correct way and handles things professionally, I'm gonna acknowledge that. So thank you to them for doing that.
And Phil was in last week. He's upset FXR didn't get Coop, but Phil's gonna have to take it. Just suck it, Phil. And so he'll be in Bell for Paris and fly for Anaheim 1 Formula helmet, right? Because you guys, the helmets.
Australia should be the last time you see him in a
that's right. He's going to Melbourne.
Formula helmet.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. But the gear's on now.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Absolutely great signing for the folks at Fly Racing. Speaking of Fly Racing, if you use the code PulpMX, you can save at flyracing.com. Use that code and save. Thank you to those guys for getting a code done for us. Get direct from the guys and get some really cool, sweet gear. JT, we also have some MXGP news too.
Yeah. So going back to, let's go to 2018. Okay. So I get the opportunity to be in the broadcast booth with Paul Malin, which at the time I was like, are you sure that that's something you want me to do? And they're like, yeah, we think you can do it. So cool. I go to Ottaviano and I kind of dive into, and I'd been watching forever, of course, and I'd raced over there a ton. So it wasn't like I didn't know anything about it, but I saw this opportunity to really understand it and get more involved and network and meet more people than I just kind of knew casually.
Right.
And I saw at the time it was Red Bull KTM owned by DeCarli Racing, which Claudio DeCarli started their team in 1994, and they're a legendary team.
Caroli rode for him.
Caroli, multi-champions. That's who Jorge Prado is now exiting from their team. One of the most historic teams in all of MXGP, if not the most. I just saw them as it was a family team, with us being a family business at the time. I identified with their effort. You could see that those guys, and Anthony knows them very well now, they're all in.
Yeah.
Like, you cannot be more all in than these people are and were. So I just said, man, if there's ever an opportunity to work with Tony Cairoli, and Jorge Prado had just won his first MX2 World Championship, I was like, that's the team. So I started working on it then, got really aggressive with them, tried to get it, kept getting shot down, just whether it was we didn't have enough budget or they didn't want to change partners, whatever. So they signed a new deal at the end of 2018, understood. Go into 2021, same situation. I'm all in. I'm just talking to Davide DeCarlo, who's the team manager, on a daily basis, working on it. And in the end, to their credit, Thor and Parts Unlimited just said, no, we're going to keep him. We'll match your offer or raise it, whatever. Kept him again. Still stayed on it. I've been going every year, multi-races every year.
Right.
Talk to
Anthony,
them,
you went
talk
over
to
there
them.
too, right? Yeah.
I go eat with them, whatever, and it got to the point where we were just building more of a friendship, right? So there's some trust there, even though we weren't working together. They knew that I'd been chasing this thing for however long. Opportunity comes up again this year, and I could tell early on that something was different.
Yep.
The interest level from them was different, and I want to think they have seen our brand grow and the direction, all the things that happened this year with Hymas and RJ winning the championship and all these things. I think they were like, if we decide to go a different direction, that's the one we want to go in. And they were pursuing it more than they ever had in the past. Before, it was interested, but they had long-term partners that they needed to respect and were willing to entertain. This year was more, they were kind of on the offensive. And so set up meetings. Anthony and Dalton went over to Lommel. We went to Sardinia first, introduced Anthony to everybody, including the team that Lucas Kunin was on, the Husqvarna team. Of course, Davide and his entire family, Claudio and everybody. And we kind of made a decision like, this is the right one. We need to go get these guys.
Sure.
And so we worked diligently upon that. go to Lommel, and thankfully we were able to verbally come to an agreement there, right? So we've been sitting on this since July, really. Like, okay, legal, and you go through contracts, and there's a lot of back and forth before it's really official. But in theory, at the Saturday of Lommel, we had a handshake deal, and it's been done. So that was a huge moment.
Coonan was going over there at that point?
At that point, we did.
Oh, they did know. Okay.
Yeah. And there was a lot up in the air at that point.
Right.
And we,
Jorge Prado exits.
Well, yeah, I think like Sardinia, we didn't know yet.
Yeah.
Prado's leaving, and they weren't even conceding that Prado was going to leave yet. And I'm like, guys, he's gone.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I understand you're trying to get legal and keep him, and KTM was involved. I'm just like, come hell or high water, this guy's going to America, and he's going to be over there. And eventually that came to pass. But it was more trust on our side that they were going to find a replace. They were going to be the team.
Yeah,
They've been the team.
Yeah, at some point you're like, look, we just know you guys run a first-class operation, and you'll have great riders.
They've been winning titles for 2 decades, right? So there's no reason to think they're going to stop.
Right.
So for me, it was a huge personal moment to finally kind of get across the finish line with that deal. I felt so good about it going in and afterwards, and to see him like say this is the right place for us. Family, you can, if they tell you something, you can take it to the bank, right? And that's the people I like working with. In theory, you don't even need it's 2024, you need a contract, but they tell you you're going to do it, they're going to do it. That's the people that I want to be in business with. That's the people I want representing fly racing and whatever brand across the WPS landscape that we are offering. Those are the people that you want to work with, because directionally, fundamentally, beliefs, honor, they all share those character traits that we have. So in the end, same as Cooper Webb, it was the right fit at the right time. And it's just like almost like it's not fate, right? It's not, but it's crazy how things come together all at the same time. I've been working on these things and trying to put these pieces in place, and all of a sudden everything just clicks, and it's like, okay, we're gonna get that, and we're gonna get that, and we've been working on these things forever. It's
a good point, right? It's all at once.
Because
I've known you've been trying to go after a GP team too, and you beefed up your distribution over there too, right, in Europe. So
we consolidated.
You're ready to go now a little bit.
We're owners of beer distribution,
right?
So that gives us one real channel to basically work with across EU. So it's a lot of things that have all been being put in place behind the scenes for years, all culminating kind of at once around the globe. And then you look at what we're doing in Australia, we dominate.
Australia's just killing it right
absolutely now. Dominate down there.
So you've got the Coonan brothers and Langenfelder riding for DeCarly, which, I mean, that may not be a world title, but that's going to be a lot of race wins or world titles. But you know what I mean?
A lot of attention.
A lot of attention.
Well, you look at their team. So just to give people kind of an idea what happened, Jorge Prado, he's won 2 titles in a row over there. He's going to America, so that left a hole in their MXGP program for 450 class. So KTM, everybody, Red Bull, their team, the Carly team, everybody was going, well, we need somebody to ride a 450. We can't just have this giant hole when we've had Cairoli and then Prado winning titles. So Lucas Coonan kind of said, well, I'll test the 450. And he went out. They did, from what I was told, 1 test session. He was, if you'll believe this or not, lights out fast, right? Hard to believe.
Yeah, really, right?
And they said, let's give it a shot. We don't have a better option. We need someone in this spot. He's a taller guy. He's a lot bigger than his
brother,
smaller brother.
Than his twin brother.
Exactly. But he's a lot smaller than him. So one part of me looks at it and says, man, I think Lucas Coonan could win an MX2 World Championship. But when you have Langenfelder, who was 3rd in points, and you had Coonan, who was 2nd points, and then you had Sasha Coonan, who's hole-shotting every single race.
Sasha won a lot of races in motos,
Absolutely, right? So it's not this huge hole that's going to be left in MX2, and then you look at what the potential upside of Lucas going to MXGP is, and all the eyeballs that are going to be on that kid moving up.
Even if he didn't win it, just him being in there,
he's
a third is going to be very awesome.
He's going to add spice to that class.
And Langenfelder wins races every year. He does. So at first I was kind of bummed that Lucas wasn't staying down because I knew we'd win a lot. Now I think it kind of the spectacle of Lucas moving up, and I'm over the moon about that deal.
Lewis Phillips keeps calling Langenfelder for a title every year. Maybe he'll be right. Maybe he'll finally
he
be right.
probably has he probably has underperformed expectation a little bit, but he still wins races every year.
So that's a big deal. Yeah, good. Congrats on that.
Thank you. I mean, it was the work of a lot of people, not just me. And there, thanks to Red Bull KTM, the DeCarli family, everybody involved on their side of trusting us that this is going to be a long-term partnership.
Well, that's an interesting question. When you enter an agreement with DeCarly, who's a private team owner, do you need to get Red Bull KTMs?
Absolutely.
It still has to go through them and like all of that?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, because it's a reflection on Red Bull KTM. It's a privately owned team, which a lot of MXGP teams are, if not all. This is Red Bull KTM. There's another one which Hurlings races for, but that's
the factory.
If you look at Cairoli and you go back, 2010 they signed the KTM deal. 2010, 2011, they've been a part of KTM as far as the official factory team for that long.
Yeah.
My personal opinion, I don't think they ever really wanted to go the gas route, but that was what Austria said. Hey, we need someone to do this, and you guys are an incredible representative. In my heart of hearts, I think they're over the moon excited to be back in Red Bull KTM colors because that's where they wanted to be the whole time.
Yeah, and there is a little cachet to Red Bull KTM.
Yeah, for sure. I don't think – I think they looked at it and said, why do we have to change? We're winning everything.
Yeah.
But that's what Austria needed to grow, and that was what needed to happen. But I think they're very, very excited to be back there.
Wow, big news for WPS Fly Racing. It's good. Yeah, it's awesome. Between those 4 riders – yeah, you got a lot of wins coming.
We needed that presence in the EU and MXGP so badly. For when you look at how big of a brand globally we are, and then you ask the casual MXGP fan about our status, and they're like, "Where are you guys at? What are you doing?" I'm like, "We're trying.
Yeah,
you had beating doors down.
You had a 30-second board, didn't you?
We still do. We always do. Yeah, we still do. But
little wins along the way.
The teams that I've talked to and we've chased over the years, it wasn't for lack of trying. I promise you, it wasn't for lack of trying.
Sometimes it just works out, though. You know what I mean? And the timing's right. And if you think about it, you guys obviously have known this is going down, but the public hasn't. So go back a month or so, Fly's cruising along, and now you have Cooper Webb, and then that team and those riders, those young up and that's a pretty snap of the finger overnight. Like, you guys look different today than you did a month ago.
I mean, you think about all the things that are happening. KTM Junior Supercross program.
That too. Forgot about that.
That's happening. There's just so much synergy all pushing forward right now. It's, for me, who's, whether wearing it, working for them, being a part of it in some way, shape, or form is 22 years now. It's incredible to watch all these things happen at once.
Some would say there's one sort of chain of the synergy group that's a little broken.
You're riding? Is it your riding photos?
Some would say.
Okay.
Some would say there's,
just want to check.
There's a lot of synergy for sure, but then it kind of comes to Vegas and it's a little broken.
Broken synergy over
here. Broken
synergy.
Just not misfiring because, I raced the World Vets last weekend.
So I'm gonna let you tell this, but if you steer people wrong, I'm coming in hot.
Steve, I got some before we get started too. World Vets had way bigger entries than the GPs, so there's a lot of value in entries. You know what I mean? Race entries. I got you, dog. Sorry, JT. I know.
No.
Typically,
I
know. But
hey, I stand behind everything that happened.
The
truthfully happened is the important part.
We're coming over Cooper Webbs. We can't really get into this.
Okay, perfect.
But we will.
Even better.
We will. Absolutely. And also, I'm looking forward to, I hope Coop and I are the same size, and I can get maybe some custom stuff down the road a little bit, too.
You'll have to wait till October for him. He runs that are a little thicker in the off season.
Daniel Blair, brought to you by the folks at Decal Works, or Ron and Sean and the boys over there doing big things. DecalMX.com. PulpMX 24 is a code to save. Red Bull KTM, speaking of them, in America, they're running Decal Works, Husqvarna Off-Road as well. And, check out DecalMX.com for all your graphics needs, from the custom numbers to the graphics. They can put your sponsors on that you want. You can do all of that. And DecalMX, good guys, good people. And I've been around for a long time, so thank you to DecalMX for bringing you Daniel Blair here. Use the code to save. Also, I didn't mention it off the top, but shout out to Grill Your Ass Off, guys. I love those dudes over there in Texas. And there's a sale on PulpMX queso right now. We have two brands of queso. We have like the cheddar stuff and then like the white queso. And right now, if you use code PulpMX, you can save with the queso. And also, too, JT, you've had the Grill Your Ass Off seasoning. It's my deuce.
Very, very good.
It's damn good, right? So thanks to the folks at grillyourassoff.com. Go to their website, seasonings and everything else. Anthony, I don't know if you're cooking much. I can get you some.
Dude, I love it. I was hoping there's some queso here in studio.
Oh, I can get you some before you leave. While you're flying, carry on. You can carry on.
I can carry on.
Is queso a bomb or no?
Wait, queso, the actual real queso or seasoning?
Well, either one. The queso, can you carry that on an airplane?
If you act like it was food, you may be able to get through. I don't know. Dicey.
Dicey, man. Dicey. All right, let's get Cooper Webb on the line if we can. And I'll also by Cooper Webb, brought to you by the folks at Cherby's at Acherbys USA on social. Love these guys. Plastics fit great all the time, and they got a whole bike builder website as well, so you can punch in your bike that you got. Blue Crew for me, and pick your color plastic and show you what the bike will look like and everything else. So check out at Acherbys USA on social media, whether Monster Energy Kawasaki or many other teams out there. They do big things with the guys at Acherbys USA. So thank you to those guys for coming on and bringing you Cooper Webb. I don't know if that's the number or not. Tallon, what's the problem?
It's number 2.
Yeah. Hold on.
Coop's number?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Number 2.
Yeah, that's right. Keep trying it. 702-586-7857. By the way, firepowerparts.com as well. This is cool for the next 2
weeks.
2 weeks.
25th.
Firepowerparts.com, Pulp10 code saves at firepowerparts.com. You look at Dean Wilson, Joey Savacci over there, Firepower Honda right now, sprockets and hard parts, chains, batteries, doing big things with Firepower brand for sure.
A lot of new products coming out in 25.
And Firepower is going to do a Pulp10 discount code for 2 weeks. We'll put that on our social tomorrow. So thanks to that for the Firepower guys for doing that. And yeah, that line seems to be growing and growing at WPS, right? Like.
Yeah, our lineup for 25 and 26 for that brand is huge.
I got a Firepower loading ramp.
Nice.
Also gave one to Randy Richardson.
That's right.
So
that's settled down a little. That
whole thing has been.
It's definitely settled down a
What
little.
about wife swap?
Nope.
The temperature of the loading ramp has been lowered.
Definitely.
He's got it. There's been less productions on social media. So thanks to Firepower for getting us that loading ramp.
Less death threats for me, too.
Absolutely.
Thank God.
Thank God
That was great.
that Randy guy, we got him under control.
Just a menace out there in South Carolina.
Absolutely. All right. At Acherbys USA bringing you our next guest, first guest of the night. He's a Supercross champion. He's a motocross champion. He's a new fly racing rider. It's Cooper Webb. What's up, Coop? How are you, man?
What's up, Steve? How's it going?
Good. Thank you for the time tonight. Really appreciate it. Big news, fly racing. Anthony's here. He was kind of filling us in a little bit, Coop. But from your end of things, look, you're one of the best riders in the world. So you've got a lot of guys wanting to wear gear. You could have stayed where you were at. Can you take us through the process of picking fly racing and just going through the process of deciding who you want to team up with and where for the next few years?
It was all because of you, Steve.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. Yeah. Well, listen, I know I'm an influence, so,
Yeah, big influencer. No, it was, like I said, I think it was just opportunity mixed with timing, right? Because timing is always key for brands and the direction that they're going. And, I remember our first meeting we had, and it seemed like that was a big thing for them. It was to have a 450 guy, and it was an opportunity for me to kind of be the one and only, which, has never really been like a make or break for me. But I think at this point in my career and where I'm at and the success I've had in the 450 class, it was a really good opportunity to kind of take that role and, represent a brand that's going to be all in and get creative and us really do some fun, cool stuff. So, like I said, I think the biggest thing is always timing and, making things work on everybody's end. But I think for me it was a few things, but I think the direction that they were going was something that I was really into and still am, and obviously excited for the future. And then just the opportunity to get a little bit more creative and have, individualized kind of stuff and things like that. And as well as, just a long-term partnership, right? As racers, it's always nice when you're not going, year to year per se. So I think just kind of having a plan together and us having a very similar vision and just the conversations that we had, it all kind of clicked, at least on my end, and felt like we were all on the same page. So I think it was kind of a mutual, agreement, if you will. And we're excited, man.
How do you juggle, I guess? Again, you're one of the best riders, so a lot of people would want to get in this process and talk to you and figure out like what it's going to take money-wise and what it's going to take. How many people jump in on this, and how, I don't want to say distracting, Coop, because you're doing your riding and training, but and how much of a time does it take to listen to everybody and kick things around with Casey and all? Like, how is that process? Is it a lot? Is it overwhelming, or is it
I enjoy it.
Okay.
I really do enjoy it. And it was it was a 4-man race. I'll be honest about that, and it was something that, like I said, I really do enjoy that side, right? Because at the end of the day, it's my livelihood. It's my, career that I feel like I've built. And so when these opportunities come, I'm a businessman as well. So it's like, it's kind of fun and exciting for me to an extent. Like you said, obviously, if it's taken away from racing or if it's coming, the Saturday morning of a race, stuff like that just can't happen. But I think for me, I've always enjoyed, reaching out to sponsors. I had David Evans helping me for a long time, and he came from the JGR side, and we were almost just like we did it together type thing. Like we would be on three-way calls, and so I've just always really enjoyed that side. And now having Casey has been a good addition. But yeah, same thing. I think it's cool because we're both bouncing ideas off each other nonstop, and then even for myself, like I want to know every detail down to the last.
Oh, you do? Okay, so you're into that.
Thing.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I've always enjoyed that. I don't know why. Like I said, maybe it's just from being cheap. You want to make sure that you're reading every
contract,
comma possible. But no, it's always a fun process, and it's tough, right? Like you do it for a lot of other reasons, but then like when you do start talking numbers, I mean, it can definitely be a little bit, I guess, awkward for some. But I think for me, I've always known what a fair market value I feel like is, and what I bring, and versus what they can bring, and you kind of go from there.
Your buddy Phil, there, the world champion, the plus 30 world champion. I don't know if you heard about this or not.
Oh, world champion!
Yeah,
wow.
it's a world vets. It's a world championship.
Okay.
How much was that fucking guy putting heat on you? Because I know FXR was in on it, and I, he's got to be just irritating. Thank you for blocking him off. Thank you for blocking him off.
I was an effing idiot if I didn't wear anything but FXR. So.
Right. Thanks for pushing him aside. That's the last thing you know.
And he was cool. Like I said, I don't, share business too much, and it was no joke. He was trying on that end hard. But I think. He understood, right? He's at the end of the day, he's gonna understand, and I think more of a friend than a business partner or potential business partner. Like he definitely wants the best for me, and I remember when we were kind of finalizing things with Fly, he was like, "Man, you'd be an idiot not to do that," and I'm like, "Yeah, I know." So,
wouldn't Coop taking an FXR deal essentially affect Phil's?
I would hope so.
That's what I'm saying. So why would he be pushing so hard to take away his own budget?
FXR clip, Phil.
Yeah. Hey, Phil, thanks for the assist, and now you're out.
He probably had something in there.
He's getting 15% finder's fee.
Remember, it wasn't that long ago that we were sitting in here, and Phil, you kept hammering me on, why don't we sign Phil?
That's right. I was on that show.
That wasn't that long ago.
Right. No, it's interesting.
He could have been your top 450 guy.
Yeah. Well, he's a world champion.
He has gotten podiums before at the time.
He's a world champion,
probably wasn't too far off.
Anthony, you did put in Webb's contract weekly call-ins to PulpMX show every single week.
Oh, yeah,
it's buried deep in there.
He didn't find that in the contract somehow.
No, listen. But also, too, Coop, Anthony shared with us, too, that this goes whenever you decide to hang up the boots, they want to keep you as an ambassador, and that's exciting, right? That's cool. Like we've seen what RV can do, and we've seen these different ambassadors. And Andrew Short's a great one now. Weston Pike. It's kind of neat to know you got some path to do something after you decide to end racing.
No, for sure, and that's like what I was kind of alluding to earlier about that long-term partnership, and being a true fly family thing. Like it's goes past just the dollar sign, right? I think it's something that is a true partnership, and for them, like I'm excited that they wanted to support me, past racing, and like my big thing is I do, whenever I do, I guess hang it up like officially, I want to be ambassador and help grow the sport and be at the racetrack and hitting, Blair's money races in South Carolina. And,
damn straight.
Bitterman,
dude, good luck.
I think, like I said, it shows their commitment to racing. It shows their commitment to the sport. Like it was just a really good, like I said, partnership. I think our goals align very well, and I'm stoked for it.
I'm putting you guys on the spot here. What's he wearing in Paris? Do we know? Do you guys know? What's
he
wearing?
What color?
What color are we wearing in
Fly.
Paris? Yeah.
Yeah, we'd have to ask Hope on that.
Okay,
She's
all right,
got
okay, all right,
all
okay.
that
Yeah.
Carolina Blue. I know one of them.
So white,
Carolina
yeah.
Blue.
All right, yeah.
So white.
Is that what he did the release in? That,
Yeah,
that was good.
Yep. But he posted the stuff he posted this week was
Coop, you don't
kinetic stuff.
You don't got to say any names, but you had 4 companies going after you. We know one of them FXR, but there's a guy like you. I don't know, and maybe JT and Blair can talk about this too. Daniel, I know you were probably in a big bidding war with LBZ there back in the day.
Nah, they were the only ones, the only suitors that year.
They were? No one else came?
No, the others stopped calling, but LBZ was
Did
persistent.
they have a problem with the cape?
No, they were down for anything, trust me.
But Coop, when you've got 4 people going after you, and you, do you open a catalog or the internet or your computer and like look at some stuff and be like, yeah, I'm not wearing that.
Yeah.
Like, do you do that?
Like a little kid still.
Yeah, like
still
because I don't know. Like ultimately, like some people like, hey, I'm not wearing that. I don't care what.
I didn't have any leverage at all.
Yeah, yeah.
So I wore whatever came. Yeah.
Right.
No, not too much.
Okay.
I mean, I definitely. It's funny you said the catalog thing because I mean, I did. I definitely went on the website and you checked that stuff out. But
Yeah.
I think obviously with the technology we have these days and social and all that, like it's easy to see kind of what they're going with. And I think not to look back on things, but I'd never really had a whole lot of options at my old place.
No, I agree.
It was something that just having some customization and a little more tailored and just fits and design wise actually having a little bit of input on what I like and don't like was something that I think was exciting, right? And that's another thing that goes into it all. And when I talk about a fit is more like that, right? Like
Sure.
just having maybe a little bit of say or whatever the case is. And I mean, so I'm sure there's stuff that, luckily they got the good group and you got JT on there who can say, yeah, nah, we ain't doing that or yeah, we're doing this or whatever. They have a team for a reason. And, I think that all goes into it all. But, so far I've been super happy with everything.
I feel like if you sign with Fly, you're pretty trusting. Like they got me. I'm gonna look okay. I don't got to look. But if it was like some new one-off company that had a bunch of money and Coop's like, let me get that bag, probably on their website pretty thoroughly. Like, let me see for sure what's going on here. But with Fly, you're like, I'm fine. I'll be good looking good.
Yeah, Hymus looked really good at times.
A lot this year.
Yeah, and that's what obviously like. It's funny you guys say that because it's like you're also looking throughout the year, right? Where when I knew kind of the way I was leaning, like I started noticing, hey, what's RJ wearing, or what's the Husky guy's wearing, or this guy's, and all right, that kit looks good. Like, I'd be eyeing Dino's kits and stuff like that. So I think, when you're not in a contract year, you're kind of not really paying attention, and you're just like, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But, with this time of year round, when you have some decisions to make, you start paying attention to that for sure. And obviously with the helmet too, at some point, you have your energy drinks and all that you don't get to have a total say in, but I think nowadays like you can still get creative right within the gear or whatever you need to do. So I'm looking forward to everything.
Coop, question on the racing side. If we just go back in time a year, you're making a lot of changes on the motor side. It's brand new, right? New team, new riding. You go to Paris. You're not ready to race. You're just kind of working through it. A year later now, like, how are you? Like, where are you at right now, early November, compared to, I guess, a year ago?
Yeah, I'm not. I will not be judging anything Webb does this weekend in Paris. I'm done with that.
After last year,
because I've come a couple of times. I've come back to the U.S. a couple of times and been like, holy shit, we got a problem.
Yeah.
That was me watching at home last year.
Yeah.
And so I'm done with that. I don't care if Coop goes 18-18 this weekend in Paris. I'm not saying.
You know what the worst spot for me was? Chicago last year. Chicago, when he was battling Phil, I'm like, we've got a problem. We have a big problem. Literally, it was dark. Yeah. You couldn't see anything, but it was also dark for you.
Yeah.
Sucks for Phil, man. Someone's dark night, like worst ever, questioning their whole existence is when they're
retired
battling with Phil.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, but how are you? You good or what?
Getting back to the question.
Yeah,
I am, man. It is hard to say, right? Like, you don't know. I told the boys today, like, I could go there and get served a very nice slice of humble pie, but I do feel like I'm in a much, much better spot. I mean, I think just starting off with this off season so far, like I haven't even touched my bike at all. I feel like, I was a thumb injury from potentially, being a champion this past year, getting second and having a year I did, I just feel like the bike's in a great spot. I know what I need to work on. It's you learn stuff from, like last year was my first year with Swanee, so I think we've improved like our training a lot, and I feel good. We have a different group this year, some new guys, and I feel from a pace wise, I'm a lot better off than I was last year, and even in general, right? I feel like I just am in a much further spot ahead. But with that being said, you don't know until the gate drops, right? These guys, especially the Lawrence's brothers, are specimens, right? So it's you don't know what they've been doing. I'm only going off of the SMX, but their new bike definitely looks to be working well for them. So I mean, they're going to be good. Dylan and France is going to be good. Malcolm's going to be fired up. So I think for me, it's gate drops. At this point in my career, like I've done so many boot camps that I think for me, it's getting a gate drop and going, hey, when I go this Saturday and Sunday, I'm going to leave there with some knowledge of what I need to work on. And that's the stuff that you can't replace at a test track, in my opinion.
I agree. Yeah. I look at Alden. Alden's a good guy, smart guy. I never understood his just anti-off-season race mentality that he had. Yes, it disrupts the boot camp, but dude, there's nothing like racing gate drops and getting with these guys and knowing where you're at and getting confidence. Or
100%.
like he's so anti, like no racing, and I just never understood that. If I was a racer in Coop's shoes or I'd be like, Paris, okay, A, I can make a bunch of money, and B, I can do real world testing.
Yeah.
So that's why Coop's at Paris and Ozex too, right?
Yeah,
Ozex. So that's awesome getting those two in the off season.
And that's my biggest thing right now. And I know it's some people will have all, like Steve just said, everyone has some different opinions, but in my eyes, Jet Lawrence is who I have to beat if I want to be a champion again, and I have the chance to race him 3 times in a month. That is a month before we actually go racing. Like, you can't beat that, in my opinion, right? And Hunter as well. So it's like, you want to know all these weaknesses and you want to know what you need to work on. Well, the guy that has the number 1 plate is racing the same races and the same thing. Like, what else can you ask for?
I'll give you an example of what you're talking about. Probably dating myself, which it's okay. 2000, end of 06, end of 05, end of 06. We go to Toronto, Vancouver, and James just smokes Ricky. It was his first, comes out on the 450 and just toys with him. Really, he just toyed with him. And had that not happened in the last weekend of November, first weekend of December, I think James would have kind of worked him because he wouldn't have had time to respond.
He would have shocked him in the season.
Ricky
and
went
not
back in December and was like, we have so much work to do. Like me, the bike, every aspect of my program has to change right now. So to what Coop's saying, it gives you that opportunity to make big adjustments if you do need them. Hopefully you don't, but if you do, you have time to pivot.
And it can be on the contrary as well. Like if I go there and I'm competitive and say I actually can beat Jet, and then I think he's going, oh, wow, Coop's means business this year, So you never know. Like I said, I'm like we talked about today, I feel like if you're peaking in November, it's not a great sign, but with that being said, I'm way ahead of where I was a year ago from now. And
did you surprise yourself a little bit at A1? It surprised the hell out of me. I'll be honest. I didn't expect a whole lot going in just because of what we saw, and then I was like, this guy could win like right now. He could win the first round, and that was like out of nowhere for me. So did you, coming off season, you do all this work, did you feel like, no, we're ready, like we're good, or was it still more of kind of like, I don't know if I can be there yet?
Yeah, did you shock yourself in that one?
Showing up, no, I did. I mean, showing up to A1, I was pretty confident. I felt like it was the first time in a long time that I ticked all the boxes, meaning, I felt really fit. I felt speed-wise the best I had felt in a very long time. And even comfort-wise, I felt really good. And I think the biggest thing, and this is, something that I learned from last year, was before even Paris, like I had yet to test with Gilly yet, right? And at that time, he was just kind of throwing me some settings that, the guys thought would work. And I was pretty happy with it, right? And then as soon as we got to Paris, like I said, you go race and you understand and you learn. So, I mean, literally we got back from Paris and we had a test scheduled that next week, I think it was early December. And we did an engine, full engine test, full chassis, little things here and there, and the full suspension test. And I left that Friday, I think it was probably 3 weeks before A1 going, okay, I can go win now. And so I think the bike nowadays really does play a part, and maybe that's just me. But I think, when you tick all the boxes as far as your training and the laps and your experience, at least for me, once I knew and I had that comfort to kind of find that new level of riding for myself, it was game on. And so when I went to A1, I did surprise myself, like being in the mix. I think I qualified like P2, which was like, oh wow, like, the year before I was probably barely top 10.
Yep.
So I think that was like a big, like, okay, let's do it. And the biggest thing though is I didn't touch a click all day, and that's huge, at least for me. I know everyone's a little bit different and always trying to tinker here and there, but that to me alone, to go to the first round, win, lose, or draw without having to touch your bike is just a sigh of relief, really.
Cooper Webb here, brought to you by the folks at Cherubies USA for more information. And hey, Coop, talking about Paris too, like, it's a good race, man. They take care of you. The hotel's nice. It's a nice walk.
Yeah.
Like restaurants, like it's a top-notch race in the off season. I'm always enjoying.
No, it
going
is.
Yeah.
And Eric's always been awesome. I mean, the fans are great. Like it's the 2 days is good. Like my first time ever doing it was 3, and I was 17 at the time. I think 17 or 18, and I was excited because I was like, hell yeah, I get to ride a 450 3 times and whatever. And I remember like Andrew Short was there and Wilbur and some of the other guys, and they were like, golly, we got to race 3 days. And I get it now.
That third day is rough.
Yeah.
Yeah, two is a solid amount. Like it's good, and like I said, you get taken care of. And I enjoy Europe. I really do. I like going there and sightseeing and being with the fam and eating some good food and stuff. So, like you said, I know everyone has different opinions on the off-season stuff, but I truly enjoy it. I think it's a good little break in the boot camp, and you get to see the world, and you get to race and race different people too. Like I think that has always been good, And no, I do enjoy them. They do a great job, and especially now, I think the track is honestly very accurate to the U.S. It's a little different, but it wasn't like the original Bercy, where it's dang near arena cross. Like I feel like now you can go race Paris Supercross and go, okay, that's very comparable to a U.S. Supercross, which is real nice.
Yeah, it used to be 4 nights back in the day.
4?
4 nights.
Wow.
Yeah, for a while. For a few
Residency.
Years. Yeah, really.
3. I remember it used to, like the most I ever did was 3 nights, 2 main events each night.
Yeah.
You're just dead.
Yeah.
Like, you're smoked, right? The Sunday, everybody's just like can barely move. Hopefully, you haven't crashed.
That's what I remember too. Was like the last night. Like, I think it was Wilbur or maybe one of the guys, Brayton or someone. And like, I remember night 1, the gap. Because I had my first time. Like I said, I don't even think I had raced a U.S. Supercross yet as a rookie. Like Paris was one of my first ever Supercrosses. And night 1, I got beat pretty good. And then by night 3, like, they're just letting you by. They're like, we're over it. Just go ahead, dude.
Plus those 3-nighters, there's always like that one guy that's good on the third day. Everyone's tired, and that one dude's all fresh and qualifying. Sprint. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
That's young Coop out there just having a good time.
Yeah.
The old boys are tired.
The one year, Steve, remember I rode LCQ each night to get in.
You rode everything.
So I rode
the
qualifiers, then the LCQ, then all the mains.
Yeah, we were
night.
making jokes. You rode every single race that was possible to race. Yes.
Got his money's worth.
Hey, they didn't pay me a lot. That was the best value anybody's ever gotten out of a deal ever was Eric Pernard, because I rode every lap possible for not a lot of money.
Yeah.
So,
well,
Coop.
That's what you said. I got to know all about JT's training regimen, so I've been he was a rider. He said he had to ride. So,
and just so you know, Coop, JT would have handled you in German Supercross, just to be aware.
I don't doubt
Absolute
that.
legend in there. I've seen the one Suzuki in there. It was good. Hey,
Short,
Coop, just to confirm, though, for all the fantasy players for Paris, we got Gregory Aranda covered then this weekend?
I am never gonna say.
Okay, I'm just because last year
He won
some of
Stuttgart
those.
last weekend.
Aranda did?
Aranda's on fire.
He's on fire.
He's on fire.
I just remember last year Coop was in some battles. I'm like, oh, that guy's having the best night of his life ever, telling his friends and family.
Supercross Waxney night main event won. Aranda, I think year before.
Yeah.
But to be fair, Aranda was Super Bowl winner last year.
Yeah, he was.
Faster than Jet Lawrence.
I think it was a little questionable timing on that thing, but
I mean, I used to battle that dude.
Yeah,
the guy's like Energizer Bunny.
He was he was in
Who was-
Vancouver. He was
Who
in
was the
Vancouver.
other guy you rate? The two-stroke dude from France that was always
Richier?
Richier. That guy, my God, he would cheat on every start too. He was an absolute cheater.
Subs too. Subs is just there.
They're so good at that.
He put his hip out in Vancouver. He dislocated his hip, so he won't be in Paris this weekend. But Subs is also he's a menace at these races. Yeah, you got to deal with
And
Subs.
their speed, man, like in qualifying, it's incredible.
Yeah, they know how to
It
ride.
really is.
There's no doubt about that. Like what they do is incredibly specialized, and they are very. And I learned how to do it. Right when I went to Canada America, I got my ass kicked on the regular. Like it was literally my job to get my ass kicked like that. But we went to Europe. I knew what to do. I knew how to go fast. The tracks are easier. The margin of like, okay, you're much better on a motocross track, supercross track. It's not going to matter here.
Yeah.
That's not going to matter. And I used to argue with people all the time. Like Tedesco came over, and I'm like, I'm probably going to win. I'm not saying that as cocky. I'm just saying you've never been here.
Yeah.
It's not going to go
You
that
gotta
well.
learn this.
He didn't
Yeah.
even qualify.
Yeah.
Right. And we know how good Ivan is, but it's like especially those races are such
It's
a
its
different
own world.
It is. It's so
completely
different.
They definitely are their own animal. Anthony, anything for Coop or before we let him go?
No, just
welcome
happy
aboard.
Happy to have you on the family, man, and excited to see what we're gonna do for years to come.
Yeah, man. No, we are too, and excited. And like I said, I get to kind of debut some things this weekend in Paris. It'll be good, and looking forward to it all, man.
I know you're
exciting times.
You're still wearing the bell, so there's no chance you wore a Formula at all yet. But let me just say, the Formula helmet's the best thing Fly makes. It's a phenomenal helmet, safety-wise. Quiet, fits well. I love that Formula helmet. So wait till you get into that.
Once he gets to try one on.
Yes, once you try one on,
yeah,
you're gonna love
that
it.
day. That day when it comes.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. Thanks for the time, Coop. Appreciate it as always. Congrats on the signing for Fly and to Jason and Anthony and everybody at WPS. Big day for these guys. There, for years, Coop, I've been saying you guys gotta get a 450 guy. You gotta get a 450 guy, and they're like, we know, and they got one. So yeah.
Yeah, no, it's like you said. I truly do believe like timing is incredible, right? Like you said, they've been on that mission for the last few years. It seems like, and it doesn't always work. So I think it's not as easy as signing something, right? Like just hey, here's a contract, sign it. All right, cool. We got our 450 guy. Like it's definitely a process, and so I'm glad we made it all work. And yeah, good times, man.
I got one more question for Coop, if it's okay. And this one stings to ask, but I got to ask. But how's Cole look out there?
He looks good.
Oh, Daniel.
That's what I've heard.
Yeah.
Like,
okay. Yeah.
It's just, I've heard rumors, and I figured Cooper's probably seen it. So just curious how he looks.
I got one too. I've been told Flying Taco is taking the racing more seriously this year. Do you have any Taco updates from NC?
Yeah, I do have a Taco update. He has a theory that he's being held back because he doesn't have a tall seat.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, Guts Racing.
He figured it out.
In case you're wondering, the reason Taco's had his struggles this year was no tall seat.
Hey,
okay, well, Guts Racing, we will get him a tall seat.
I've seen him everywhere too. He's been going to Top Gun. He's been at 101. Like Coop, he is out putting in his laps.
He's committed. We'll see. He,
he's doing Arenacross again.
Phil should be able to. He has nothing else going on. So Phil, honestly, if Phil was a good friend, he would go help him and coach him and.
Yep, I agree.
Do something with his life.
Is Taco racing the AMA Arenacross series?
I think Taco's schedule is fluid.
100%.
Yeah.
He has a national number.
So how quickly until Vince kills him?
Vince is racing.
Vince Freese is racing Arenacross.
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know how dangerous that is for everybody?
I do.
You guys know?
I do.
Do you know?
I personally do.
I do too. Like,
do
you guys know what that means for everybody in there? That's bad. Like that's bring an extra medic.
Yeah.
Or two.
Getting back to your day, then it's going to be some real bar banging.
Yeah, that was when it was violent. The Bowers days. Good God. Everyone was mad at everyone all the time. It was really fun.
Brees, too. Brees is no shrinking flower and Vince.
No, it was like assault back then.
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't dirty riding. It was assault.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of payback.
Well, listen.
No, I enjoy it. It's nice. Like, even this year, we always watched on Fridays, and I feel like they made a good push this year. I was tuned in every Friday, and hopefully, it's a good series.
KP's got his hands full. It's gonna be good to watch. And then I hope Taco gets that tall seat, and we can.
That's all we need.
Yeah, the tall seat, and he's got the big Yanks covered. He said.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, maybe Phil can coach him.
We'll work on that. Thanks, Coop. Thanks for the time, man. Appreciate it.
Yep, no worries, guys.
All right.
Later.
See ya. That's Cooper Webb, everybody. Brought to you by folks out of Cherubies USA. Yeah, once he gets that formula on.
Let's hope so.
Yeah. So
all things in time.
Unfortunately, the gentleman hung up. But Tallon, Tom was on one.
I cannot confirm or deny.
Can you please tell what Tom said?
He said he bought the new Fly LE gear because of Cooper Webb.
No, he did not.
There we go.
Because of me.
He did say because of Steve.
Like I said, can we get proof of purchase?
Because of me. We had a caller on the line.
Yeah, I need a receipt.
Yeah, show the receipt.
I've had a lot of comments saying, I'm going to buy that gear because of Mathis. Sure you are, pal.
All right. Well, listen, people, DM me the receipts. And we'll get those over to Anthony and JT.
We need documentation.
Then everybody. But yeah, listen. Great job for getting Coop, and he sounds stoked. And so we should.
That was credit to Dalton and Anthony. Yeah, I was not heavily involved in the DeCarway one. I was heavily involved with the Cooper one.
It sounds like you were at
Dalton
it for about 10 years on that one.
It was the bane of my existence trying to get that deal done. Yes.
So we've got everybody locked down for the next year, pretty much, right? What's the status with Dino and Savachi and those guys? Do we have anything dialed in for that? Yeah.
I'll let Anthony take that one.
Where are we at on that?
Yeah, we're just obviously we have our Australia side of that deal.
Yeah,
as
Yariv,
well as
right?
very strong. Yep. So we're working with Yariv. It's all our intention to keep Dino and Joey on this side as well.
Awesome. Yeah, that'd be great.
Just gotta get everything finalized.
Dean is so much more than results, right? He's great social media following. He's Dean.
Just a good family guy.
Dean is Dean.
He's wild.
Dean. Oh, Tom called back. Tom, welcome to the show.
What's up, boys?
So just explain to the WPS representatives if you don't mind, if you can.
So I'm tired of JT shitting on Steve about
Thank
people
you.
not buying.
You sound like a rational listener, Tom.
Mm-hmm.
I am. It's because of Steve is why I wear Fly. A-Raid didn't do me good on O'Neill, so now.
Yep. Nope. And we are very much understanding of that, and that's why we are so involved with Steve, is because we appreciate you, Tom, buying Fly Racing because of Steve. That is not what's up for debate.
No. It wasn't because Cooper Webb or anybody else. It's because of Steve.
Now
that's not up. That
Tom,
wasn't up for debate.
Did
that's
you
never
see
been up
a
for debate.
photo of me riding?
Oh, dude, you were shredding. Like, your results were over the charts.
Over the charts. Your results were over the charts.
Yeah. Tom. Hey, Steve's like, hey, Tom, bring it down a little. Bring it down.
You're going to blow it, Tom.
Overselling it.
This was going really. Yeah.
Because of Steve is why I wear Fly.
We appreciate
what
that.
Did you buy? The LE Zebra stuff?
I bought the new gear. Now you're putting me on the spot.
Doesn't even know what he
bought. It's falling apart on you, Steve.
It's
coming apart on you.
I don't remember which one I bought.
No, Tom, in all seriousness, the reason we have Steve's back so much and have been a part of Steve's programs for so long is
I just re-upped. with the guys at WPS.
Exactly what you're saying.
Yep.
That has never been in question, and if anybody that knows anything about WPS knows that I am the one that says we have to stick with Steve no matter what. And Steve would, I hope, attest to that. So that's not up for debate at all, Tom. So I hope you don't think that I was trying to detract from that.
But Tom, wouldn't you agree? Like it's the podcast shows and the interviews and the guests we have and Marks and it's everything. But then also what Anthony and JT are getting, and Anthony appreciates JT not is it's a multi-pronged attack. It's a multi-pronged attack where I'm also putting in the track time. With the photo.
And the grand ambassador for Fly is where I see Steve.
Yeah.
See? There you go. Great ambassador.
Yeah.
This is going exactly how I wanted it to go.
So it's the racing, Tom, is really what puts it over the top, right?
One of that rider.
Leading the witness, objection.
when I seen you shredding on the track, I'm like, dude, I want to look just like Steve.
Yeah. There we go, man.
When did you buy that gear?
About 3 days ago.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Look at that.
Man,
So-
went on, what is it? Went on something?
Finished
buy
top
on something?
finished top 20 on Saturday.
Without any discount either.
There you go.
So
No, thank you very much for taking a chance with us. I very much hope that you like that gear.
now with that being said, so do I get some free gear out of this now?
That would you're gonna need to email us steve@pulpmx.com for that.
Tom. This call didn't go exactly how I would hope, but I do appreciate you calling in. Yes, and you know, and telling that. Thanks,
Steve's
Tom.
like,
Thank
hey,
you.
instead of hitting you, he hit Bob Barker.
But yeah, I mean, like I said, like there's the podcast shows and there's the podcasts that people love and the pulp shows, but then there's the fact that like Coop can't do this, but then I can go on the track like Coop and ride and race.
That's true. Coop's
know,
one-dimensional
he's a-
athlete. You're multi-dimensional.
But didn't he
Two-pronged.
just do it on
Two-pronged.
coming on the
Thought he
show
said
and kind of doing
three-pronged.
it?
Three tongs.
3 tongues.
Pre-pronged.
Yeah. What's the third prong?
Yeah, there's another prong.
There's a multi-thong approach going on here.
So yeah. So there's that, JT. That's my my results on the track.
I hear you, man. I've been getting hammered by this non-point for 2 weeks now.
Anthony, we can pull up Instagram if you'd like to all the people that made that comment. You know?
I mean, you send me the analytics. I think they're phenomenal.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I appreciate it. It's just, because you look at consistency, 6 finishes between 12th and 19th.
Yeah.
6
That's
finishes right in
pretty
there.
good.
Yeah, all over that range.
In a tough class.
Yeah. Real tough class. Yeah.
A lot of
But
good
you're not
guys.
gonna get a lot of criticism from me for a lot of finishes between 12 and 19.
Exactly.
That's for sure.
It's JT's nickname.
It's where you lived. It's where you lived in that
I did.
sweet
I
spot.
see your 6 and match you with about 200.
JT passed about 400 riders in the last 5 minutes of the races over his career. I watched it myself many
Hard
many
charger
times.
for years.
Yeah. When guys got tired, it was hot. JT's just
Licking his lips.
I'm gonna get you. So, So, anyways, looking forward to seeing Coop and Fly and starts this weekend in Paris. Yeah. And when he gets that formula on, oh boy. I didn't really want to bring up with Coop that he took my cool team money. Don't really know what I was talking about, but Daniel.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Mitchell Oldenburg coming up here too. X Brown Goggle Tear-Offs, Race Tech Rant, motorsport.com, tweet at Tallon as well coming up. Let's go here. I'll let Daniel, you can decide. Paris Supercross talk or my one question you guys have about 2025 Supercross. We have some time here.
Let's do that one then. Well, no, let's go Paris while we're on it.
We're just talking about Paris.
Let's
we can close that down.
Jet, Hunter, Malcolm, Ferrandis, Cooper, Webb. Good lineup.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Deep lineup.
I'll go Jet.
No, really?
I mean, Hunter beat him
No,
last year.
and you know what?
Beat him.
And guess what, Hunter? Take his ass out. Okay.
Yeah.
Remember last year
Yeah.
he got taken out straight up, and no one really
But then Jet tried that same move again, and Hunter stopped and wised up.
Yeah, that's good, but he needs to get him back.
Yeah.
It's a non-AMA race. There's no points. It's just whatever. Like, I would like to see him blast him just once for life, for everything,
I'm just not gonna. I mean, I was serious about Coop. I'm not gonna
Get alive.
Whatever Coop does, like whatever. Like I've seen.
I don't know what that means.
Like,
you're not
results-wise.
going to judge
I'm not.
from Paris, yeah.
But JT, can we judge anything?
No, because I don't think Jet and those guys have been doing a lot.
No.
No.
Okay.
I think they're riding a little bit.
Yeah.
They've been testing the 25 quite a bit,
Yep.
according to Lars, but I don't think you're going to get anybody's best stuff because they're just not. They're not in A1 mode. Why would they be? It's middle of November.
Right.
That's why you may get a really feisty Malcolm too, because last year was tough for him. It was a rebuild foundation year for him, but he's moving right now. Like, he's kind of pretty good foundation and base. So you might get someone like him that is a little extra spicy too. So that'd be fun.
Yeah, Malcolm.
And Dylan too. Like, Dylan will probably push pretty hard.
It's France, Dylan, right?
Yeah.
All year long, Malcolm was like, "Hey man, I missed a lot of time.
He did.
I'm trying to get this back." I don't know if he's going to, but that's what he was saying. Like I because he missed a lot of time, and I'm like, okay, well, at some point I was like, well, Malcolm, where's your old sort of flash?
Is there anything to the bike?
I think there's something, right? It has to be. Him and Christian were two.
I haven't ridden it.
Yeah.
So for me to judge that the bike is a problem is not fair. But
not a problem.
Using logic, it seems like both of them took backward steps on that chassis.
Yeah. And then when I say to them, hey man, Sexton and AP's bikes look great, they tell me we don't have access to everything they do on the Husqvarna side. So, okay. Because to me, like, just take that bike. But they can't.
I mean, in the business we're in, which is analysis, right? That's what we do, whether it's whatever series we're working for, your networks, whatever, we analyze things. It's impossible to not look at the situation and say, I think there may be something going on there. I've ridden a lot of bikes where this bike, I'm not as good as I would be on that bike.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean this bike's a pile of crap.
Yeah.
It just means I would be a little bit better on that bike. Yeah. So I'm very curious. I think the answer will lie in what do we see from Christian Craig. To me, that's going to, and that maybe that's not a fair. Maybe that's not fair, but that's what I'm gonna.
It's not fair in the sense he had that knee surgery. He's missing Anaheim 1. He's coming. He's going to come into the 2025 series.
True.
Behind.
True. Which
sucks for Christian.
But maybe I get some flash.
Yeah.
Maybe I see him hit the whoops really fast.
Sure.
Because I haven't seen that in a long time.
Yeah, but to be fair, if you go back, think round 1, not this past year, but the year before, Malcolm led for a while. He was in contention to win that main for a while, and that was on the chassis. That was pre all the injury. Came multiple injuries in a row that put him in a place, I think, where he's just trying to not get hurt for a while. And when you're in a 2-year deal, I mean, let's be honest, these guys are well aware. When you're in a 2-year deal and you're not in year 1 of it, if things ain't right, you're not going to go and get yourself hurt on year 1. You're going to just build slow. And then year 2, you're going to take a shot at. So I think Malcolm has mostly been just getting through and trying to get back to somewhat normalcy. Mm-hmm. My answer would come in rounds 1, 2, and 3. If he's got that elite speed again and he's third on the board in qualifying and he's leading heats, you're like, okay. But if next year looks like a little better version of last year, then to me, I'm going to start asking a lot more questions.
It was strange that we took 2 of the best riders in the whoops and 2 of the riders who had more raw moments of speed than most in the class. They signed the same bike, same team, and look, it's not the 100% fact because they get hurt and they got older. But it was really odd that the 2 speedsters never showed that raw speed ever again so much.
Well, like you said, in the whoops, which for them, that's their specialty, and that hasn't been there, obviously, in a couple of years.
Yeah. So what do you say? Do you remember the Mookie hype last year around late November, early December?
Yeah, the test track.
My goodness,
test track
it was over the top, and then it just I don't know. We didn't see it, so I don't know what to do with that either. That's another fact. Everybody at media days in early December, Christian Craig, everybody was like, if Mookie doesn't freaking win a race this year, I don't know what to tell you.
I remember seeing that too.
It was out there.
It was good, but you've seen that ceiling in him. So that's why my question is that still available? Right. Or is he just gonna try to not get hurt? Because at a point, these guys I think get to a point where they're like, man, it's not worth getting hurt, and that thought naturally brings the whole thing down like 5%. Well, they just don't take the same risks.
It's just they're both over 30, Malcolm and Christian, right? They're both over 30. They've been hurt. Like, it's a natural progression of our sport when that stuff happens, and you start thinking about it a little more and you get older.
Second guess some decisions.
Yeah, a little bit. But I mean, right now, if you were to tell me like how's Paris going to look, I think it's going to look like the Lawrence show, the Lawrence Brothers show. Yeah. Right.
Oh yeah.
Anthony.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm excited just to see how Hunter's holding up for himself. Mm-hmm. Watching him and Jet battle each other this year, I think was awesome. I think that's what the fans wanted to see. Mm-hmm. I'm obviously rooting for Coop. I want to see him just kick ass out there in his first debut. So,
do you ever think though? Like, I don't know how much you follow like tennis.
I do not follow tennis.
So the Williams sisters, right? Serena and Venus.
Yeah.
Like, there was a whole thing when they met each other in finals or in matches where it's like, hey, we're going to kind of like, this is an all-out war. You may beat me today, but I'm going to beat you next week. And now, obviously, Jet's beaten Hunter most of the time. But when you talk about those battles, like we saw in Vegas SMX, or we saw at Denver, I do wonder.
Even the 250 high point back
up?
In the day. Like,
Oh, I don't
know if they're laying up is the right word, but like, hey, man, you're in front. I'm here, and let's just like, I'm not going to take you out.
No, of course not.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Let's not take me out.
But Jet is competitive.
Jet has literally taken Hunter out.
He did, yeah. But Jet's competitive as hell.
What am I
Paris last year.
Oh yeah, that's a little different.
I'll never forget.
He outsmarted him.
Jet is from what
that wasn't a takeout to me.
So
Hunter was on the ground.
You know this. I'm very big on right when riders pull off and they take their helmets off in that first 90 seconds after the race. That's raw emotion. You can't hide it. Mm-hmm. They don't have time to cool down yet. you're going to get exactly how they feel if you're close by. And Daniel, you've been there a million times.
Oh, here we go. The racers are talking.
No, the analysts roll.
The broadcasters are talking.
Yeah.
You're standing there when they come off. So they don't have that 4-minute, 7-minute time frame to cool down, get water, compose themselves, talk to their team, and then go up there and give a really solid podium speech. Like, you're going to get it. They're mad. They're happy. Whatever the emotion is, you're going to get it. Jet's so freaking competitive. Like, even when if Hunter beats him or whatever, he's not pumped. So I don't think that Jet – I think at Denver, that was a chance to do it. I know the championship was still there.
Yep.
I don't think Jet has it in him to just be like, nah, you go ahead.
Right.
I think he has as much of a kid as he is and as happy-go-lucky as it, he's a stone-cold killer deep down, man.
And
He
it's
is
not
a
just moto.
killer.
To be honest, just knowing that family and knowing him, it's like every little thing. He's super competitive. So, and I feel like the brother thing's weird because I think they're both aware that we're doing this, like we are doing something special. But at the end of the day, they still have to end up racing, and I think the instincts do take over. I think there's probably that natural understanding, like don't be stupid.
Yeah.
But I think they race hard. I actually feel like just visually, I feel like Jet even wants to beat Hunter more than Hunter wants to beat Jet sometimes. Jet gets a little wild when Hunter's up there sometimes, where Hunter seems pretty steady.
Well, I think there's also
always
things, in my opinion, become a self-fulfilling prophecy. The more times you beat someone, the more both of you believe that's the natural order of things.
That's the natural hierarchy.
So when Jet just beats Hunter and beats Hunter and beats Hunter and beats Hunter and beats Hunter, Hunter's going to have like a little bit of a sinking feeling is like, it's probably going to beat me. Yeah. And Jet's got a feeling like, I'm supposed to beat him. And those things, the psychology of that plays out a lot of the time. Even if they're equal, most of the time what you believe is going to happen, oftentimes what's going to happen. Yeah. And I just think you see that happen time and time again is where those things play out. And I thought Hunter did a fantastic job in Fort Worth of fighting against that.
Yeah.
And being like, you know what? Not today. Not today. Yeah. But I think on a big scale when you
still took a mistake from Jet, though, yeah.
Yeah, but he fought through it, right?
Yeah.
But I think on a wall of averages, that's typically what happens. Yeah. And to be 100% honest, I think Jet is the most talented racer on Earth. So when you have the most talented racer on Earth, he's going to win a lot. When you have where he's at in his development on that bike with those starts and that talent, that's a winning recipe. Yeah. So, yeah, it's a hard thing to beat.
Why don't you guys sign Jet? And Coop.
Nice.
Yeah. Should have done that.
Paying you too much.
Be like 10.
We're happy with the guy we got.
Yeah. No, and Coop. Keep them both.
We'd have everybody if we could.
Yeah. I mean, saying
hey, Eli, too. Hey, why not?
Everybody on Earth would like to sign Jet.
Yeah.
That goes without saying.
It's the Roxon thing of
There's no one on any brand of any, I don't care if it's energy drink, OEM, everybody wants Jet. Of course they do.
Speaking of Roxon, by the way, look for a press release, I think, tomorrow. Re-sign with HEP, or Pipes Motorsports, so look for that tomorrow.
Cool.
That happened. And then the Jorge Prado one is November 30th, I think.
November 30th, yeah.
What's going on with him?
Oh, yeah, Kawasaki.
Yeah. Really?
Hey, so Paris should be great. I heard this weekend.
I heard November 16th.
Oh, did you?
From a good source.
Okay, all right.
So keep an eye on that.
Number 70 with Fox Gear, right?
Is he 70?
I think he's
number 70.
Is he?
Yeah,
oh, okay.
I think so.
That'll be great to have him over.
I thought that was like I had like a Ricky flashback, but wasn't Ricky was
70.
Was he AXO though back in that time?
Yeah, second year of Pro Circuit.
Yeah,
so he was 768, then 70.
Yep.
Speaking of loading ramps at firepower.com, Michelin. I want to thank the folks at Michelin, michelinman.com/motorcycle. I took my Starcross 6s to 6 moto finishes between 12th and 19th at Glen Helen with my Starcross 6s. I'm sure probably sold a bunch of those too. Soft intermediate range.
Was it because of the photos of you riding in them?
Yeah.
Okay.
Medium, soft, medium hard versions. Please check out Michelin. Also, they got the new mountain bike tires, which mountain bike news coming from Fly Racing soon. Yep. Stay tuned. But speaking of mountain bikes, the mountain bike guys at Michelin have taken their E-Wild and their DH series of tires, combined them into a new E-Wild E-mountain bike tire I've been putting on my Intense Tasers. Works really well, so stiffer sidewall, same great pattern up top as the normal E-Wilds, and then so they got the new E-Wild series for their mountain bikes. Check it out if you can at Michelin. And speaking of mountain bikes, MTX Braking as well, mtxbraking.com. Code is PulpMX. They got brake pads for Mavens now. If you got SRAM Mavens, they got Shimano's, they got the regular SRAMs. Make your mountain bike and road bike brakes better, more power, better modulation. 2 compounds. The red is the one I use, but they have gold as well. 800 power sports dealers carry mtxbraking.com. If you need mountain bike pads, MTX Braking, use the code PulpMX. Thank you to those guys. X-Brand Goggle Tear-Offs coming up. Mitchell Oldenburg as well. Okay, so question for Supercross. What's your biggest question mark? Biggest question you have going in 2025 Supercross? JT, I'll start with you.
Don't start with me.
Okay, Daniel Blair, I'll start with you.
Does Hayden Deegan sweep 250 Supercross?
Oh, wow.
And
That's
I'm
where you're
being
at.
dead serious.
Yeah, you are.
Yep.
I can see that you are.
And it's not like the odds are there because obviously things happen, but in reality,
Sweep it.
Sweep it.
Okay.
It's been. I mean, guys have won all but one, all but two, all
We've
but.
had 2 sweeps in Supercross history.
And
Ricky and
Denny? No.
Barsha missed by 1.
Chad
I
lost
know that.
1. Chad lost
Chad
1
missed by
also.
1.
I feel like there's been 2. Oh, James. James
yeah.
did win
all?
Yeah, James
Yeah.
won 1.
And the reason I say that is, and this is revisionist history, but I believe Deegan would have won Supercross if he wasn't hurt last year. If his wrist wasn't hurt. Coming in.
Well, I mean, I don't know. First turn crash, Detroit.
I still think the whole thing would have just been different. For him.
I would say you're probably on that.
Yeah.
And the funny part is that they were downplaying the whole thing the whole time, and I'm like,
and we all knew. Everyone knew.
I know,
It's
and we just pushing back again, and I'm like, I'm telling you, this is not enough time to be ready.
Yeah.
And I understand their side; they don't want anybody to think they have a leg up or any of that. But for anybody who's gone through as many injuries as you or I have, it's really hard to tell me something that I don't already know.
Yeah,
like you're
exactly.
telling me something I lived through time and time and time again, and you're telling me that's not a factor. I'm like, okay, but I don't agree because I've done this too many times, and my life experience is telling me everything opposite of that. So to your point, you're probably right.
So you're not even calling championship. You're calling Willie sweep.
I think he'll sweep him, including all 3 showdowns. So, and the reason I say it is his mentality, as you saw up close and personal this summer a lot. He truly, truly wants to crush people and like hurt their feelings. He's not trying to win titles by doing it the right, getting the points and playing. I think he truly wants to smash everybody, and I just think he's gonna. I've always thought he's better at Supercross and outdoor, even though the outdoor stuff did come a little bit sooner. He's been on Supercross track since he was on 50. And I don't think we've even seen his full potential indoors yet. And I just feel like he's going to beat. I mean, if he falls, they'll beat him. But if he doesn't fall, he'll win everyone.
My caveat to that, the yes or no for me. Sweeping's hard. That's why it's only been done twice. If he has a chance at it, and if he does it, I will look back and say that the work that they've done in the off season, whether with Christian Craig or whoever in the whoops, will be the deciding factor. If he takes a step in the whoops,
because he's always been a little behind there.
It's not
little bit.
It's not bad.
Yeah,
it's the weakest part of his repertoire.
Yeah.
And that's not a terrible thing. It's not like a glaring hole or deficiency.
We think he's doing East, and we got open air stadiums, and we got 9 whoops, so it doesn't even need to be that.
Why is that? Why would he do
West.
East?
I was already told he's doing West.
I just don't see how any value
you
would never put the lead dude on the East.
I don't know. I'm with you. I'm with you.
I was told he's doing West.
Okay.
It's just that Anaheim. There's no way.
But if he does it,
I agree.
That whoops thing has to be better.
Yeah.
It has to be better.
But I feel like if you saw what he did last year, going with Chad and working on sand and going to Tomax for a while and then going to Kenny, they are eliminating every problem in the program. And you're right. What do? They bring in the whoop god to work with him now. So if he fixes that and not only becomes like good at it, but maybe great at it, which physically he has
the skill set for it. There's no doubt.
Yeah, and I feel like he's a Supercross specialist phenom that we haven't even got to see it all the way yet, and I think you're going to all see it heavy.
All right, Anthony, question?
I kind of got 2. First one would be how Prado does just coming over here.
Okay.
I think that can go 2 ways. I mean, obviously this year we started out our year with a bunch of mutters where he was able to do really good. So it'd be interesting to see, how he transforms from champion of MXGP and coming over here. The other would be probably just on our 450 side. We have 5 world champions lining up, and the health of them. Like, we have some years where all of our top 5 guys are out by mid-year. To the last race.
They made the whoop change to help that, and it did.
Yeah.
It did keep people healthy, right?
Yeah, so it'd be interesting to see if we can keep those 5 champs all year round. We're gonna have a lot of good racing.
Series is better off for it. Yeah. We talked about this on our show maybe a month ago. I had someone tell me, I think it was Motocross the Nations, that they thought Jorge Prado would be a top 5 guy for the Supercross, and I'm like,
next year?
Yeah, and I'm just like, no. I didn't think he was that impressive. He was just okay, and that's fine. Jumping in, like I you know,
he could take a big step and still not be a top 5.
Yeah, he could be way better and still be 7-8
that's what I mean. Like,
all day. So
he's got some work to do. You just can't do that right away. I mean, you just think just got the phone with Cooper Webb. We got the Lawrence brothers. You got Aaron Plessinger, who nobody even thinks about Aaron Plessinger. He was really great last year. You got Tomac and Roxon, and you know, so.
No one even thinks about Anderson.
No,
that guy super legit.
Yeah, so that guy that does Nations, I was like, you know what I mean, a little bit on that. So
do you feel everyone's expectations are always a little out of whack internally? You always want the most, but do you think their expectation would be for him to come out and do anything special indoors, or just
stay alive,
do all 17, and then let's go outdoors,
learn, improve, stay healthy, continue.
No big dumb chances.
Well, continue building.
Yeah,
you need to continue building. Get the start sorted out. Do your thing. No outsized risk.
Yeah,
if things get dicey, it's okay to back it down.
Yeah.
It's okay to back it down. But when we show up on May 27th or whatever the hell that day is, it is on.
Yeah, that's what I think.
On.
And think about too. Is he a forever KTM frame guy? Was he a mini bike kid with them too? Because wasn't he an early Prado? He was an early.
Yeah.
So
he moved to Belgium when he was 12.
Okay, so think about him now going from that frame to that frame. It's not dramatic when some of these American kids have ridden multiple bikes growing up. Take a kid like that, he's never done it. He's going to that Cowie. That's going to be different. New people. Mm-hmm. He is still having to learn Supercross kind of for the first time. Last year was this flash of the thing to learn it quick. He still has to go through a traditional off-season with a brand-new manufacturer, learn that frame, and then going up against the nastiest top 10 I've ever seen. So
okay, my question,
expectations should be very settled. I
think my biggest question is, can Sexton be better? Like just, you know, you watch Supercross the year he won the title. Yes, it took a Tomac injury, but there was no doubt Sexton was the fastest guy every single week. The practice times, the heat races, the crashes, and then this year it took until round 17 to be the quickest guy, and he won 2 races. One of them in the mud and one of them at the end of the year when people were kind of degaff. And that's shocking that it turned out that way. So can he get the bike? Because he tells us it's the bike. And honestly, I kind of lean that way. I do lean that way a little bit. Can he get the bike better and be better? He doesn't need to win the title. Jet can win the title again. And
the starts have got to be
better. I'd write that on the board as number 1.
Yeah. So if Sexton can be better and closer,
if the starts aren't better, it doesn't even matter. I'll just go. I'll go so far to say that if he can be better, and if the starts aren't better, who cares?
Yeah,
that's extreme to say who cares. But as far as championship relevance, starts first, everything else comes after.
Maybe Lars breaks a finger and the button it's not as good.
But it wasn't even just the Honda guys; it's everybody.
Yeah, it was a lot of people, right?
Well, and it wasn't how about the Phil story from? Was it Vegas?
Yeah.
Where he's like, Chase is like, watch this practice start. And it was like, boah.
And he's like, how's that? Feels like that ain't it.
That ain't
it.
Plessinger was getting pretty decent starts a lot of
He was
time.
up there 3,
so it's
3,
not,
4.
You know, it's not like KTM does it like a Prado. They don't know how to build an engine that can get a start. There's something going on there. Yeah. Okay, so mine, I have 2.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. JT can't.
Well, I need the time. I need to sort these out. And I take these segments very seriously. That's why I'm bringing 2. That's why I'm bringing 2.
I threw out a perfect season first thing. Obviously, I don't think through these things.
Number 1, is Eli Tomac back? Is he back? Is he the guy that we saw at Motocross Nations, that we saw at Charlotte and Vegas and Fort Worth, and the guy that can go out and win every single race? He's not going to win every race, but every time the gate drops, can he win? Because we didn't see a lot of that. We haven't seen it in quite a while from him. I would say Denver of 22 was probably the last time we saw that guy up until the very end of 24. So is he back? And second,
do you think he is?
Yes, I do. I'm curious to know and learn, is that enough?
That's what
I do think he's back.
I'm with you. I think he's back. He's back to peak him now, but is that enough compared to say 4 years ago?
Is peak Tomac at 32? How old is he?
1 or 2.
Is that enough to beat Jet at 21? I don't know. We're gonna find out. That's what makes this so awesome. Second one is the Hunter Lawrence we saw in late 2024. Is that the real Hunter Lawrence we're gonna see in all of 2025? Can he maintain that level that he found somewhere? Is he that guy? Because he impressed the hell out of me. I did not see that coming. I would have never thought he would be the points leader going into the finale. It blew me away. Like I have to eat crow because I just did not see that coming. And I want to see, is that guy Is he there again? Like, does he start 25 where he left off? Because he started 24 in the worst way possible. He wasn't in the main event.
He got vinced at the opening round.
And he got better and better and better and better and literally never stopped getting better all the way through.
Yeah.
I mean, he was easily second place at the last round. Is that guy going to show up at A1 at the same level and be in the title fight? Because if he is that guy, he's a legit championship contender.
It's crazy because I could see him being second at the end of this thing, but right now I'd probably put him 5 on my power ranking coming in. I would put him there, but
which probably not fair.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I feel like 5 sounds about right for him, but then if you actually look in the details, it is a little unfair. He's actually closer to maybe 2.
The last couple of Supercrosses, he was the second best guy.
Yeah.
All the outdoors, first or second place guy when Jet went out. SMX, first or second, third place best guy. And then we're going to, by default, I'm with you. Mentally, we're going to go, 5, 6. Yeah, but that's
but it's
not
like,
fair.
wait a minute.
That's not fair.
No. I think my answers to yours are no and yes.
So
no on Tomac.
Yeah.
You're still not a believer.
No.
After I just hammered you.
A believer in what, though?
No,
A believer in
like
what?
He's older, and it's been a couple years, and
How do you feel about him going into Motocross of Nations now?
well, he was good. Yeah, he was really good. No, he was great.
So, like,
But I
nothing
just-
about that development where I'm like, you need to give this dude time. You need to let him sort of, because if he gets back to his best self, he's our best option. And then all of those things came to fruition. So you're still there.
No, well, you're talking about Supercross next year. You're talking Supercross.
Well,
so
I'm
yeah,
just saying,
yeah.
we said back.
Yeah. No, I don't think so. No, I think age.
So what do you think
catches,
happens? He gets 7th?
No, he wins a race and podiums and
All right, let me ask you this: how many wins and what place in points?
second and fourth. Two
wins,
2 and 4.
fourth in points.
Sure.
I'd almost go 4 wins. Second in points would be. I feel like second.
Age catches up.
It's
to
so
every-
weird to say
every
that.
grade.
Like,
Of
just
course
give
it
it to
does.
Jet.
Of
That's
course it
terrible.
does. What's that?
I feel like we're talking about who could get second. You hate to do that this early, but in reality, between Webb and Tomac and Sexton and Hunter, it's like that's such a nasty little pack. Like if Jet decided he just hated dirt bikes and just flew away and never raced again, the battle for the championship is the nastiest thing I've probably ever seen coming in. And he makes it a little weird because it kind of feels like he may be alone.
Some people were on the Jet thing early, Daniel.
It's damn
Some
straight.
people were on that early.
Damn
Sure
straight. And that's right when Deegan sweeps.
Yeah.
Remember what episode number, Marks?
Yeah.
I don't know, 607 or something?
607.
I have no idea.
JG just pulled that out.
607.
He doesn't know.
It's 6 something.
605.
Yeah,
Oh.
605.
Close.
Mark it.
Close.
All right, coming up on our next guest here. It should be interesting. Supercross 2025. I just want to see if Sexton's better, man. I just can't believe what we saw at the end of 2023 and then what we saw all of 2024.
I mean, he was Pro Motocross champion.
Yeah, I just
With some of his best ever outdoor rides. But indoors, he was
best
not.
ever outdoor ride?
Some of his best moto. He had a few hang
He won the finale.
Hang
he won Salt Lake. He wasn't terrible. He wasn't terrible.
And he had moments. I'm saying special.
Supercross.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, definitely wasn't terrible.
Okay.
No.
He
And
seemed
then
like he didn't want to take any chances indoors. He was like so careful all the time.
Listen, and when you interview him after the races, and even when you shut the recorder off, he tells you to give me the bike. If I can get the bike, where I need it to.
Yeah. Who's his mechanic going to be?
Good question. Yeah.
Oh yeah, because it's not Kyle Defoe. He retired too.
He did?
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
out.
he Instagram posted.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Retired.
Oh.
Like last week or something.
Oh, okay. Like retired or just
Well,
quit?
Yeah, he kinda
said
said
he's going
different
off the road.
things.
I don't
Okay.
know.
Yeah.
Like, who knows,
Yeah,
right? KTM
right.
could have said, "Hey,
Yeah.
I don't have any."
You know
clue
what? Maybe
what's
that's why
going on."
Chase texted me the other day.
Do you have no.
Really?
I
I mean,
will bet or promise anything on God's green earth. That is not why he texted.
he didn't
Yeah.
say, but maybe dust the wrenches off. Was I the greatest mechanic? No. That's true too. By the way, our next guest brought to you by the folks at Wiseco. Pulp24 is a code to save with Wiseco. You know who uses Wiseco? Lars at Honda. Seems like
Okay.
the bikes work pretty well with
Is
Wiseco
that, what, is
pistons.
that what the start button device has? A little Wiseco piston in there?
It's a piston.
I
Yeah.
bet they run right off the
And
shelf.
when you
Right
touch,
Wiseco right off the shelf.
you said it from your mouth to
problem.
God's ears.
No problem.
Pulp24 is a code to save, whether it's cast or forged pistons. They got the Racer Elite connecting rods as well. Garage Buddy engine rebuild kits. Wiseco.com. Check it out. 2 and 4 stroke stuff, jet ski stuff as well. They got snowmobile stuff, Anthony, which is going to start snowing in Boise, so you can get a Wiseco piston for your snowmobile.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I think our whole industry needs a good snow season,
Yeah.
especially in the east.
Bringing you our next guest here. He is the newest signee of the Beta team. Looking forward to seeing this gentleman full-time in 450 Supercross next year. I saw him in Vancouver as well. Mitchell Oldenburg, what's up, man? How are you?
I'm good. How you guys doing?
I'm good. Thank you for the time tonight. Really appreciate it. Congrats on the Beta ride. How how'd it come together? Take us through the process. You've been at Moto Concepts the last few years. Take us through the process of signing with these guys.
Yeah, it's kind of came obviously this summer. Actually, Jesse Nelson kind of called me out of nowhere.
Okay.
I talk to him every once or twice a year, basically, just checking in and stuff. But he called me out of nowhere, and because he's from Paso, where Beta is, and was just like, man, I think this would be a really good fit for you. And just basically said, I think you should come ride the bike, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, yeah, it sounds kind of cool. And then literally like 2 days later, Carlin Gardner called me and asked if I'd be interested. And I was telling him, like, yeah, I talked to Jesse, and he thought it'd be a good idea too. And he's like, Jesse who?
Wow, so it really was like both of them at the same,
Yeah, so it kind of came out of nowhere, and I said, yeah, I'm interested and would love to ride the bike before I make any decisions. So they said, no problem. I flew out there a weekend in July and spent a day on the bike and was pretty stoked with it. I felt like I could make it work and put it in a good spot, and kind of just snowballed from there, and here we are, November. Spent a good month on it in September, and kind of been going back and forth with the Rick Ware stuff with Worlds, and just seeing where it takes us.
Nice, yeah, nice. Listen, Benny made that thing look really good last year, more than a few times, and looking forward to seeing you on it. By the way, I threw your name out there to a very important person at Beta also, and they told me, we don't want a World Supercross guy because we need them to ride and test in the off season. And so I was like, okay, but Freckle. I was like, get Oldenburg. I'll show you the text. I was all about it early on. Now, obviously, they changed their mind, which is fine. But I was Team Oldenburg for Beta early on. So,
no, I appreciate that.
first, and for you, Mitchell, full-time 450 Supercross is what you wanted to do.
Yep. Yeah, it was kind of it's kind of that point. I mean, probably past that point.
I was going to say past that point, but okay.
Yeah, but I was still making a decent living racing the 250, so it was hard. Mm-hmm. But kind of another point in my life, in my career, where it's like I'm racing dirt bikes the way I want to do it, or I'm not racing dirt bikes at all, and kind of just left it up to work itself out, and thankfully it did. So yeah, full-time 450. I'm done on a 250. Never going back on one.
Are you testing and riding it now, or just full WSX program?
Yeah. So like I said, I spent September on it. Was on the Rick Ware bike in October, and then I've got a week. This will be my last week on the Beta until Worlds is done.
Okay.
So.
And I saw the press release. Some SMX and motocross, hopefully, is the plan.
Yep. We'll see.
Yeah.
Hopefully SMX. I don't know about outdoors.
Come on, Freckle.
I love how all these riders get to that 1 year and they finally go, he's finally there. Where typically you're still trying to find a way outdoors, get going in the summer, and then there's that 1 year.
Well, but if
it all changes,
if you crush it in Supercross and you got enough points. Now you're watching outdoors being like, how's that guy doing? Do I need to load up or not?
Man, it looks hot there.
Yeah. Never paid attention to 18th so much.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like for me, like, I don't know, it's the same amount of work to do a couple outdoors than it is to do all of them. So like for me, if I'm going to do all that work, like let's do them all. Like either do them all or I'm not doing any of them kind of thing. Right. But I understand it from the team's point too. Like it's way more work for them to do. 12 outdoors than it is 3. But
what did you think of the bike? Like, listen, but nobody listens to this show, so don't worry about it. What did you like about it? What did you think it did well, and what do you think it needs to work on a little bit?
So basically, like I said, I spent the month in September out in California, and I don't know. I felt like I got it in a good spot, but the track was just. I mean, it was still 100 and something degrees outside. It was hard to keep water in the track. Like the track just wasn't that great. But anyways, leaving there in September, I was like, man, we got it in a pretty decent spot, but I spent last week on it back home here in Texas and had some really good dirt and some really good days, and I was just kind of blown away with just how good it turns and how good I can get it to work. 2017 was kind of what I always go back to. My last year on the KTM was kind of that feeling that I've been searching for on a dirt bike. Like that was like when I felt my best on a motorcycle. Unfortunately, I was hurt a lot that year, but like I just felt like I could get the motorcycle to do what I wanted it to do. And that's kind of what I've been searching for. And I don't know if it's the steel frame or just the geometry of this bike. It feels a lot like the KTM Husky, the Austrian brand, which I think is what I'm realizing now is kind of the feel that I like. So, man, last week I was just like, wow, like I got this bike in a really good spot right now, and I'm really having a lot of fun riding and doing motos on it. So now that could change, 10 different times leading into the season, but right now I'm pretty happy with where we got it.
How does Benny Bloss feel about being the number 2 rider on the team? Have we talked to Benny? Have we checked in with Benny at all? I don't know.
Savage.
That was a bit harsh.
No, absolutely. No, listen, Freckle, I've always been a fan of yours, especially like Pulp Fantasy when you would moonlight in 450 side. I would pick you, and handicap would be higher. But I would watch you, and you would kind of cruise because you're like, hey, I'm 5th in the 250 points or whatever, and I got that series to do well in. So I love racing 450s and making some money and doing all right. But and you confirm this to me, Oldenburg, that in a 450 main event, you're like, okay, I'm 13th, I'm 14th. Let's just bring this thing home. Now you don't have to worry about that so much.
Yeah. I think I was always just kind of riding and racing to where I felt like I fit in the class. Which now is kind of closing. Like the goal is to like close the gap to the next group in front of me.
Sure.
Which, I mean, dude, some weekends it can be Anderson or Barsha, and some weekends it can be like you just never know, right? Like those guys can win some weekends and they can be 10th the next. It's just kind of crazy how deep the field is. But yeah, I mean, I'm just looking forward to getting some consistency in racing. It's been I've only done one full season, and that was that year in 22 on Moto Concepts where I did the 250 one coast, 450 the other, but I raced every single weekend. And I just feel like I do better with the consistency of racing and just kind of getting some momentum rolling and just stacking up the races. I feel like I get better as the year goes on, and I'm just able to really make progress rather than, racing 3 races and then taking 6 weeks off and racing again. And I just find it hard for me to get some momentum rolling with that. So, I don't really know what to expect this year. The number one goal every year is to be at every single race and race every single main event, and that will always be the goal. But once we start kind of getting into it, I think I can do pretty good. So, yeah.
Hey, Mitch, what did it feel like to take Vince out?
Was that my fault though? I don't really feel like it was.
Oh, no one cares. Everyone's fine with it. How did it feel though? Like coming up, leading in, the contact part. Just walk all of us through that, please.
I mean, I don't know. Like Vince is I'm good buddies with Vince. I don't have any issues with Vince.
Prior to that.
Well, I mean, we talked afterwards, and he seemed cool with it. But I'd be kind of dumb to not be aware of
moving forward.
Yeah, but I've kind of always felt that way racing Vince. Like when we were teammates, like I'd be ignorant to think that he's going to race me any different than anybody else. And I don't expect him to race me any different than anybody else. I think there's Vince. You have to be very smart and planned out around Vince, and if you're not, you will end up on the ground, and that's just the way he races.
But here's the deal. He ended up on the ground, and you did not. So my question is, was that I'm coming up the inside, and then, oh, no, he's cutting down? Or was that, we'll see what happens here? Like, again, I want to know where our thoughts were going into that.
Well, like the 3-4 corners before that, him and Joey were kind of like dinking with each other.
Oh, really?
To where I was like, I don't know how this is going to happen, and the jumping into that rhythm lane before it, they kind of like stopped, and I doubled in, and I almost landed into the back of Joey. So it was kind of just like I knew Joey was going to take him high, but I just expected Vince to kind of ride around the top, and I was just putting my bike at the bottom of the berm to hopefully get them both, because I thought they would just slow down enough in the turn where I could sneak around the inside of both of them. But yeah, Vince cut down pretty quick, and I was just there. Yeah, it kind of sucks the way it turned out, I guess. But dude, like those races are so chaotic. Like so much happened that night. I don't know what happened in what main event. And it was just so fast of an evening. But
I feel like that exact exchange happened like at an Anaheim. It'd be responded to differently by the fan base.
Right.
Like not a lot of people even probably know what we're talking about, but
World Supercross.
World Supercross. Mitch took Vince out.
Yeah.
And that's like,
well,
that's for JT and I and some of us ex-racers that lived it. We all have a little soft spot for anyone that takes Vince out. So I'm just saying.
Vince, like I've defended Vince more than these two guys, and I don't, everything that he does I don't think is on purpose and dirty. But in Vancouver, I was like going, Vince, you are costing yourself time and costing yourself, because here comes Freckle or here comes whoever, because you're doing this fucking dildo thing with Joey Savacci. Like, stop it. Let him by, duck in behind him. But Vince is coming on the inside, and then all of a sudden he sees Joey. I'm going out. Like, dude, stop it. Race the guy. Like, it's just classic. I was just going.
I feel like Joey just got roped into a physical act that he may not want to sign up for.
Yeah.
That sounded like a lot.
Maybe. But
I've weirdly gotten over the Vince thing because for me it was so long ago, and now as a fan he kind of entertains, if we're being honest. JT he's not moved on from the past that much.
My problem is I'm cool with Vince off the bike. Like, if Vince was here, I'm totally cool.
And he's actually pretty cool to talk to.
Racing against him, and when I watch him race, I just shake my head. I'm like, what are you doing? That's not cool. You can't do that. So when somebody takes him out, I'm like, I don't condone it, but I'm also, I kind of get it. I kind of get it.
Yeah, I think Vince gets it too. Vince understands it. If you take him out, I think Vince goes, okay. I get it. Like, I don't think he's fuming mad.
He's not one of the ones that's like, I can't believe somebody would hit me.
Like classic Barsha. What? What? Like Barsha.
Bowers was that way, too. Bowers would take 10 people out, and then one person hits him back. He was in the office complaining. I was like, what? You've killed half the people here.
And Bam was always like
Bam
that, too.
too.
Like, Bam's just like.
He's never done anything wrong.
Just some good racing, man. Anyways.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Mitch, what gear are you going to wear next year? Do you know? Is that done or?
Not officially done, but I'm 99% sure I'm going to be in canvas and a rye helmet.
Okay.
Pretty much the same look as last year.
Yeah. Okay.
Hey, Mitchell, I heard you guys are going to run Bridgestones. Is that true?
Yep.
Really? You got to ride. I mean, that's, if you go back in the history of the sport for newer, like Bridgestone used to be
dominate
everything,
dude,
right? They won every championship. They had
404.
Everybody wanted to be on Bridgestones, and only the best of the best teams could be on them. So that's kind of an interesting development. Have you got to spend any time on them yet?
Yeah. Pretty much the last couple of weeks in September I was on them, and then I've been on them ever since I started riding the bike, like last week. But I was actually on Bridgestones in 2020 with Penrite Honda.
Okay.
Which Firepower now, but yeah, so I think they got a new tire out since then that I tried. I seem to like them. I'm pretty picky with my front tire and that front end feel, but yeah, nothing really popping out at me yet that I don't like about them. But
everybody used to rave about the front tire and then the rear tire and the whoops. That I just remember because I couldn't get them.
Yeah.
So I used to ask them all the time, "What's so good about these damn things?" Because all you guys, Ferry, whoever, Reed, you guys would marry a Bridgestone tire if they were willing.
Yeah, it was the tire to have for sure. So, yeah, that'll be interesting to see that. Weisco Piston bringing you Mitchell Oldenburg here on the show. Pulp24, the code is saved. If you want something from Weisco, use the code. Mitchell, thank you for the Arby's jersey from World Supercross. I had it on studio last week. I still got it here. I got to hang it up. How is the Rick Ware thing going with World Supercross? How did they balance it with the beta thing and beta with Rick Ware and all that, and you jumping between the bikes and getting ready? Like you said, you parked the beta now till the end of WSX, but how's that whole process been?
Yeah, it's been good so far. It was a little bit of a
ball up,
a challenge. Yeah, a challenge just getting everyone on the same page before I got the beta deal done. You know, we just wanted to make sure everything was spelled out, written down, everyone was okay with the way we were going to approach the next couple months as far as riding which bike when and so on. Out of respect for the Rick Ware guys, I wanted to kind of hold off on announcing it until after the first round of WSX, which was agreed upon, and everything was good. So for me, like, dude, it's a dirt bike. Like, they're all the same for the most part. They got two wheels, an engine, and some handlebars. So I've always been pretty good about jumping back and forth between 250, 450, Cowie, Honda, KTM, whatever brand, right? Like, I just remember amateur, I was racing, super minis, 125s, and 250Fs all in a weekend. So it's not really anything crazy for me to be switching back and forth. So, and I actually been enjoying it too, because I find things that I kind of like that the Cowie does, and then I find things that I like that the Beta does, and trying to just kind of get both bikes set up the way I want them to. So, it's been awesome. The Rick Ware guys have been sweet. Obviously, we only got one race in so far, but we go to Australia. I leave in a week, and looking to close out that series strong and hopefully get on that podium and maybe be closer to Kenny and Eli. I don't really know. That's kind of the goal, is just to inch closer to those guys every time I get on the track and see where we can be when this thing's said and done. But Did the world guys? I know in talking to you and Eli, I'm talking to everybody pretty much after they want to rejig the program a little bit to give you guys a bit more time, space it out a little bit, maybe do SX1, SX2, and rotate that. Like, has there been talk about them monkeying with the program, I should say, to help you guys? I haven't heard a thing, to be honest with you. Yeah. I didn't even know what the program was for Canada until like the week before.
Okay,
so,
all right. Yeah. I think they're going to work on it. I think they're going to fix it.
I hope so. Yeah. I think I'm not a fan of the back-to-back stuff. It's too much, and I think there's not enough time for any mishaps, like a red flag or
start hook
problems.
Start hook issue.
Start hook problem. That was an issue in Canada. So, I don't like the back-to-back stuff. For me, too, like, I'm not a fan of the shorter racing, but I get it because it makes the racing more exciting, especially when we have some smoother, faster tracks like we normally have had for Worlds. I think Canada was the exception with that. But, I mean, I don't know. I guess we'll see here next week.
Yeah. And you're going to stay in Texas. You're going to be obviously you'll have to go out to Paso to do some testing, and you'll ride there maybe before Anaheim's or whatever. But basically, Mitchell, you think you'll be based in Texas?
Yep. That was kind of the plan. That's kind of something that was a non-negotiable for me. I'm 30 now. Got a wife and 3 kids now. Just had a baby last week. So it's full-blown. I don't feel like it's fair for me to be moving my family around, put my kids in different schools every year. So I got to be home. This is where I'm going to be when I'm done racing. This is where home is. So I plan on being Texas, and it's kind of cool. I've been really enjoying it. I haven't had an off season in Texas since I was on Jimmy's team in 2015.
Oh, jeez. Wow.
It's been a long time that I've been able to put some laps in and motos in Texas, and I mean, the tracks here are so good. Like, the dirt is just unbelievable.
Yeah. You're going to ride with Harlan and those guys and do all that group?
Yep. We got John Short, Grant Harlan, Henry Miller, Ryder Floyd.
Is my kid Wyatt Thurman out there? Have you seen him?
Wyatt Thurman, I have
He'd be
not.
number 10 on a KTM 250, little young kid. I know he's been riding with some of those names you just said, I think.
Okay.
He'll be around. You'll see him. He's a Texas kid.
All right.
Daniel, where are you at with the Beta's looks?
I've always thought they actually look really cool.
Me too.
They look trick.
It's a either or thing though, because I know some guys that are just like, that thing's hideous.
Yeah.
Like, and I'm like, dude, I think it looks cool. I don't know. I like the clear tank.
I've actually,
red and blue.
I've always thought they were cool looking.
I've never been really on board.
Okay, so yeah.
I applaud their effort.
Yeah.
Right. You can see Benny taking steps on the bike. I'm all in on that. Just the aesthetics have not really ever struck me.
Next year looks better.
No, I hope not. I like them this year. Don't change them.
Maybe
but what if if you already love it? Maybe we're going
in our direction.
The stratosphere from here.
Yeah.
Maybe. And blue. One fender's blue. One's red.
It looks
Sign me up.
like I said back then. It looks like they ran out of parts. And like, grab that one. What do we got?
Stop
we got this blue one.
Stop it.
Just put that on.
Daniel and I.
That looks good. We'll run that.
Daniel and I see. We're
it's good.
Yeah.
I mean,
Anthony, where are you at with the looks?
I don't know. It's kind of like when you get to the helmet side too. Like, there's that very Euro look. And I can't buy it yet.
All right. Well, listen, Mitchell, I look forward to you making Benny the number 2 rider over there. I can't wait. I'll rub my hands together.
Oh,
Weirdo.
gosh.
Hey, last year I used to go to Nichols because Nichols struggled with the bike, right? They parted ways. And I'd be like, dude, Benny's like P10, and he just got 5th in the heat. And Colt's like, dude, I can't use anything he uses, okay? he's a 6'10" like giant man.
We're not the same person.
Right. Colt, I was like, do whatever Benny's doing, and he's just like, no, dude, you don't get it. I can't. So, yeah.
No, I will say, like, dude, Seattle Supercross last year was when it kind of popped up on my radar, the beta, because I think I was battling with Adam, or I don't know, 12th, 13th. That's kind of where I always was, right? And I just saw Benny coming every lap, just a little bit closer and closer and closer, and I was like, I could not get away from him. Like, I wasn't tired. I wasn't, like, I was feeling good, and he was just getting closer every single lap, and I was like, okay, this is the best Benny I've seen.
Yeah.
And
it's on that bike. So
I mean, so it's got to be pretty good, right? Like,
I agree.
Horrible.
Yeah, look at and like, is it a factory Honda? No, but again, Benny was laying down some heaters on that thing, and
that kid knows how to ride.
I know he's a praying mantis.
I shouldn't even say kid; he's an adult, but he knows how to ride.
He's a praying mantis.
Yeah, it's pretty accurate, actually.
But no, that's where I'm at. When people, and look, again, Colt and the team didn't mesh. I get it, no problem. I get it. But when people, I'm like, dude, Benny's like good.
Yeah.
So, man, I'm happy for you, Mitchell. It's awesome. It should be a good season for you. I'm glad to have you in all 17 rounds. I think you're a really underrated rider. I'm looking forward to you, being like I said, like focused on the 450 class, unlike other times. So, yeah.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks for the time tonight, man. Really appreciate it. Thanks, Mitchell.
Thank you, guys. Yep. Good talking.
See you
later.
See ya.
That's Mitchell Oldenburg, everybody. Brought to you by the folks at Wiseco Piston. Pulp24 is the code to save with Wiseco. Yeah, I think Oldenburg's underrated, man. He's a really good rider.
You've been big on Oldenburg
I
for
have
a while.
been. From like the Jimmy Albertson days where he would pick his bike up and crash every 2 laps but go blazing fast. I was like, this kid's
I've
good.
never really paid much attention to him.
Yeah.
I see the results.
Yeah.
I know he's a great rider.
Yeah.
I remember even on the 250, like 2021, killing it.
Yeah.
When I'm watching, I'm scanning, I don't focus on him enough.
Yeah.
Like, that's on me.
Yeah.
That's a me thing. That's not
He has a way
intentional.
of kind of staying below the radar a little bit. Even when he was doing good, it was quiet a little bit.
Yeah, he got on podiums, in Troy Lee days and stuff.
Great
Yeah,
rider.
remember like Salt Lake.
Yep.
Salt Lake, I think he got a podium at the end, right? A bunch of them, didn't they?
Yeah.
McElrath too. Anyways, I'm with you. He's a great rider that you kind of forget about, and then you watch him, you're like, damn, he's good all the time.
I look at, too, like some of the equipment he's on, and when he's putting these fast times in or qualifying, and I'm like, oh, shit, okay, like, look at that bike.
But he saw, and one of the things I always look at is he's good in the whoops, like big whoops. He's good in big rhythm sections.
Yeah, he's a jumper.
Yeah, those are the signs of, like, is this guy as good as we think he is? When the track's at its most difficult and the most challenging sections, he looks the part.
Yeah, absolutely. Ethica, by the way, PulpMX 20 is the code to save Ethica. It's doing really well out there for my listeners. I got the report the other day. You guys are really using this code at Ethica, so I appreciate it. Whether it's underwear, whether it's socks, hoodies, sweatshirts, Ethica, please check out Ethica.com. PulpMX 20 is the code to save with those guys. And also Luxon clamps. I use Luxon clamps to get 6 moto finishes between 12 and 19 at the World Vets. LuxonMX.com. Phil Nicoletti, Freddie Noren also using these clamps. They are designed, engineered, and everything made in the USA. Promo code is PULP2024 with Luxon. They use advanced engineering techniques to develop products that are unlike the rest, lighter and stronger with optimized stiffness to improve your riding comfort and handling. Triple clamps are a big deal, and the guys at Luxon can make it work for you. And they got a lot of options as well for handlebar mounts and the polymer mounts in there, so you can check it out. Pulp 2024, all orders $100 or more, ship free. LuxonMX.com. We got the Race Tech Rant coming up. My rant is devoted to the Glen Helen World Vets, so I'll just give you guys a little update on that.
Where you got 12th through 19th 6 times.
6 motos and sold some gear apparently, and moved gear.
Was there only 6 motos?
Yeah.
Why don't you say
I did 2
12
classes.
to 19 every moto? Because 6 sounds like, well, was there 8 and you did it in 6 of 8? Like, I'm just saying for your own branding.
Yeah, every
like,
moto I raced.
12 to 19,
right.
every
and
single moto.
There was one where I came from dead last to get that 19th out of 37 guys. So
hard
you do
charger.
that math.
Yeah, hard charger. Just think if he doesn't get to 19, because 12 to 21 doesn't sound
No, yeah.
Doesn't sound cool.
I got the
You know what I'm
19th.
Good work.
But now some guy
Who's not big on orgies?
Some guy posted on YouTube our race, one of our races. And I was shocked to see kind of how slow we looked out there. So,
Is this the YouTube video where Mr. Side gets
the one with Mr. Side.
No fight.
Yeah.
No fight Side.
Did I show the video of Mr. Side? Oh. This guy goes by Mr. Side like he's got a tugboat.
And Mr. Side's cool, and Mr. Side seems cool with it in the video.
So Mr. Side had a rough time. Thanks to Mitchell Oldenburg and Cooper Webb for coming on the show. Really appreciate that. JT, real quick before we go to commercial break, I do want to touch. So you were in Australia filling in for JB on TV over there. Obviously, you're parachuting in and out. But what are your thoughts? That stadium looked awesome. It was literally on the ocean.
Yeah, I raced there in 05.
What did you think of that series as a whole? What was your vibe leaving that Aussie Supercross series?
So I went in pretty open-minded. They've gone through so much turmoil down there as far as just dysfunctional, different promoters. Nothing seemed to be kind of connected, and everybody working not against each other but not together. I really felt like they have the right people in place to push forward now, and they have some synergy, and everybody is pushing towards the same goals, and you could feel it, you could sense it, you could feel it. Everybody's optimistic. So I think the glory days of Australian Supercross are, whether or not they're back, they're on their way to being back. I really truly believe that, and I had a great experience. The city of Wollongong, as you mentioned, is the stadium's literally Wollongong. Yeah, it's right on the beach. It's about 45 minutes south of Sydney, and it's typical Australia. Everything's coastal there. Yeah. You know, beautiful. If you've never been to Australia, you got to go at least once. I keep telling you, you got to go at least once.
No, we're making Dalton and I are making a trip out in April.
Oh, yeah.
It is a Herculean task to get there.
Yeah.
Like, just start there. It is brutal. You're going to be questioning, is this worth it? About halfway down, because it is a long way to go. You're probably count on about, unless you live in LA, probably 24 hours door to door is probably what you're going to face at some level for most of America. But as far as the racing in the series, they're doing things the right way. They're bringing in talent. They're bringing riders down. Even the effort to get JB to go in and be in the booth, and then he had something come up, and then they moved heaven and earth to get me there. You can tell that their hearts are in the right place, and I truly think that they're the right people to get back to where because this isn't like we don't know what to do. They need to get back to where they were.
Yeah.
How you develop guys like Michael Byrne and Chad Reed and Jay Marmot and all that talent.
Caden Manier.
Yeah, but you need the series in place to allow them to have a place to go develop and then take the step from there.
Now the AusX is still the final round of the series, or it's not a standalone round, right? It's the final round of the Aussie.
It's the Open. It's basically the Open is in Melbourne.
Yeah.
So they race in Adelaide this coming weekend.
Yeah. But it's part of the series.
Yes.
But
there's a race. There's a WSX race in Perth.
Yep.
Completely separate. Yep. But then Melbourne is the finale. The end of November.
And Savacci's leading the points now.
Savacci's leading the points, and he was incredibly good. So Dino, when I watched the first race about 1 million times because I need to learn guys, and I'm not as familiar, of course, as I am with the American series.
Some say you're not familiar with American series either. Just
fair. Fair.
Some would say. Some.
YouTube would say. But I really felt like Dean was the best rider.
Okay.
Leaving the first two rounds.
He was crushing it, right?
He looked great, but man, Joey looked so good at round 3. I think it's going to be down to the end.
Yeah.
The points are incredibly tight. Even though Joey won, the points are right there. Those two they both have their strengths. Dean's starts are killing him, literally. Like, he's got to figure that out. We've been saying that for years. And if the whoops are really big and tough, which they will be for Melbourne, like they go all out for the AusX Open, the whoops will be big. That might be the decider for Dino because he has an edge there. He has an edge in the whoops, but how do those two things play out? Can Joey use his starts and get a gap that will protect him against Dino wielding that edge in big whoops?
Hey, either way, Fly Racing wins.
Yeah, but it's fantastic racing. And then SX2 McElrath, Cole Thompson, great rider. But I think when you look at McElrath, his experience, his starting prowess, he's going to be really tough.
And then those guys,
to beat.
all of your Reeves guys, pack up and go to Perth, the other side of the country, for World Supercross, and then they come back, and it's a lot going on.
But some of those guys in Australia, Luke Clout, they look good, right? You can tell they don't have the experience. Jed Beaton, they don't have the Supercross experience. Luke Clout was absolutely gassed. They did back-to-back races. He was so gassed after winning the first one that they kind of had their way with him in the back-to-back, which is experience in Supercross of just time after time, intervals, race heats.
Yeah.
Like that is a muscle memory thing that you have to do that and get used to it. But you can see there are guys that are developing. Cade Menier.
Yeah, do you think Star made a good choice there with him? He looks good. Do you think Star really found him and really?
I mean, that's credit to Daniel for developing him, but he is a type of rider that has a chance to take the step. Like those are these kids that are coming out of Australia. They have a chance of going down the path. There are other kids, the Nunn brothers. There are riders down there.
Don't say their names. Bobby will have them in the contract.
We'll see what happens, but
That's funny because the Nunn's dad texted me this week and asked me about the Yamaha. I'm like, you serious? What? Like, come on.
Yep. Seth Thomas.
How many
Seth
rounds
Thomas,
are there?
that little 85 kid's good.
How many rounds are there?
There's the
5
first
and 4
2
weekends?
were one weekend.
Okay.
3, so 5 or 6.
Okay. So
I don't know if one of them's a doubleheader.
Hey, I gotta trash my boy Menier a little bit though. I gotta tell you guys a funny story. So Vegas, we're at the finals, SMX, and we go to In-N-Out Burger after the Meniers. I gotta get In-N-Out, whatever. And we're sitting there talking. I'm like, so Ozek's, Supercross series coming up. You fired up? He's like, oh, dude, I'm ready. I can't wait. He's fired up. I said, Shane McElrath's riding 250, and like the dude's pretty dang good. And he's like, and Caden, of course, young kid. He's like, these older guys, I can't wait here. I'm bringing in the fight. He's just talking.
Yeah.
And it's funny because I'm sitting here going, dude, you're gonna get a lesson so bad from Shane. I can't even believe this. All of a sudden, the door opens at In-N-Out, and here comes Shane walking in, and I'm like, Caden. There he is. Look, right there. And he comes in, buzzed head, mustache, and I see Caden's eyes light up. And I literally like, Shane, come on over. And I brought him over, and I said, Shane, this is Caden. You're going to see him at the first Ozek Supercross. He's a really good rider. He's really aggressive, and he's excited to get in there with the pros. He can't wait. And Shane's like, oh, nice to meet you. Like, very polite,
yes,
right? Good. I can't wait to see you. I can't wait to talk to you. And he walks away, and I'm like, that dude is going to punk you so bad over there. And so now, and at the first round, Caden was faster, I think, in time qualifying.
Okay.
And then a DM came in right after. It's
right
like middle of
away.
the night for me, and it's like, since then, I've just been DMing every Shane McElrath post that comes in and just dropping it. And he has learned his lesson over the last few weeks, I think.
Shane McElrath's a grown man, and you're trying to take some of his money.
Yeah, as I said, you're literally racing for fun still,
Yeah.
and that man has bills.
Yeah, that guy took Sexton to
The end.
to the ropes
Right.
on a Supercross title.
Yeah.
Thought it was
That's good.
so
Keep it
magical.
up.
I couldn't even believe that Shane walked in, and it took 10 seconds. I was, Shane, to the table.
Good. I like that. I like to see that. That's something I would do.
That was great.
Yeah, that's great. It's fantastic.
But the thing about it is with guys like that, like McElrath he will put a game plan in place and execute down to the inch in those races. And that's the things that Menier, you can go fast and you're a great rider. But when it comes down time to go racing, when everybody locks in for the night, McElrath's like, I'm going to get the start. I'm going to put in 8 perfect laps, and the race is going to be over.
And if a lapper's in this corner, I'm going to go here.
Yep,
If a lapper's here, I'm going to go there. Yeah.
They're going to suck the life out of anybody else that's trying to win. And those are the type of things that unless you've done it for like Cade Menier, you don't even know what you're up against yet.
They haven't even experienced or even seen the things that Shane's done 100 times. Yeah. And it's like, it's a knowledge game.
It's like that movie, baseball movie, where he's like, he's pitching and he says, like, engage the mechanism. That's what a guy like McElrath's going to do to those guys. Is he's going to walk in and he is just going to execute this game plan that he's done 10 million times before. And these kids are going to be floundering around, running into each other, bouncing all over the track.
Which they do.
Missing double jumps, right?
SX2's loose over there, too. Those Australian kids are fun to watch. They go for it.
All right, everybody, we're going to go commercial break. We still got Michael Leib coming up from SMXjerseys.com. We got more examples of myself moving gear and selling gear. I'll lay that out for you as well when we come back. Going to ask Daniel Blair about what he's been up to lately and much more here on the PulpMX Show presented by Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, and Decal Works. Be right back after this commercial break, everybody.
God bless.
25 years ago, greatness was born. Since then, the only thing that mattered was riding. At motorsport.com, we've made it our #1 priority to make your next ride your best ride. With free shipping on all orders over $79, dedicated and knowledgeable gearheads, and a huge selection of parts, gear, and accessories. Now, let's get out on the track, trail, or open road and make that next ride your best ride with motorsport.com.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Racetech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Racetech doesn't just specialize in motocross. In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championships on the mantle as well. Not a racer but want to smooth out the ride on the street or add some performance to your Harley? Racetech offers a full line of suspension solutions including industry-leading built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Racetech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve Advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount.
Established in 1989, Eric Phipps had the idea to manufacture factory-styled products for the everyday rider. Working out of his garage, Eric quickly gained a reputation for producing quality products and having great customer service. In just a few short years, the factory team started calling looking for products as well, and as the saying goes, the rest is history. Fast forward to 2024 and they are on their 35th year of producing high-quality products while still providing exceptional customer service. While they are no longer working out of a small garage, they are still producing the finest products available. Teams like HRC Honda, Star Racing Yamaha, HEP Suzuki, Phoenix Honda, BarX Suzuki, AJE Motorsports, Solitaire Yamaha, and countless privateers still rely on the same quality products that are available to you too. Products like their Pro Launch start device, radiator braces, skid plates, clutch perches, and tons more continue to be a staple in the pro pits and amateur scene as well. Check all they have to offer for your ride at WorksConnection.com. Use the code PulpMX20 to save 20% off your order.
With over 80 years' experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a two-stroke or a four-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco offers race-proven components for the rest of your engine, too. From garage buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, and their CB4 thermal protection line. Wiseco is proud to be a technical partner with Factory Honda HRC for the 2023 Supercross and Motocross, driving professional-level product development that gets passed down to you. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
Rocky Ridge Trucks, your ultimate off-road vehicle capable of getting down and dirty. Rocky Ridge has a rich history and has been building custom vehicles since 1983. Proudly partnering with the finest OEMs including Chevrolet, GMC, Ford, Jeep, Nissan, and Ram, we bring you the ultimate turnkey custom truck on the market. Each vehicle is easily financed through your local dealership and, best of all, retains the factory warranty. Say goodbye to the hassles of DIY customization. No more waiting for parts, compromising ride quality, or risking voiding your warranty. Drive the vehicle you've always dreamed of today. Join the Built for the Bold family at RockyRidgeTrucks.com.
Factory Chassis Parts, established in 2018, is the home of the original high-performance FCP racing engine mount kit, designed to improve traction, handling, cornering, and feel. Used by top-level racers and race teams worldwide, including Phoenix Honda, Justin Starling, the F&H MXGP Kawasaki team, Rock River Yamaha, and many more. CNC machine parts out of high-quality aluminum and titanium. They are easy to install and bring drastic improvements right away. Stop by fcpracing.com to learn more and order today.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning Factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
I'm Cooper Webb, and I choose OGO.
I'm Christian Craig.
I'm Dean Wilson.
I'm Aaron Plessinger.
I'm Jerry Martin.
I'm Nate Thrasher.
I'm Shane McElrath.
I'm Hunter Lawrence.
My name's Jett Lawrence.
I'm Jordan Smith.
I'm Tal Hawkins.
Stargate Hampshire.
I'm Hayden Deegan.
I'm Colt Nichols, and I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Tom Biala. I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Jiren Ferrandis, and I choose OGO.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Gregg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp 2024 for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 50 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage in 1973, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhaust 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF. Over 50 years of American-made power.
Hi, it's Tomax superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle. And then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, too, make sure to follow @Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Attention riders, welcome aboard the all-new Atlas Vision.
We hope you enjoy the added mobility, quicker flight time, and additional views. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. The first thing you will notice is the added headroom. The fore and aft positions no longer come with annoying restrictions, so feel free to move about the cabin. Quicker flight times can be achieved by unmatched comforts and unencumbered movements. Yes, we're built for speed and comfort. And now available to all customers is a 360 panoramic view. Go ahead and look around the cabin. These new angles are available at no additional charge. Located on the underside of the frame is the gold standard of impact absorption, D3O. In the event we accidentally take a trip to Indonesia, we suggest that you remain with your neck in the underextended position and allow this proven material to do its job by reducing the forces over 50% better than ever before. Although the Atlas Vision will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your vision first, and then assist the other person with a prodigy, tyke, or brole. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. We remind you that Atlas makes flexible neck protection. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position with your elbows up and hips fully unlocked, whatever that means. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Vision. Enjoy the views.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
25 years ago, greatness was born. Since then, the only thing that mattered was riding. At motosport.com, we've made it our #1 priority to make your next ride your best ride. With free shipping on all orders over $79, dedicated and knowledgeable gearheads, and a huge selection of parts, gear, and accessories. Now, let's get out on the track, trail, or open road and make that next ride your best ride with motosport.com.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
Rocky Ridge Trucks, your ultimate off-road vehicle capable of getting down and dirty. Rocky Ridge has a rich history and has been building custom vehicles since 1983. Proudly partnering with the finest OEMs including Chevrolet, GMC, Ford, Jeep, Nissan, and Ram, we bring you the ultimate turnkey custom truck on the market. Each vehicle is easily financed through your local dealership and, best of all, retains the factory warranty. Say goodbye to the hassles of DIY customization. No more waiting for parts, compromising ride quality, or risking voiding your warranty. Drive the vehicle you've always dreamed of today. Join the Built for the Bold family at RockyRidgeTrucks.com.
Hi, it's Tomax Superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle, and then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, too, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Established in 1989, Eric Phipps had the idea to manufacture factory-styled products for the everyday rider. Working out of his garage, Eric quickly gained a reputation for producing quality products and having great customer service. In just a few short years, the factory team started calling looking for products as well, and as the saying goes, the rest is history. Fast forward to 2024, and they are on their 35th year of producing high-quality products while still providing exceptional customer service. While they are no longer working out of a small garage, they are still producing the finest products available. Teams like HRC Honda, Star Racing Yamaha, HEP Suzuki, Phoenix Honda, BarX Suzuki, AJE Motorsports, Solitaire Yamaha, and countless privateers still rely on the same quality products that are available to you too. Products like their Pro Launch start device, radiator braces, skid plates, clutch perches, and tons more continue to be a staple in the pro pits and amateur scene as well. Check all they have to offer for your ride at WorksConnection.com. Use the code PulpMX20 to save 20% off your order.
The power of fun. Celebrating over 50 years of ear-to-ear wheelies. Half a century. It's pretty cool to see how far we've come. When I started the Flying Machine Factory back in 1973, we were just a bunch of California kids obsessed with racing motocross. The faster we went, the more fun we had. Throughout the decades, one thing has never changed. We come to work every day to help make riding dirt bikes more fun for everybody. The sound, the smell, and the feeling you get from twisting the throttle is something that can't be replaced. It's been one heck of an adventure innovating, engineering, manufacturing, riding, and racing. Thank you for being part of our family-owned and operated business, and we look forward to celebrating you here at the race and continuing to deliver quality products. Don Emler, owner and founder of FMF Racing.
I'm Cooper Webb, and I choose OGO.
I'm Christian Craig.
I'm Dean Wilson.
I'm Aaron Plessinger.
I'm Jerry Martin.
I'm Nate Thrasher.
I'm Shane McElrath.
I'm Hunter Lawrence.
My name's Jett Lawrence.
I'm Jordan Smith.
I'm Tallon Hawkins.
Stargate Hampshire.
I'm Hayden Deegan.
I'm Colt Nichols, and I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Tom Diallo. I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. I'm Jiren Ferrangis, and I choose OGO.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Racetech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Racetech doesn't just specialize in motocross. In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championships on the mantle as well. Not a racer but want to smooth out the ride on the street or add some performance to your Harley? Racetech offers a full line of suspension solutions including industry-leading built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Racetech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve Advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount.
Factory Chassis Parts, established in 2018, is the home of the original high-performance FCP racing engine mount kit, designed to improve traction, handling, cornering, and feel. Used by top-level racers and race teams worldwide, including Phoenix Honda, Justin Starling, the F&H MXGP Kawasaki team, Rock River Yamaha, and many more. CNC machined parts out of high-quality aluminum and titanium. They are easy to install and bring drastic improvements right away. Stop by fcpracing.com to learn more and order today.
With over 80 years' experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a 2-stroke or a 4-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons, from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco offers race-proven components for the rest of your engine, too. From garage buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, and their CB4 thermal protection line. Wiseco is proud to be a technical partner with Factory Honda HRC for the 2023 Supercross and Motocross, driving professional-level product development that gets passed down to you. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Greg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport, and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp 2024 for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
Attention riders! Welcome aboard the all-new Atlas Vision. We hope you enjoy the added mobility, quicker flight time, and additional views. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. The first thing you will notice is the added headroom. The fore and aft positions no longer come with annoying restrictions, so feel free to move about the cabin. Quicker flight times can be achieved by unmatched comforts and unencumbered movements. Yes, we're built for speed and comfort. And now available to all customers is a 360 panoramic view. Go ahead and look around the cabin. These new angles are available at no additional charge. Located on the underside of the frame is the gold standard of impact absorption, D3O. In the event we accidentally take a trip to Indonesia, we suggest that you remain with your neck in the underextended position and allow this proven material to do its job by reducing the forces over 50% better than ever before. Although the Atlas Vision will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your vision first, and then assist the other person with a Prodigy, Tyke, or Brole. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. We remind you that Atlas makes flexible neck protection. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position with your elbows up and hips fully unlocked, whatever that means. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Vision. Enjoy the views.
Yeah, everybody, welcome back. PulpMX Show presented by motorsport.com and Fly Racing. And Decal Works, flyracing.com. Use code PulpMX when you're checking out to Save on Fly Racing. Daniel Blair, Anthony Armsby from marketing manager there at WPS is in studio. JT's getting a coffee. He'll join us right away. Oh, wait, sorry.
He left. He went to the gym.
He went to the gym?
Yes.
He had workout to do?
He had to get in a set.
Because we have Anthony here, and because we have JT here, and because we have Cooper Webb, and they're signed a multi-year deal, the guys at Fly have promised to give away a set of gear tonight. And Anthony, we're going to do a complete set of gear with a helmet, with a Formula helmet. Any line they want, whatever. Just whatever works.
Any line, any graphic.
Okay.
Helmet too?
Helmet too, bro.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yep. Formula S.
Formulas ain't cheap.
They're good.
Oh, they're really good. I can't wait till Webb tries one.
Yeah.
I can't wait.
You know the best thing is now, JT, you need to know this too for future emails. My son and I wear the same size helmet now, which means we're going to have all the colors. You know what I mean? Like you get more when you share a size with someone. So, JT, you can just change this to one single size.
Okay. All right, yeah. So what we're going to do for that is because it's a big prize, and I don't want to just do it to the live people because we have more people listening to the archive. So let's do contest at PulpMXshow.com and just put Fly Gear in the subject line, and we need to see an invoice, a receipt from 2024. Could be January, could be November, whatever it is, of you purchasing some Fly Racing product. Can be anything. Firepower, let's extend it to Firepower.
Yep.
Firepower, Fly Racing, contest at PulpMXshow.com. Send us a photo of a receipt of some purchases you've made from Fly or Firepower in this 2024 calendar year, and we will pick someone at random to win pants, jersey, gloves, and a Formula S helmet from Fly Racing. So sounds good. Yeah.
If I'm a parts guy at a dealer, I'm printing out like 50 invoices with Fly, just sending them all in there and just not telling that guy.
Yeah, just not telling the guy.
So be ready for that, Steve.
Just
You're welcome,
try,
everybody.
Yeah.
What the hell happened?
Just try to be honorable.
Working on the
this.
honor system.
Yeah. We're trying to work on the honor system here. But yeah, so thanks to the folks at Fly Racing. We're going to give that away, and to a lucky archive listener and or live if you want. But contest at PulpMXshow.com. And show us that receipt of something from Fly. And if you bought it because of me, just make a note in there too as well. I'll pass that on to Anthony and JT, and we can keep those going. So looking forward to a contingency program as well at some point here for my racing.
Oh, for your racing?
Yeah.
You think 12 to 19 is gonna
depends how many,
big payoff for you?
I mean, how many entries? There are a lot of entries. There's over 40 guys.
That's a part of the equation.
Sure.
Okay.
That's how Glen Helen based their trophies back.
Okay.
By the way, renthal.com. Love these guys. We have Factory Honda, Factory Kawasaki, using Renthal products, Red Bull, KTM as well, of course. From the 7/8 bar that JT and I used to use back in the day to the Twin Wall bar and Fat bar now, of course, renthal.com. And check out their dealer. They got a dealer inventory locator on their website. Really cool deal for the USA only. You can see what the dealers down the street are carrying for stock. And also they have a bar bend chart as well that you can measure up another competing brand of bar and see what the Renthal one that works for you. So thanks to the folks at Renthal for coming on board. All right, X-Brand goggle tear-offs. Let's do this. EKSbrand.com. Pulp 2024 is code to save.
It's the X-Brand Tear-Off segment. 15-second rapid-fire
Okay, we
Q&A.
extended this to 30 seconds, but JT, 30 seconds
All right.
on the clock. X-Brand goggles, choice of champions everywhere. Great to see the X-Brand guys on Freddie Norn and Kyle Chisholm and many, many riders out there, and GNCC champions and winners as well. So thanks to the folks at X-Brand goggles. Pulp Show 24 is the code to save with X-Brand. Lucid goggles, great. And these questions submitted by Corey Moser. You guys familiar?
Heard of him.
Yeah?
Heard of him.
Okay.
He did just buy a Fly Racing helmet, though. So yes, I will claim him.
Wait,
he just bought his daughter a Fly
Did
Racing
he buy
helmet.
it, or did he took a picture of it? Like, was he?
No, he bought it.
Was
Yeah,
he
yeah.
trying it
He
on at
even
a dealer?
said I'm supporting
he did?
my
Okay.
friends and their companies.
Okay. All right. Let's do this, Marks.
All right, Daniel, we'll start with you. Which rider that you've lost to Star hurt the most?
Good God, dude.
Just get this one over with here for you.
I mean, he asked about Davies, so I'm thinking Davies.
No, I mean, if we're being honest about it, go back to the beginning. Probably Dak Spenick. I was most upset over that one, for sure.
All right. You might be getting it back.
I'm trying. I guess if we go there, I've reached out.
I don't. Hey, remember he podiumed his very first race? Now granted, that was Detroit. It was a big, chaotic race. Lots of shit happened.
You're right, though, on the box.
Yeah.
He's going to be fine. Just put it out
A lot
there.
of public nudity.
Yeah, there was a lot of things going on that
There was
night.
a lot of things going on. Deegan flipping off the wrong guy.
Yeah. Vial's like, what are you doing?
I didn't do anything.
All right.
JT, what year did you put in the most work into training camp or off-season training, whatever you called it in the late 90s, early 2000s?
It's actually a pretty good question, Mose. I would say on the bike training, the most would have been what year was that you came down, Steve? Was that
I came down a few times, but the winter of 04. Before 05.
Winter of 04.
Yeah.
That we off the bike, not as crazy. Most off the bike was with Tortelli, but on the bike, I don't even know how you could do a lot more than that. You could do more, I guess, but a lot more, I don't think you could. Like, it was insane.
28 seconds. Good job.
There you go.
Damn.
Yeah, Red Dog was doing 320s.
330s.
Yeah, 330s.
330s on Supercross track every day.
It was a lot. And his times were good, too. I remember.
No, we had to be within, we had like a percentage we had to be within. It was stupid.
That's rad.
Anthony, what's something WPS sells that would surprise the average PulpMX show listener?
I'd probably say on our V-twin side of the house with our hard drive, which is basically like a direct competitor of Parts Unlimited and Drag. Most people think of us just fully moto, but then we're also huge in the BMX side, snow side, tires for UTVs, ATVs, everything like that.
Baisley's BMX legacy lives on.
Oh yeah.
We have a it was Fly Racing branded for a long time, but it was my favorite product because I just couldn't believe we offered it. It was a Zuma exhaust.
Oh yeah.
Zuma exhaust.
Zuma.
Fly Racing branded Zuma exhaust. We still have it. It's rebranded now. But I came across this one day. I'm like, what the hell is this?
It was Baisley.
I literally walked in to Terry Baisley's office. I said, what? And this was like transitioning to kind of where I was in charge of this. Like, this is yours. Make it work. And I'm like, what the hell is this?
Zuma, man.
Terry's like, what do you mean? I'm like, what
is
in the hell
this?
is this? But there was a time when we were expanding rapidly and we didn't have a place. We didn't have a firepower. We didn't have places to assign. So Fly Racing was the catch-all.
Terry found a bitchin' Zuma exhaust.
Slap Fly Racing on it and let's run with it, right? All like our handlebars, our stands, all the hard part stuff that we've transitioned to firepower now that has a true home. Everything caught the Fly Racing brand. So it was just this time where I'm looking going, what in God's green earth is going on?
Did you sell any?
I mean, I'm sure we've sold some.
Yeah.
But it wasn't ever. It was never marketed. It was never anything. It was just we need to put something on it.
Fifth caller wins a Zuma exhaust.
I was say, or put one on Steve's bike, and I'm sure they'll start selling. Because of all the riding that Steve does.
Thank you, Daniel.
Daniel, what's the youngest rider you can think of that got picked up and actually made a career in moto?
Wait, what? The youngest? Say it again.
The youngest rider you can think of that got picked up and actually made a career in moto. Like,
what does that
probably
mean?
Probably
Like,
at the youngest age that they got picked up.
I mean, like
for
a
ride,
James
I
and a
guess.
Ricky. I don't know. But
what was the youngest age that somebody got signed and then went on to like big things that you know of?
I mean, how old was Adam?
That's what I'm saying. And when did he get signed?
7?
There's all the list of some of those
We got
freak
a
amateur
Cobra deal
kids.
at like 5.
Yeah.
Okay.
Adam, yeah.
So I mean, honestly, they're getting them on 50s, and there's kids. I mean, there's a kid that I signed on a 50 a year and a half ago that you could. I mean, unless things steer crazy, you could see it, and he was young.
Bobby just signed him.
Don't say his name.
Oh, I didn't say his name.
Yeah. Bobby just signed him.
And he's under a 30-year agreement, Bobby. So
I think James got signed to a Team Green deal at like 7.
Yeah, 7, 8. You're
7.
getting kids that they're locked in and they go all the way through.
Steve, I just realized there's none for you. Was that?
That's fine.
Was that?
No, that's fine.
Okay. JT, until hiring Coop, who's the most recognizable fly athlete besides Shorty?
Besides Shorty, of
Yes.
course, because Moe's.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good question.
Trey?
Most
I
recognizable.
mean, J-Lo won a title.
Trey?
Maybe. I mean, Zacho had 4 titles. So when you think globally recognizable because he raced GPs also, I guess Zach.
I feel like in America, Trey would be more popular than Zach.
Yeah, but
a lot of you love
internationally,
Trey, but
though,
when you
Zach,
lay it out that way,
Zach won a 450 motocross title.
Right.
He won a Supercross.
Mm-hmm.
It's 6 and 1, half a dozen the other, but I'll go Zach.
Anthony, describe the marketing vision for WPS in one word.
Global.
Steve's Racing.
Steve's
2 words.
cool team.
Steve doesn't know
the
how to
cool
count.
team.
Daniel, if you could have quote unquote made it in moto or in music, which would you have rather been a star?
Music. You
I
don't got
mean,
to train or anything.
moto, because I just never fit the mold of what was required to be a star in that. My brother could have. My brother could have been a rock star, like so easy. In fact, I literally ruined his dream by being in a band with him. Like he was destined to make it, and I was not, because I never meshed with that lifestyle and that vibe. So moto for sure.
I have a report. We used to sell a few hundred Zuma exhausts per year.
A few hundred.
A few hundred.
Wow.
Yep.
Thank you, Cameron Coltrane, for that.
There you go.
Zuma. Who knew? Do they still make Zumas?
Yeah. I don't know. I shouldn't say that so quickly. I don't know.
Yeah, who knows?
But I wanted one so bad.
Yeah.
I remember when I was like probably late 90s.
Yeah.
That was like if you were a rich Loretta's kid, you had a Zuma.
Wow.
That was the thing.
I'm dating myself, but I wanted a YSR 50.
Oh, yeah.
The worst way.
My neighbor rode one to school every day.
Yeah.
And it topped out around 45 miles an
Yeah.
hour, and I thought he was going to get run over every day.
Yeah.
We'd pass him, and he'd be full tuck, wide open on the way to school.
So I knew dudes who threw 125 motors in there.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would have helped a lot.
Yeah.
JT, is there any other friends you argue with like Steve, or is this an exclusive friend-to-me relationship you have?
Friend of me.
You know what? Steve is so stubborn that's why you are. Your mom would even tell you that. That's what usually causes the arguing. Karsten Butler and I used to go at it endlessly, and we kind of have grown out of it a little bit. But, yeah, I would say Karsten Butler.
I've watched you two argue multiple times where you're both right, yet you're still fighting about something that has nothing to do with the topic from the beginning. I've heard that.
It looped around.
And all of a sudden it's onto this, and I'm like, in the beginning they were both right. And now I think they're both wrong. It goes. I've seen multiples go that way with you two.
You're like,
it's fun to watch.
You're the mathematician, like trying to keep track of like what's going on right now.
I'm not sure who's winning or losing anymore
Yeah.
in this exchange.
All right, last one. Anthony, what's a marketing campaign you really thought hit the mark in any industry, and what's one you thought was a total flop?
Oh, wow. I think just overall, when you look at what Red Bull does and anything they go to market, it's a win. They never fail. I think the other one would be just the whole Pepsi and the whole controversy they had this year with that guy. I don't know his name, but the whole transgender deal that they did.
That was Bud Light.
Or Bud Light.
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
Oh, yeah, that was.
I remember going to.
I thought you were talking about clear Pepsi.
Yeah, I was thinking Pepsi. Michael Jackson's hair
Clear
on fire.
Pepsi.
Yeah.
No,
I
yeah,
remember
that was a pretty bad one.
I remember going to Sturgis right after that happened, and Bud Light had like this huge spot on Sturgis, and there was not one person in there, and people were just driving by, and the poor workers that work there.
Yeah. No clue.
They're
probably
just
like, what?
Man, we need this job. It's just.
I have one similar to that you didn't ask me, but it made me think of that was Harley trying to go electric.
Oh, yeah.
That has not gone well.
Seems like a weird.
That has not gone well. Like, talk about tone deaf to your branding.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm not saying it's not the right direction long term 50 years from now, but right now their customer base, yikes.
Yeah, I remember they
big misread.
They hired this new woman that was head of their apparel, their wearables, their casual, not from that industry, and she totally missed the mark. And dealers were pissed that they had to take this in just to meet their obligations.
Oh yeah, right. You got to get some electric models, right?
And I think she was let go within 3 months of the catalog coming out.
Anthony, pull your microphone up a little bit if you can. Thank you. All right, X-Brand goggles, Tara. Pulp Show 24 is code to save. Great goggles, great company. Check them out, please. And great guys to have on board with us. And use the code Pulp Show 24 to save. We have Travis on one.
New Coke's another one.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
Brutal.
What's up, Travis?
How we doing, man?
Good, man. What's happening?
The Sphere, Vegas. The hype is real, man. I went.
Oh, you saw the Eagles or what?
Yes, sir. It was unreal.
Dude, you listen. You're not telling me anything new, man. It's incredible, isn't it?
It was pretty rad. I took my mom. They're getting damn old, I'll tell you that.
They are. They are.
Jesus. But
How much was it?
Enough time.
I need to know the cost.
It's the most I've ever spent. I think I spent $800 for 2 tickets.
Ooh, okay.
Well worth it.
Yep.
My in-laws ended up showing up. They spent $2,500.
Yep.
But worth it. I mean, my mom's been to this 10 times. She's been seeing the Eagles, and she just kept saying this is phenomenal.
Yeah, no, it's amazing. Thank you for clarifying that. Heather Kiefer was a non-believer. Now she is spherical.
Like 400
with all of us.
400 for
Spherical.
a ticket for me.
No problem.
I'm saying I could conceive it. I don't want to do it.
Yeah.
But I could conceive it.
Yeah, 400 is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that your high end?
Well, this was
it should be anybody's high end.
List too.
What's that?
This is like something I took my mom. This was kind of like a bucket list thing.
Yeah.
For us, all that. But you've been enough times. I kind of wanted to. I was going to ask you the beginning song, Hotel California. Is it just the bass, or was the seat?
No, the seat vibrates.
Seat rumble?
Yep, seat rumbles. Okay. And then they have actually a fan that blows clear cold air on you also. Yeah.
Yeah, let me, if I may, let me paint a picture for like listeners that are thinking about going to this. You don't know because you don't have kids, but maybe TV can relate. There's a theme park in SoCal called Disneyland, and across
I'm aware.
from the main park, across from Pedo Land is called California Adventure, and there's a ride called Soaring Over California. I think it might be called Soaring Over America now.
Mm-hmm.
It's that, which a lot of your listeners will understand or have been on that. It's that on crack. Like,
yeah.
They got this little wind spritzer for your balls or your coochie or whatever. There's smells of the orange grove. That's what this is over at the Sphere, and I was blown away.
Yeah, dude, like, I don't even really like the Eagles. Like, I'm just a 5 with the Eagles, but I went there, and I'm like, I love the fucking Eagles. I love the Eagles. And obviously, U2 is one of my favorite bands. I pretty much had goosebumps and was just dying with every song there.
I'm kind of wondering what... Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
I just knew you would appreciate.
Yes.
Michael Letty, man, believe the hype.
No, listen, if you've been listening, you know I'm trying to spread the word. I'm trying to get out there. I'm trying to knock on doors. I'm trying to spread the word about the Sphere and get people to understand it's next level. It's spherical.
I bet if you posted a picture of yourself riding in the Sphere.
Oh, God.
That would sell gear?
That's what would do it. That's what would do it for the Sphere. No, it'd sell tickets for the Sphere.
So I tell people, like, look, I don't care if you don't like U2 or the Eagles or, the Grateful Dead was there, right? If you're into these bands at all, go see it. And I hope they continue with, I think there's a country band coming next in January, which I'm not that stoked on. I probably won't see that, but...
I will. I gotta take my wife.
Zach Brown Band is what Tallon calls.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of an act that I would go in, like whatever the cost.
Yeah,
well,
Metallica would be great.
I'm not paying $2,500 like our listeners.
In-laws
did.
Yep.
I'm out. Yeah, I'm out.
I go to the UFC fights.
Yeah, UFC was there.
$2,500. I'm in Mexico for like 2 weeks.
Yeah. Right.
Listening to whatever band was going to be there on my iPod.
Yes, 100%.
JT takes
I will
2
be
weeks
at.
off.
Well, I'll be at the resort show where a Mexican señorita is singing whatever song. I give her $100 to sing.
It's pretty cool, man. And look, I get DMs all the time. People are like, I went to the Sphere. It's amazing. Like, not one person has ever told me, it wasn't that good. Like, just no one has said that.
Have you sold more Sphere tickets than Fly pants? Let's be honest.
No, I don't think so. Because the price of the Sphere tickets does scare some people away.
His love of Sphere is, I've never seen anything like it.
So I went to go
like
see the U2 movie twice.
Yeah, that wasn't even a real concert. It was holographic.
It's not holograms, but you would think it's real. And I'm going again.
Nothing shocks
me. Buckle up.
This.
I want to go this week or next.
It's not shocking to me.
And they got a daily movie that plays there too.
Oh, really?
It's kind of like Postcards from the Edge. It's $150.
I don't know what that means.
It's called Postcards from the Edge. It's kind of like California Adventure, what he was just saying. Like, it's taking a use of the Sphere and going over mountains and going underwater and going, like showing you all
$150 for that.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's stuff I get
45
nauseous.
minutes.
Hey, Steve,
45 minutes for $150?
Yeah. It's worth it.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's over $3 a minute.
That's worth it.
That is that's a premium that you're really
Listen, man,
charging a
it's
premium
unbelievable that these two yahoos over here, they live in Vegas and they haven't been to the Sphere. It's almost they should be thrown in jail. They should be thrown in jail.
Well,
You already got four free tickets last week. Gave them away.
What?
I couldn't tell
I have
you
a
why.
feeling that because of you is maybe why they haven't gone. You know, like you talk about it a lot, and I feel like they have something on you now by not going.
Correct.
And the
I
minute
want nothing to do with
yeah,
it.
the minute they go, it's like over. So you've put up a wall.
So like if you had 150 ones, and every minute you had to give them 3 of them, like you feel like you're getting a bargain. Like this is like worth it.
You would.
Worth
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Worth it.
You would.
Worth it.
It's like Spearmint Rhino.
Yeah.
Same thing.
I give it 7 or 8
Spear-
minutes,
Spearmint.
and I'm like, you are not getting another $3.
When you're
when it's Spearmint Rhino,
Spearmint
right?
Rhino.
When they step it up a little bit,
Yeah.
then we'll get the boys in their
Oh,
hallmarks.
I mean, does the Sphere have a champagne room?
Maybe. I feel like I would be a frequent consumer of the Sphere to know that. But, I mean, hey, Travis, when you walk in, how cool is it just when you walk into the building and you take that escalator up?
Well, that was pretty dope, but I beelined it to the bar for those $35
There you go.
Yeah,
I like that. I like that move. That's where I would be
When
too.
the first U2 concert, when I said I'll get a double, because I just want to get one drink, I got a double vodka soda with
Oh,
orange.
my God, how
and they
much?
said $74.
Yep.
I looked at him like, wait, just for this drink? Or did we make a mistake?
Yeah.
Hey, when we were at Rammstein
Yeah.
in July, this guy on the way out, right? And I've never seen this. This is not a USA thing. You can't do this in the U.S. They'll sell you drinks to go, like on the way out. Concert's over. You don't have to
Put
go
them in
home, but you
cups,
can't
to-go
stay
cups,
here
yeah.
type thing, right? Like get the hell out of our venue. They'll sell you drinks on the way out. He grabs a 6-pack of drinks to go.
Nice move.
And they're just crushing them in the parking lot. It was one of
Yeah.
like
Hashtag Europe.
we couldn't move.
Yeah.
We're just
Yeah,
blocked in,
right.
right?
Hashtag
unbelievable.
Europe.
Yeah,
Right.
it was wild.
Yeah. All right, Travis. Well, thanks, man. Yeah, thanks for the call.
Yeah, right on. Hey, a couple more things, Steve, real quick. Anne Frank is not blind or deaf.
Yep. Yeah, we've covered that.
and,
That was my bad. That was my bad.
Fishing is a sport, and there's a skill to it. And then also, I got a buddy who's a neighbor in your community, and he said, do not worry about taking the trash out because the garbage is here to stay. Go Trump 24, baby. Make America healthy again.
All right, man.
Hey, stay boosted, Steve-O. Sorry.
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 You know what's
Sorry, buddy.
funny?
All right, Travis.
I
Thanks.
kind of felt like he gave it away early in the call when he called Disneyland Pedo Land. I was like, oh, I think I know what we're getting out of
You
this
did?
guy.
Oh, I
yeah,
missed
he
that
called
part.
it Pedo Land.
Anytime you want to call and talk about Sphere, though, I'm in. Michael Leib coming up here right away on the show, and Daniel, I want to talk to you about Arena Cross a little bit, and Endurocross as well. And then also I got some 250 Supercross stuff to talk about with you guys as well. 7 o'clock hour, well, that's almost 8, but 7 o'clock hour brought to you by Rocky Ridge Trucks, your ultimate off-road vehicle capable of getting down and dirty. Rocky Ridge has a rich history and has been building custom vehicles since '83. Say goodbye to the hassles of do-it-yourself customization. No more waiting for parts, compromising ride quality, or risking voiding your warranty. Join the Built for the Bold family at RockyRidgeTrucks.com. And, they handle all of the finest OEMs right now, Chevy, GMC, Ford, Jeep, Nissan, and Miller. RockyRidgeTrucks.com. Marks, you just put a picture of the Sphere up in our chat here. Look at that.
That's you in the Sphere.
Oh, shit, I didn't even realize that.
Yeah, that's you riding in the Sphere.
Look at that.
With a big-ass crowd. How about that?
Can you text that to me?
Yeah, wait a minute. Let me
He just
see what
did some
we got going
Photoshop.
on
We just did. Marks did some photoshopping.
Marks.
Coming your way.
Yeah, good job on that. Anyways, let's get Michael Leib on the show if we can.
He can't wait to post that.
Oh,
he can't.
He can't think about anything else.
Look at him.
He
pick his
forgot he
phone
was
up.
even on the show.
Yeah. You guys, take a few
Listen,
minutes. I got
Sorry, I
to
took him out there for a minute.
If Metallica goes to the Sphere or like Tool or you got to go. Like I
Limp
understand.
Bizkit.
I don't think Limp can really do it.
I don't
Fred's
know.
good live, dude.
I truly don't know who would be my I have to go. I'm not sure. I don't know. I guess I don't listen to enough music to have like a.
Yeah, I'm passionate about music. Right?
I would
I know
need,
you are.
for my style of music that I like, it would take probably 8 of my bands to be worthy together to get that place. So for me, I'd spend the money because I'd get all my favorite bands. It would take all of them, So
I can't believe you don't get a cocktail for $150 a ticket.
no kidding.
It's the prices were a little shocking. I'm not gonna.
I mean, they spent what $4 billion on the freaking place.
Yeah.
So
Anthony, I don't have your phone number, but I just sent it to these guys. Me and the Sphere riding. We can post that if we need to. All right, let's get to our next guest here if we can. Did
you see this? Oh my God!
Quality work, Marks.
Marks, good job.
Hey, you would never know it's fake.
No. Haters will say it's Photoshop.
Look at this. Look how big he is compared to the people.
Some might say it's AI.
Like if you're on as many drugs as most of the people are at the Sphere,
yeah,
they probably would never second guess.
Look how good Steve's style is. He's attack position, forward.
Yeah, selling gear, bro.
I'm not gonna lie, that's good form.
Yeah, no.
Mark's picked the right photo. Good job.
Renegade Race Fuels, by the way, Justin Brayton's won championship with these guys. Will Hahn as well. They got the Renegade Supercross Mini 50. It's the latest addition to the championship-winning Power Sport line. PulpMX 24 is a code to save. Renegade Race Fuels will deliver right to your door, which is a really cool deal for you guys and for them as well. And they've got, of course, SX2, MX2 as well, fuel. Check out renegaderacefuels.com. PulpMX 24 is the code to save. Racers that win. Pour it in. I'll bring you to our next guest on the show. This gentleman, you might remember him from some really good results as a privateer rider in 250 Supercross, but he's branched out to Canvas as well as smxjerseys.com. It's Michael Leib. What's up, Leib? How are you, man?
How we doing, boys?
We're good. Thanks for calling in. Appreciate it. Where are my sublimated jerseys, Leib? I've been waiting. I was going to debut a set at World Vet. It didn't happen, you know?
It's a bad deal because JC has been like a major, supporter of like the whole project.
Yep.
And he asked for him specifically 5 times, and I let him down.
Well, everybody,
it honestly makes me feel okay because Steve whines a lot.
Yeah.
Love
it. I don't like enabling Steve's bad behavior, like when he gets to go in the suite in Daytona with the president of Daytona International Speedway after he just absolutely crucified Daytona for the better part of a decade.
Yeah.
Then they take him in the suite with the president. Like,
yeah.
I don't like enabling poor behavior
cocktail,
and
ice cream.
reinforcing bad habits.
Yeah.
So, actually, I'm actually cool with it.
Well, I'm trying to sell fly gear, Leib, and the World Vets. That could have been my prime time to do it, but so. They're coming. I'll wait. It's fine. I'll hit the track, and try to sell some fly gear, during the week and stuff. But
we'll have to get it sorted. Thanks
for coming on, man. SMXjerseys.com. This is something that happened this past year with the folks at Feld, and you teamed up with the riders. So you're selling authentic jerseys is what you're doing. You've got a bunch of partners with this. My biggest question right at the bat, Leib, is like I can't imagine the hoops. You got to deal with Anthony here. You got to deal with Feld. You got to deal with the riders. You got to deal with all the sponsors because these jerseys have they're authentic. So the little tiny sponsors, they're all there. What's that like, Michael?
Yeah.
Trying to lock all that down.
I should have gone faster to start there. This would have never had to happen. Life would have been a lot easier. My dad would have been a lot prouder. It would have been a better situation across the board.
Yeah.
No, I got into the gear game, and obviously we produce everything. With Lucid for Canvas and a lot of other brands, and it just kind of popped up like as something that I wanted to do 2 or 3 years ago. NFL replica jerseys, hockey, football, baseball, basketball, everything across the board. And we've kind of always made fun of the guys that go to the races with the hot chicks and the pickup kits, right?
Well, okay, so I have that for a question. Sorry to interrupt you, but why do we do that? And I'll admit, I'm one of those guys over the time, not so much lately, but as a sport, we make fun of people who wear jerseys to the races, but in mainstream sports, it's full of people with jerseys at the
Yeah.
I don't understand.
But what about Walker Fowler wearing his own jersey?
That's a different category.
What about
you shouldn't wear your own jersey. And I stand by that.
He was so pissed.
He was pissed.
He was pissed.
But why do we make fun of people, Leib? Why?
If you've got a signed Tomac jersey, it's in a frame. It's a real, right? It's an actual. It's an authentic jersey. We're selling a replica, right? It's funny. I was walking around San Diego Supercross, and that was I think 3 or 4 weeks before we actually launched this project. And there was someone walking around in a legit KTM Red Bull Billy Laninovich jersey.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Oh, my God, dude. That's actually sick, right? And it ended up being bad. But there's so few jerseys out there. I mean,
yeah.
If those jerseys that these guys get, they're 2, 3, per weekend. You go through the whole year, you've got maybe 100 jerseys throughout the year per guy. That's not a lot when you think about who they're getting asked to get jerseys from. That's teams and the mechanics and et cetera. Down the list you go. There's not enough. So, how do we create the number one ass thing for a fan in our sport and make it happen? We've just trying to pave a path for what works in every other industry. Our industry is a pain in the rear because we've, got 10 different gear companies, and then you've got the teams, and to get the team logos, they want their hand in the pot, and then, then you got to pay the rider. So what we've done is we've ended up just trying to wing it and try to figure out a way to do it on an on-demand order process, like Canvas is made, and like what we do for everything else that we manufacture at Lucid. It's all made to order. So there's really low risk for, gear brands. There's low risk for riders. There's no inventory, right? So it's the safest way to try this model, to try to do what works in every other sport and monetize it in this sport and create value for not only the rider, not only the team, not only the gear brand, not only SMX, but just connect fans to their favorite rider and, brand the riders, brand the teams, brand everything across the board. It's just a walking billboard.
Yeah, it's kind of neat for sure. And like I said, I don't know why I don't know why it became a faux pas to wear the jersey to the races.
Is it a faux pas?
It is.
I don't think it's a faux pas to wear rider like authentic ones.
Well,
I don't think that's. I think it's weird to wear just a random jersey you bought off the shelf. That comes across.
Yeah,
as
with no name and number, and you just wear.
You don't really see that at football games.
Well,
you see them wearing athlete jerseys.
Yeah, but Michael makes a point. Like for me, if I went to a football game and somehow got like my favorite riders or my favorite players' jersey signed, I would never wear that in public. I would.
Well,
that would be.
They buy them, Like
that's what I'm saying. But in our
they don't get
sport,
them signed.
in our part, we don't get that. Here, we get Anderson to sign a jersey. You get it, and you're not going to go wear that at the super. You're going to put that up on your wall because it's super valuable. So what Michael's saying is we can pretty much replicate the real ones and get them out into the market because the real ones don't end up in the stadiums.
But honestly, like if I got Dak Prescott's jersey, I wouldn't frame it. I would not be scared to wear it. I'd probably wear it as like pajamas.
Daniel would burn it.
Yeah, right.
That's
now.
That's what I'm saying. Like I'd wear it to work out and do yard work and whatever.
No, you would not. No, hold up a second. I'm kind of thinking of like 5 things at once, and I realized, no, you would not. You would never do that. What are you talking about?
No, I just wouldn't care. That's what I'm saying.
You wear a Dak jersey to mow his lawn? No, you're not.
No, I wouldn't treasure this.
Right.
It would be like throwaway wear.
Just Dak's jersey, right?
Yeah.
That's throwaway.
Yeah.
SMXjerseys.com. And also, too, Michael, you teamed up with like RJ and Bailey and Pastrana. So you got some like legends like on board with that. So
the whole idea is to build that profile out. Like we could go back to, even back to like DeCoster, right? And recreate these things. And like with David Bailey, we went out, we found licensing to JT, legit. And, we recreated his 1983 Honda jersey. And dude, he was so detailed on like exactly what it was and what logos were where and how big they were and what they were, but you can kind of recreate these hero jerseys. But again, just go look at NFL. You can go buy tons of old players that have been retired for 20 years jerseys, and we can still, kind of keep that history alive in our sport, which we've never been able to do. I think that it's pretty crazy that we've never been able to achieve this in our sport. It's so awesome. It's been around for so long. And just trying to pave the way into a new path here. We're starting to finally sign some OEMs to get some licensing on for the OEMs. With that will come all the team sponsors. And, again, talk about outside industry, right? Like think about an HEP, getting the licensing to a Progressive logo. Ken Roxon goes out and sells, say, 10,000 Ken Roxon jerseys. Number one, he's going to make a lot of money from that. But number two, there'll be 10,000 Progressive logos out there on Ken Roxon jerseys globally that they'll now be expanding their branding through the SMX jersey program, in which case also Ken Roxon selling 10,000 jerseys would also put a lot of revenue back in Fox's pocket for that, instant. For example, Cooper Webb with Fly. Obviously Fly's, picked them up. I'm sure he wasn't cheap, but let's say that he went out and sold 10,000 jerseys. You might be able to make back 20% of his salary just in replica jerseys and value that athlete in a way that no other gear company ever could prior to now.
So, Anthony, for you, from WPS perspective, I see, Thor's on here, O'Neill, and you guys are on board as well. Fly, what did you see in this, and talk about that a little bit from your end?
Well, I think you can say this for any gear brand or OEM. Like, we all just want our industry to grow bigger, for us, for the athletes. So this was kind of just the next stepping stone, and, our good partners over at Feld, they were behind it too from the get-go. So I think just getting a bunch of like-minded people on here that just want to see the industry grow. It just helps everybody.
And Michael, so the brands that aren't on here, the people that you have talked to, like, what's the pushback? What do you hear from those brands that are like, nah, not into it, or riders, nah, not into it?
There's a lot of pushback. It's new, something that, Feld and our project are going to get super serious about as we get into 2025 here. There's a lot of things going on behind the scenes that this first year was a pilot year. Plessinger for us was kind of our pilot, as far as proving concept. His numbers blew everything out of the water. It was crazy. We've sold over about 2,000 jerseys total since we started, and the value that it's created for him is now stuff that, all right, we've gone back to Feld with. And I mean, no one's created revenue from this till now, right? So we're not trying to go and take revenue from, say, an Alpine Star, or say a Fox. Those are, two brands that we are trying to, work with and work towards, a lot, along with a lot of other riders too. But the whole part that our industry, I think, suffers with is the licensing side, and trying to figure out how to monetize. And, rather than have a big part of nothing, let's try to get all a small part of something. NFL, $2 billion industry. Obviously, Supercross and SMX is not NFL, but, how much revenue can we create? Is it 20? Is it 30? Is it 40 million? I think it could be somewhere in there. But more importantly, it's creating value for our sport. It's branding the riders. It's branding the teams. It's branding the gear companies. And, as SMX is kind of forming this more playoff type league for, say, the replica jersey thing is the perfect timing for this whole thing to kind of unfold and start to pave this chapter. This isn't going to happen overnight. We have 10 gear companies. You've got 20 teams. You've got, I don't know, a couple thousand different logos and the energy drinks and et cetera. This is going to be a long played out process, but we're paying a lot of money in royalties out per jersey sold. This benefits everybody involved. And from Fly's point of view, for example, and you can ask Anthony and JT, but this is somewhat passive. Once the artwork's approved, it's passive. We fulfill, manufacture, advertise, promote, et cetera. It's just, again, trying to think a little bit bigger, help our sport grow, help brand everything that's involved.
Yeah, I think it's a cool idea for sure. And then, looking at the lineup of riders that you have and looking at the companies you have, it's all good and everything else. But yeah, like if I was a fan, so some of the coolest things I have in this studio, and you look around, is the jerseys that are like right off the riders' backs, right?
Yeah.
Rare number, rare logos.
Adam's dirty one right there.
Yeah,
that's a really dirty one.
Crashed when he was leading Loretta's second moto. That's right off his back. But I would love to in the future, and Michael, you talked about this, like, Cooper Webb, let's say, all of his jerseys, Star, Pro Taper, all the things that the team, I want
real.
that
yeah,
thing,
Imagine,
all that branding.
But how do you work through that?
Like, imagine whoever it is, Jet, Webb, whoever your favorite rider is, you show up, they have a kiosk, you buy a jersey, and you can go take that into an autograph line. Imagine how many people are going to do that.
Yeah.
Sky's the limit. I know if I'm a fan and I have that, like, think about if it's an NFL game and whoever your favorite NFL player is, they're going to be signing autographs at.
It's not Gardner Minshew right now for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Whatever. At Max Crosby at 3:30 p.m., he's going to be right there, and I can get in line with an authentic jersey and have him sign that.
Yep.
You're going to sell unstoppable amounts.
How do you work through that, Michael, though? Like when I'm saying every sponsor, the chain guy, the sprocket guy, the truck guy, is there enough give and take in there, Michael, to do that jersey and not make it $600 or whatever? Do you know what I mean? Like to take
how do you let them all in on it?
Yeah, can that be done?
That's the thing, and that's kind of why we broke it down into the four. We've licensed SMX because I want it to be official. The gear companies, I mean, that's obviously a must. And then, there's a team side here, and again, my privateer background, right? I want to spread as much across everything as we can. But, the problem is that the riders, sometimes want 50 to 70%. I still have to manufacture and run a business, and I have employees and et cetera to run the overhead, and as well as having a business in California, it's not cheap to build this project, right? Then all the legal and the contract fees and all that before I've even paid anything out. So what we've done is we've allocated about 50% of the net gross revenue from Jersey, and we've spread it across everything that we could. And, giving a rider's, a standard royalty deal, say 5 to 8%, right? And even 8 can be considered on the high side. In some ways, in some cases, we've over doubled that just to try to get these guys involved. And again, we're not monetizing any part of this currently. Think about a privateer. Think about a Logan Carnow, right? Who runs his own program, who has a pretty good fan following. There is no chance that he can't go raise another 5 to 10, maybe 15 grand a year by doing this. And that's a huge effort towards his program, right?
Yeah, for sure.
So the team necessity, the progressive, the people spending money, I think, to be a sponsor of the team, I think that they're getting value in having logo placement on that jersey, right? The team is spending money to take the rider racing. So let's get the team a little kickback on this too. But I can't pay every single logo that's on everything, right?
Yeah.
At that point, let's just keep the key people on that program that we need to. But, there's a ton of possibility in this whole thing. And, having championship edition jerseys and, just trying to figure out a way to make a really cool collectible here. Even like, Aaron Plessinger's cowboy jersey, that was a jersey that Thor was never going to sell. And they were able to monetize that jersey based off of royalties, off of something that was just a publicity move for them to do something cool for AP. There's so many different inner workings of this project that I think just have tremendous value. I'm kind of jumping around a little bit, but it's a passion project. I think it's something that adds a lot of value to our sport, connects a fan to, their favorite teams and riders and gear brands, in just ways that we've never been able to connect with. We can even get a Daniel Blair and a JT jersey back up there.
There we go.
Let's go.
Yeah,
Let's do it.
LBZ, an LBZ replica for DB.
Yeah, they'll probably be easy to get licensing with.
Yeah.
They'd be stoked to do a licensing deal, I think. So hit them up.
My suggestion is keep overhead very low on that project.
Yeah, I wouldn't stock too much inventory. Like my mom will get one.
It's on demand.
Hey, let me ask you, Steve.
Yeah.
Because I'm just looking at your wall now. Now my imagination's going crazy. But if you, let's just say imaginary, you're going to the races and you're going to wear a jersey and you could pick anyone from any time, any era, any year, like what would you wear? Outside of a Timmy jersey, but what would you pick if you were going to the races and you're going to pick one? JT, you're next. I know you need time on
Does it have to be in the studio? Or?
No, anything. Right now, what are you wearing to represent your one time wearing a jersey in the stadium? What would you pick?
Ron Lachine, bad boy stuff from JT, like 88.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a jersey I actually have owned in my life, Bradshaw 92.
Yeah.
With he had like a shiny, glittery number 4, and Bradshaw not that style. It was cursive.
It was a cursive font.
It just doesn't get any more badass.
I was gonna say I don't know the year, but it would be a Bradshaw for me. Right. He was my first guy. So I probably 91, 92 Bradshaw jersey.
Yeah. No. Anthony, what about you?
Cooper Webb 2025 jersey.
Like Kevin Windham, No Fear Days.
Oh yeah. No, that was
Suzuki, the Suzuki No Fear Days. Yeah, the yellow green.
Yeah.
I told this before, but when 1992 Atlanta Supercross, Damon Bradshaw comes in on a 5-race winning streak. They had him just in a simple fork lift up in the thing, and they hit him with the spotlight. He was at the top, and they just started dropping him down. It was like he had a cowboy hat. It was like Jesus himself was ascending upon Fulton County Stadium. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
I could not effing believe what I was seeing. This guy
on a forklift.
Angel of a man was coming down to race in Atlanta that night.
Yeah.
I don't even think he won. No, he didn't win. He didn't win, actually.
Michael, how about you? Who would you pick?
It's a tough one. Bradshaw's a legend. I'd probably go Bradshaw. I actually have an orange Axo jersey from him. My parents moved to Florida and we were cleaning out their collection. It's a pretty OG jersey.
Nice.
Bradshaw gets a lot of
I
votes.
said forklift. He was in a scissor lift.
Oh, scissor lift. Okay. Yeah. By the way, smxjerseys.com.
Forklift stage.
It's the early 90s.
They don't go that high either.
He's like 5 feet off the ground. They lower him down to the bucket.
I didn't even question it.
I didn't even think about it either, but you're right. Just real slow motion. Just a couple inches of a second.
smxjerseys.com. Michael Leib here, brought to you by Renegade Race Fuels. How's Feld been, Michael, to approach on this, to team up with, to work with them? How's it been with the Feld guys?
They've been super refreshing. I mean, as a racer, I never really dealt so much with them, so you kind of don't really know what to think. I think for everybody, this has kind of just been a monster project that everyone's kind of always wanted to see there, but didn't know how to execute and how to figure it out. And, there was a lot of holdup, even when I would say in like April of this past year when we kind of started the project, we really weren't where we wanted to be with having everyone on board. But, man, like this project just had to start somewhere. They've been super supportive, and now that this thing's kind of getting some legs and starting to get some traction, we're just trying to find ways that we can just really kind of get everyone on board and just create value. So they've been awesome to team up with.
Yeah, it should be interesting. I mean, there's definitely I see where this would work, and I hope there's enough of the pie for everybody to get it. Like you said, Michael, break up 50% and try to grow this thing and rationalize with the riders. Like, hey man, I can't give you 50% of sales, but I can give you X amount, and you can sell 1,000 of these things.
From my perspective, from the outside, it seems like the hardest wall to knock down is going to be the outside, whether it's energy drinks or whatever, all the outside corporations.
Yeah.
That.
Yeah.
they deal in such large numbers. They're going to be like, sure, here, we need X amount of dollars or percent. And you're just like, that's not reasonable.
Yeah, like some program from something else, they just apply to this.
Yeah,
It's like,
this is our policy. Here you go.
Yeah.
Like, sorry, man. That's not the right framing of this.
No, you're right. But it's got to start somewhere, like Michael just said, right?
Yeah.
Like, for sure. SMXjerseys.com. Please check them out if you can. And Michael, so you mentioned Canvas and Lucid, and you got SMX jerseys and all that. What's working for you right now out of those three companies? Like, what takes up most of your time?
I'd say Lucid probably takes up most of the time.
Yep.
We're supporting a lot of brands behind the scenes. We've got 8-9 employees, and just learning manufacturing and process, and obviously the licensing deal is taking up a ton of my time as well.
Mm-hmm.
Canvas as we move into 2025, just trying to figure out, and really learn budgeting across all three platforms has been quite the, time constraint for me in the last few months. But I'm having a lot of fun. We're starting to kind of find our strides and starting to see what works and what doesn't, which honestly has been super refreshing for me. So just keeping at it and chipping away at it every day. Just enjoying that building process now that we're starting to get things going in the right direction.
Do you have any additions for 2025 that you can talk about? Not
yet.
No? Okay.
Not
all right.
yet.
We're working on that.
We're going to keep that quiet. We don't want Bobby Reagan to come steal our guys too,
Oh, wow. Here we go. Doesn't stop, Daniel.
Everyone knows. Do
you get that a lot?
Know. Yeah. Yeah, Steve.
Yeah, Daniel.
Yeah, I do. I get it all the time. There's a couple questions that come up all the damn time, Steven.
Listen, you're the one who walked away from the TV gig for no reason.
For no
reason.
None.
Well, hey, Michael, thanks for the time, man. I appreciate it. Best of luck with this. Maybe we'll get you back on, talk more about it. SMXjerseys.com. Everybody check it out. Authentic, real life jerseys, just like the riders wear for the most part. And yeah, man, good luck with everything.
Thank you guys so much. Have a good one.
All right. See you, Michael. Bye.
See ya.
That's Michael Leib, everybody. Brought to you by Renegade Race Fuels, SMXjerseys.com. Yeah, like I said, we can get to the point where it's a real authentic jersey,
He's trying.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. That guy is a grinder. He's trying his ass off. But it's a tough fight because think about if you're – and I believe – I don't know this to be fact, but I believe that the energy drinks are the toughest ones.
Yeah.
Imagine how many people are hitting them up for licensing.
Yeah.
Endless.
Yeah.
And he is one of them. That's a tough fight to win. But you also, in some other alternate universe, somewhere, someone has to be thinking, well, we spend an exorbitant amount of money to get our brand out there.
Yeah.
Isn't this also going to get our brand out there?
Mm-hmm.
It's some sort of marketing theme. You have to be like, our goal is for as many people to know about this energy drink as possible and become fans of it.
And rep it.
This does that.
Yeah.
So it's, I don't know. If you know you're never getting the number you want, maybe find a solution somewhere
to make it work.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
I don't know.
He made the point, though, and I agree. Once it gets there, it kind of becomes okay. He's just got to get it past the wake.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Get it started.
You got to get
After that, then once it's in the system and it's going, it's just going.
Right.
His challenges are they're going to be forever, but they're going to be really heavy early. And I think after that,
well, let's hope
change.
he gets my sublimated stuff done, and then we can focus on SMXjerseys.com.
That's how you get some sales.
So I can move some gear. I want to move some gear. Speaking of that, contest at PulpMXshow.com. Send us a receipt from 2024 of you buying something from Fly, and up for grabs. Or Firepower. Up for grabs for that is a complete set of gear. Jersey, pants, gloves, and a Formula S helmet from the folks at Fly Racing. FlyRacing.com. Use the code PulpMX to save. Don't forget, grill your ass off. Queso on sale, too. Use the code PulpMX on that as well. All right, Race Tech rant time. Racetech.com. Love those guys. Daniel, you've been buddies with the Race Tech checkers and everybody forever. Please check them out, whether it's the gold valves, whether it's suspension work in general. Look, it's November, so in a lot of the country, you people can't ride right now. So take your fork and shock off and get the oil serviced and get the bushings serviced and new seals and new oil. Get the right spring rate for your weight and or speed. And thanks to the folks at Race Tech. Race Tech rant of the night. Daniel, I'm going to throw the first one to you. Anything to say about the Cowboys?
Oh, no. I'm so moved on. Like, I don't. That's another one. Let me throw this out there to everybody listening. Okay. I'm very receiving in the DMs. Okay, I receive a lot, and I give back a lot. I'm a double tapper. Mm-hmm. I give a lot of hearts.
Yep, I do that too.
I write thanks. I do a lot of things.
Oh, I don't do any of that.
I do a lot of requests. If somebody requests me and they're cool, I'll usually acknowledge it.
Yeah, I'm 95% return rate.
If I could change anything in the world, if there was like fix starvation, fix the economy, or change Instagram so that people can't see that you've read their messages, I would change the Instagram messages.
You can. You just don't accept it.
Yeah, but then the ones that you've already accepted, like now you see it. Now
they're in.
Yeah, that you're already in.
Well, you made a.
Just stay consistent. Just don't ever reply, and everyone will know you're just that guy.
Yeah. So I'm a real big dick to these people reading their messages and never responding.
You can go incognito mode, I think.
Can you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyways, go ahead, Daniel.
Yeah. So I receive in the DMs, and for those of you out there who keep sending me Cowboys memes every day. First off, number one, I don't care. Number two, I've seen that one. Always. Yeah. Everyone sends it, and they're like, I wonder what he's going to think when he gets this. Send.
But you got to understand.
I've seen that
Daniel's
one.
in deep on the Cowboys. Like,
yeah, but it's not my past, though.
No, I know.
I'm not even there anymore.
No, I'm saying you've seen, like, you listened before the season, right? Like, you're maybe past it at this point, but you listen to, like, deep inside podcasts. So, like, you are all in, right? So if there's something that's trending on social media that someone's like, oh, wait till I listen to this. He saw that probably 6 months ago or right after it happened.
They trend a lot.
I can relate, dude. I get the Maple Leaf ones. I get the cargo shorts one. They make socks with cargos in them. So I've seen them all. Stop sending me.
There are a lot of Cowboy fan haters, though.
Oh, yeah.
A lot.
Yeah. Well, and there's Leaf fan haters, too.
Oh,
so,
really?
Yeah, it's the same kind of thing. Like,
but are Leaf fans, like,
other fans of other teams who hate the Leafs.
Okay. Cowboys it's a recognized joke to hammer a Cowboy fan over everything.
And Marks, is it not a recognizable joke to hammer the Leaf fan?
And a way smaller capacity.
It's never enough with that one.
Okay.
But I feel like Cowboys fans, they're kind of a catch-all team for a lot of people that are like casual fans. They're just like, I'm going to root for the Cowboys, which creates the hate.
Do you have anything to rant about? Or
no ranting. I just hope Jerry's hurting. That's all. I hope it stings. I hope he's upset. Should be. It's BS, to be honest. And I'm sorry. I'll vent a little.
Oh, here we go.
Jerry.
That's what we wanted.
Newsflash. Yeah, damn it. Newsflash, Jerry. Listen. Your fan base knows more than you do, okay? The only good decision you ever made was Jimmy Johnson, is the only good move you ever made. Everything else has been trash, and you're disrespectful to your fan base.
And they need curtains for the sun.
And they do, because guess what? Their stadium's a cool thing and whatever, but their own players can't see the ball because the sun's in their eyes. So
Jerry said, what about the moon? His quote was, what about the moon? Did you see that?
Or he said, should we tear it down and rebuild it and whatever?
But then he said, the sun is there. What about the moon? Where's the moon?
It is impossible to see. Anybody remember we had
the racing is wild there.
Gosh,
like, if
you can't see a damn thing.
So
you cannot see a damn thing.
Okay.
No, so I'm only this is venting from the past. I'm currently happy. He's hurting and he deserves it, and I'm happy with that.
I know you already know this, but do you know that Dak Prescott's going to be the highest paid NFL player ever? When he plays out this contract, ever.
Yeah.
Dak Prescott will be the
He's
highest
top
paid
10 quarterback.
player.
Why not? Why not?
Why not?
That's what I'm saying.
In the history of the league, it's unbelievable.
They make every wrong decision.
That is poor decision
Every
making.
wrong. And here's proof.
They do draft okay. They do draft all right.
Because they're not responsible for that.
And
Will McClay. They have a guy who does that. They don't do that. They have a guy that does that. Freaking Jerry wanted Johnny Football, all right? And they chose Zach Martin. Best move ever.
Right.
Don't, Jerry. Anyways. Move. All right.
Okay.
Why are you smiling so much? Why are you so happy? This is your segment to be upset.
I know,
and
but
you're
I
just
think
like
Jerry.
smiling.
I think Jerry wanted Johnny for like. You imagine how hyped there would have been in Texas with Johnny football.
Yeah.
I kind of get it on that level. You can't say it would have been worse than Dak's been. Dak's been terrible. What is he? Is he the highest paid quarterback?
I think so. He has been very incredible about being good when it matters.
He was great last year. He was great last year. He played great.
He is. But he's a regular season guy. They'll never win in the playoffs when all their money's tied up in the 12th best quarterback. Sorry,
Right,
it's just
right.
stupid, Jerry.
Race Tech Rant, everybody. He had nothing to say. Remember?
Nothing.
He had nothing. I got 2.
Sorry, it's in there.
love it.
It's so deep in there, and I haven't watched 5 weeks. I haven't watched
You
it in
haven't
5
watched?
weeks. Nope.
Oh, you missed a doozy yesterday.
No, I saw it in the DMs, JT.
Yeah.
I got some memes.
So they have the 7th worst point differential at home ever through however many games.
Who was calling the game yesterday? He goes, "Well, they just keep playing at home. They just keep getting blown out."
I think that was Tony. I think it was Romo. I think it was Nance and Romo.
Romo?
I think so.
I don't think so.
No, it
wasn't?
was a Fox game.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, it was Moose
It was
Johnson.
Moose Johnson.
It was Moose Johnson, yeah.
Which is just as bad,
Yeah,
pretty
yeah,
much.
yeah.
Former Cowboy
So,
great.
yeah. Okay. Race Tech Rant.
Yeah, we're good. I'm solid.
I got 2. Not really that related, but first one. So we had a bit of an issue at the World Vets a couple weeks ago with the motocross the nations that we have between Canada and Italy, and the Italians cheated. Our guy Skippy from Team Canada.
motocross?
Yeah, there's a 1 plus 30, 1 plus 40, 1 plus 50.
Okay.
And then so Canada won, but only after they busted the Italians for putting in a ringer.
Oh.
Who wasn't on the team originally. But here's the rant. So the Skippy, our guy, figured that out. Canada won. We stood on the top. We took down the fucking Guams because Lipanovich, Kiefer,
took down the Guams.
Yeah, because
Okay.
Lipanovich, Kiefer, and Dubach have been Team Guam.
I didn't know they were called that.
They're not.
The Guamites?
Oh, okay.
They're the Guami Bears.
Guamites?
Guami Bears.
Guami Bears. So they've been champions for like 3 years in a row. So we took them down. Canada stood on top. The cheating Italians got busted. But
You're
here's
going to get your ass beat the next time you go to Italy.
Could you imagine the government in Guam being like, so how do we do out there this year? Well, we've been crushing it at this vet race. That's the only thing we won all year.
We have a Doug Dubach. So my rant is Skippy, I believe, I could have my facts wrong on this. I haven't been deep diving it, but Italy got second with the cheater guy.
With the cheater.
Yeah, because I don't know. So Skippy from Canada, he's been trying to get a hold of Glenn Helen because he wants them disqualified. So then Canada's second team, who got third, will be second, and Canada will go 1-2. Skippy can't get a response from Glenn Helen on this procedure, how the review's going, the laws. You know, like maybe they're still meeting. Maybe it's like the Pope. They'll put out the smoke when the Pope is chosen.
Yeah.
So maybe Glenn Helen will do that. Somehow I think Glenn Helen will never respond.
Just hit him with heavy pressure from the fans. I mean,
So my Race Tech rant is Glenn Helen. Like, let's go. Let's
That's
respond.
right.
Let's
That's
get
right.
to Skippy. Let's
all
get
you
a hold
fans,
of Skippy.
Get on Glenn Helen's Instagram.
Yep.
Let him know that's how Steve does it, right? That's his thing. Let him know.
I've got 2 rants.
Okay, hold on. I want to just read Skippy's Instagram here
Okay.
real quick.
Is this to Glenn Helen? Did he DM him?
No. Skippy put out a public letter.
Did he tape it to the bathroom door?
Demanding a special counsel.
No. Hold on.
Like
Okay.
He put out a public letter. Official.
A request has been made. This is from Skippy. A request has been made to the Glen Helen Raceway on review and explanation on Italy substituting a different racer than what was registered for Moto 1. After Team Canada filed a protest, they then switched back to the registered racer for Moto 2 with no penalty or disqualification for the Cup of Nations.
Who is this? This is not my friend Skippy from Texas. Who is this?
It's Skippy, man.
I don't know, but
he's Canadian.
But that's it.
He's the
That's all we
manager. He's
know.
the team manager.
But he doesn't have a name?
Yeah, Skippy.
Is he a peanut butter?
A response to this request.
Maybe Glenn Helen hasn't responded because it came from Skippy. They're like,
What, is this
I'm out.
Is this a ransom note?
Yeah, I'm out.
A response to this request has not been received. So Glenn Helen is not. Glenn Helen is stonewalling if there's any penalty to the Italians. Conclusion from Skippy. He's got a
Is there a medley?
with a total of 84 Canadian racers, 3 teams for the Cup of Nations, entering 142 classes, totaling 478 points accumulated, and as the second largest nation attending after the Americans, the group of Canadians treat this race and event with the utmost prestige for vet racers. We would hope that the organizers review the race and use this opportunity to build the Cup of Nations for future world vets.
Wow.
And our guy Skippy can't get a response.
I'm shocked. I can't believe it.
I'd reply right away to that one.
Yeah. So my race tech rant is Glenn Helen. Come on, man. Do the right thing.
What is the right thing?
Penalize the Italians. Penalize them.
What do you want them to do?
Disqualify them.
Do you think
all
they
the way
care?
out?
Do you think they care?
What do you think would happen at the with our buddy Dan if America's substitute rider, say Jason Anderson gets landed on?
Talking about Truman?
In Majoria. No, Jason Anderson.
No, you meant Dan Truman?
No, Dan Luongo.
Our buddy. Okay.
If Jason Anderson got landed on at Majoria, and then Mitchell Oldenburg was there as a buddy of Cooper Webb's, and he jumped into third moto.
I think somebody might know ahead of time and stop this.
What if they didn't, though?
What if they didn't?
What if they didn't? There would be penalties.
What if UFOs landed on the finish line?
There would be penalties, all right? So my race tech rant, one of them is Glenn Helen. Just please respond to Skippy. Let's right around.
How do they respond to Skippy? He doesn't even have a name.
Yeah.
What do they?
He said he contacted them.
Do they go to Walton and post a reply on the bathroom door?
Listen, man. Skippy obviously emailed them. He's got an email.
They email Trudeau and say, please get this to Skippy.
Okay, my next rant is, and I've done this before, fucking car dealerships. I don't go to car dealerships. I go to, like, if I need an oil change, I go to the local independent place, right? I just don't go to car
Jiffy
dealerships.
Lube, whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
But I've ranted before about the car dealership, and I actually had a guy contact me from Wyoming and give me a great deal on Pookie's passport that we currently have. But I had to take my truck in for a Chevy update that you could only do at the dealer, over the air software update. Yep. And before I took it, I need an oil change. I told Pookie, I'm like, I hate dealing with these dealers. I hate these people. They never finish their work on time. They never do what they say they're going to do. I have the worst luck, whether it's Honda, Chevy, mostly Honda and Chevy because it's all I've had. But so I drop my truck off, make an appointment, 9 o'clock in the morning. I asked the service advisor 3 times, I need this today. Can it be done today? She says she tries to sell me an alignment, and I go, I'll do the alignment, but can it be done today? Because if it's not, I ain't doing this alignment. No problem. Be done by 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. What do you think happens?
Everything's
done by 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock?
Everything's done by the alignment.
I get a phone call at 4 that says, there's been some problems with the update. Can I have your truck tomorrow? No. I told you 3 times I need it today. She goes, it's not working. We got to get it. I'll have it to you by 8 a.m. tomorrow. I'll have it to you by 8 a.m. tomorrow. And I'm like, motherfucker. Because I got the truck, right? And it needs
No,
this
I would
update.
say I'm coming there now, and you're going to give me this
I could've.
MF truck.
So I said to her, okay, 8 a.m. tomorrow. No problem. What do you think happens?
You got your truck at 8 a.m.?
Oh, no. Oh, no. I get a phone call. I'm freaking out. I'm calling them at 8, and all I'm getting is a voicemail.
Why you just weren't you?
I'm hitting service department.
Weren't you there at 8? Like,
no.
Oh, really?
No, because I was like, I didn't have any faith that they were going to get it done.
Oh, I'd have been there.
And
I'd
have
been there.
Me too.
And I was fucking okay, but when I show up and it's not done, what do I do?
Raise hell.
Yeah,
You put the lobby chair through a window.
Yeah. You want to get it done? You're not
These
being definitely
fucking
mean
car
enough.
dealerships. And so she doesn't get it done by 8. She calls me at 9 and says, not quite done. We're going to give you a ride here, though. It's going to be done any minute.
It better be on a freaking magic carpet.
It's going to be done any minute. We will give you a ride here. So, sure enough, by the time I got my truck, it was 10 a.m. And it's like, these fucking dealerships, I mean, I can't even tell you the stories of the Honda dealer that's like, couldn't get it done, sorry. Like, I went off on this service advisor. Pookie was, like, really getting mad at me because few years ago, this chick just like broke promise after promise after promise. And when I said I'm coming down to get my truck, she said, you can't. It's in pieces. Like, you can't drive it right now. And I just fucking lost it. I fucking lost it on her. Because, like, I'm telling these people, hey, man, it's got to be done. Like, if you have to close it up and I'll bring it back, no problem. But when she said you can't take your truck.
That was it.
Yep.
That was the line.
And these Chevy people, the first time I've dealt with them, first time, my truck's brand new, first time I've been to the dealer. Couldn't fucking do it. Couldn't do it. Couldn't get an oil change and an update and an alignment done from 9 a.m. to 6. Couldn't do it. And then couldn't get it done by 8. Couldn't do it by 9 and got the truck by 10.
You know, you should have said.
It's just like, I think it's me. At this point, I think it's me.
It
I
might
think
be
every
you.
Dealership
It might be you.
Every dealership in Vegas has a sign, fuck this guy over. This guy right here. Fuck him over. I think that's what it is.
That's where the math leads for me. I feel like it
Yeah.
goes back
Common
to you.
denominator.
Just saying.
It's unbelievable. Like, man, you got one job.
I think they have more than one job, though.
Yeah, they do
No,
a
but
few
with
things.
me, like you have one job. Get this thing done today. If you can't, I'll come tomorrow. I'll come another time. I don't know what you need to do. Nope, can't do it.
For the future, I got something for
Yeah.
you. Next time, hey, today they go, yep. And then when they throw in the alternate or the alignment, Steven, can I get you on this alignment? Say, if the truck can be done today, I'll pay for that alignment. But if it's not done today, I'm not paying
should have
for
done
it.
that. Should have done that.
Because then they would have been like, oh,
and you
shit,
know
that's
what?
a good job right there. That's a little commish for the,
The place over here that I can bicycle to and from and drop vehicles off, and Pookie's gone through 2 tires because she's run over nails, oil changes, something else happened. Pookie broke something in the front
Don't blame
suspension.
Pookie.
No,
We
she's
proud of
driving
this.
it.
Okay.
But no, she's driving her car. That place never fucking fails me. And if they can't do it, they call me and they're like, hey, man, it'll be done by 4. We ordered the part. It's not here yet, but it'll be done like all the time, every time. These fucking car dealerships.
But you had to go to the dealer because if it was just the
software update.
So if it wasn't for that, you
Oh,
wouldn't.
yeah. No. And I told Pookie, these fucking dealerships, watch this. Watch this.
Well, when you go in with watch this attitude, what do you think?
No.
What do you think's going to happen?
No.
Yes.
I couldn't have been any more polite. 9 a.m. drop off. I was there at 10 to 9. Will this be done today? Be done by 2 or 3, I was told. 2 or 3 o'clock.
Not only was it going to be done today, but early afternoon we got you, sir.
I don't know. Do you have car dealership? Anything?
They're always a pain in the ass.
So they are. Yeah.
I've had pretty good luck,
Have you?
to be honest. Yeah.
Nothing stands out as super bad, but
Mark's dealership problem?
No, I've had pretty good luck so far.
I did drop my truck off at, it was not the dealership, it was a tire oil change place.
Okay. Like
I've always had great
where I
luck.
go. Yeah.
And drop my truck off in the morning, just need an oil change, no problem. I've done it a million times. I walk back in the afternoon. No, we just rotated the tires. I'm like, I didn't even want you to rotate my tires. I just wanted an oil change. Like, well, bring it back tomorrow. We'll change your oil then. I'm just like, wait, what?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. But generally, you had good luck with this place. It was just one instance, right?
Yeah. Normally it's good.
Yep. And Pookie was because she knows my dealership wrath. She's seen it.
Everyone has things. You know what I mean? Like, this is your thing.
This Honda dealer, if this fucking Honda dealer, if I ever hear from them in a survey or a phone call or whatever,
you should put a comment in the suggestion box.
I will torch this place because they have done me so wrong so many times. This Honda dealer over here that I had to go to. But anyways, yeah. So I just got car dealerships.
That's your thing.
That's it, man. I don't know. Like, just if you do what you say you're gonna do, that's it. And if you can't, could you? The fact that this chick didn't call me by 8 a.m. when she knew I was pissed. She knew I needed the truck, and she said, "Done by 8." And for her to not call me, to even say that we're not done, and then I'm calling and getting a fucking recording, like the balls on her. The balls on her.
Hey, it's 2024. She might have had
dude, maybe. She was nice. The whole process was nice. She was never rude or she was never, but.
Were you nice?
Yep.
No.
I was. I just, yeah.
Okay, I have 2 things.
Okay.
I don't have the emotion that you just shared that story with. One.
I'll get Pookie up here if you guys want to hear her side of me yelling.
No, I've seen it. One, can Crypto get off my Twitter timeline? Like, my entire timeline is crypto. Bitcoin.
Aren't you clicking on the
Doge,
For You?
We're going to the moon.
Aren't you For You?
I've got
tab?
so many memes and gifs of people buying Lambos and that Doge dog and Bitcoin bros, and I can't take it. And maybe part of it is because I'm not participating in this, but it is completely run over. It went from election to crypto.
Yeah.
No stop in between. Do not pass go. Do not collect
Wait,
$200.
though. There's a For You tab. That's only the people you follow.
That's following.
So are you
Both.
saying the people you follow are talking coins?
It's all of it.
Okay.
Well,
It's
no, there's the For You, and then there's just the kind of the open feed that gets.
Sorry,
the
I meant the following. I never go on the For You tab. I just don't do that.
And
I don't
follow
either.
a lot of
oh no,
stock
that's
market.
all I go on. I only go on the For You tab. You're talking about. On
I only
Twitter?
want to see people I follow.
I usually only go on following.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't.
I mean, I go on both.
Okay.
But it is overrun
Yeah, yeah,
everything,
yeah.
right? And good for people making money, but sweet
Yeah.
Jesus, they
So
have
you-
overrun.
Yeah, I go
everything.
on the For You on Twitter.
Oh, no.
There's a lot of interesting stuff on For You.
Well, it's just
I've-
everything you like. It's kind of in a random algorithm. That's why how are you seeing stuff on your following list? You follow it.
Yeah, but it's all crypto. Like the entire world is going crypto bananas.
Yeah.
Like
I was gonna say-
everybody
I
I know.
You can train the algorithm. I have to do it on Instagram sometimes because it likes to tell you what they think you like,
yeah.
and sometimes I'm like, all right, stop it, and I'll start looking up the things.
Okay, this is my next thing.
Mm-hmm.
You're going right into it.
Yeah.
Would my phone stop listening to me?
No.
It's unbelievable.
So you can stop it from doing that,
So-
but then a bunch of your apps will not be accessible.
So what's going
Yeah.
to happen the next time I go on a website or look at anything on
Yeah.
YouTube? There's going to be a gummy bear ad. There's going to
And
be
and
Glommy-
watch
Glommy
this.
Bears.
Glommy Bears.
Tampons. Tampons.
No,
in
that's
JT's
Tim
phone
Waltz.
right there.
Stop it. That's
Sorry.
Tim Waltz.
Now you're getting tampon ads
So-
starting tomorrow about 6.
You can disable that, but it also disables a bunch of apps. So I did that for a while. I was like, fuck these people, and there's
Yeah.
ways to do it. But unfortunately, the apps need to whatever, so they fuck you.
There's so much
Yeah.
Big Brother creeping on my phone. It's
Yeah.
unbelievable.
Yeah.
Like it is everything. Like banner ads on websites.
Yeah,
My
yeah.
YouTube recommendations. I literally I feel like there are cameras that I don't know about in my house
Yeah,
watching. But I
it's,
mean I know it's just my phone listening.
Yep.
You got to train your algorithm. Go in the search and click on
tell you,
all the ones
Is
you
there
like.
like a how to train your dragon type
how
tutorial?
to train your iPhone is what it is. And I'm telling you, you can click all the things you like about. Just do it like 10 times. It takes under a minute, and the algorithm will think that's what you want. And the next thing you know, refresh, and your entire feed is all those things. That's how you eliminate shit out of your search.
Okay.
Takes about a minute.
Okay.
So
I'm
you're
with you on
welcome.
that. It's
You're welcome,
frustrating.
everybody.
Yeah, like you know who's big on that? So I ordered some stuff from Oakley through Padge, went on the website, and now Oakley, their Geo/AdSense stuff, they got Oakley banners everywhere I go.
Everywhere.
Everywhere I
It's
fucking go.
unbelievable.
So I don't know if Oakley has a better quote unquote marketing program than the average company, but Oakley is everywhere now.
Well, they're just allocating money towards it.
Yeah. Like they've chosen that this is the way they want to spend their AdSense, and now I see Oakley shit everywhere.
It's insane.
Yeah.
It really freaks me out.
All right, Race Tech Rant, everybody. Anthony, do you want to join in or?
Glenn Helen, Crypto, the Cowboys. What you got?
Oh, can't really rant about nothing, man.
Okay,
that's good.
He's running on about 45 minutes sleep and about 90 hours.
What's the coolest thing you saw at EICMA? Because there's a lot of neat stuff on there.
Yeah, I think when you go there, especially like coming from the U.S., there's so many bike manufacturers that aren't available over here that you don't even really think about. And then you go over there, and I mean the helmet brands. There's 200 different helmet brands there.
Yeah, it's stuff you've never heard of.
Yeah,
right. Is e-bike stuff huge? Too?
Yeah, especially now.
Yeah,
e-bikes are huge over there. They're even like little e-bike cars. They're kind of implementing those in the different parts of the show too.
Like Surons too, or all that stuff, right? Yeah. You know what? Guts Racing. Andy was telling me the Suron. He does seats for Surons nonstop.
Big time.
He advertises on my podcast.
Yeah,
that guy's awesome.
Yeah, so it's crazy that the Suron stuff is catching on that big.
Yeah,
in a big
we sell
market.
a lot of our Shinko tires through
and then
Surons.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be bicycling out here in Vegas, and Surons will just on it with a 14-year-old kid will just pass me going wide open.
Yeah.
And I'm like
shredding.
And I'm like, this is probably not a good idea. Some of them, half of them have helmets, half of them don't.
Yep.
You know, you're like, this
they should
can't
buy
be
a
good.
fly racing helmet.
Yeah, they should absolutely. All right, everybody, that's the Race Tech Rant of the night. Marks, you got one at all? Are you good? Or
Life's good.
Okay. Please check out racetech.com for more information. Daniel, wait, Pulp 20, Maxima Pro Filter. Thank you to Maxima Oils. Love those guys. Pro Filter as well. I just dropped in a new Pro Filter in my bike. Pulp 20 is the code to save with Maxima and Pro Filter. Thank you to those guys. Whether it's SC1, whether it's MPPL, FFT, whatever it is, 927 still the number one selling two-stroke oil in most markets around the world. Pulp 20 saves you at Maxima and Pro Filter. Daniel, Endurocross. You've been on TV this year doing Endurocross. How's that been going?
It's good. I love that series. It's slow mile per hour, right? And it's in the small arenas, so you're like right on top of it. And they just crash all the time. Like the good guys crash, and then they get up and come back and still win that. It is just.
Still got the water pits?
They did this last weekend. First time they brought it back. And Destry Abbott's my analyst, and he just could not get enough. He was like, "That's from my day. They got the water pit back." He was so happy.
Yeah.
But the series is cool.
Yeah.
They do a really good job in-house live, and then this year TV was live streamed on MAV, and that's fun because I like doing TV. Voiceovers are okay because it's voiceover work, but live's different because you get to feel it. And so I've been doing all those. We got one round left in Everett, Washington this weekend.
Wasn't there one in Boise? You guys do one in Boise?
No, Idaho Falls.
Oh, okay.
They're a double header.
Yeah, Vegas used to have Endurocross every year. Like Eric was helping those guys, and I would tell people, man, tickets are like $20.
It's
you're
good.
always entertained.
Are you going home tomorrow, then back to Everett?
No.
Okay.
So what I do is, it's tough, but I like to connect things as much as I can. So for this trip, it was, where was I? Redmond, Oregon.
Okay.
Then visit family for a day, then here for a day, then I'm going to KTM for the rest of the week, then to Everett, and then home. So whenever I come West Coast. Yeah, I was in NorCal this morning with my family. So I make a full trip out of it. So I'll be at KTM all week and then back up to Everett. And then they take the series serious with Tristan Hart and Colton Haker. Like
Cody Webb jumped in.
Cody Webb just got in there. He almost won this week, and he crashed 2 corners from the end. It was badass. And these races come down to the last lap almost more than half the time.
Yeah.
And they get kind of physical, violent. Like Haker and Hart, they got into each other and
I saw
crashed.
that. Yeah, they crashed, right? It was a big thing.
Yeah. Haker kind of, the line, I'll let him speak for himself, but he definitely went from left to right-ish, and Hart was kind of trying to get him across the finish line, and it was bad timing. But it put Hart on the ground, and then Hart gets up, throws his goggles at Colton. So Colton charges back to him.
Haker does find himself in a lot of these.
He does, but he's so good at playing his role. He's so aggressive and spicy, and he's, to me, he's probably the best character in there by far. And he's a 5-time champ. But so they get into it, and it's dramatic. And then Instagram had a reel go over 1 million viral of that. Mm-hmm. And so the next day was a lot of energy. They sold it out. And it's an incredibly fun series that allows like the best gnarly dudes to race on these crazy tracks, but then they let like these kids race and like the women's pros and the vet class, and these guys, they're just out there. They can't even do it. It's so hard. And and we don't go to commercial break until everyone's finished. And there's been a few where we're like, dude, that guy needs to get off the track now. And he's just sitting there. He's like tired. He's waiting. And we're like, dude, get him off the track. And then finally he'll like try, and then he'll fall over. We're like, oh my God, I got to piss. And I'm like, damn it. But it's incredibly fun TV.
Yeah.
And then Destry's a brand new analyst. He's brand new at this, but he's so freaking good at it and smart. So it's just been like crazy fun. And so I love the series and want to go.
And also too, GT Arena Cross.
So
Henry Miller won the opener.
Henry Miller, I think he did pretty damn well. I think he won both nights. So the GT series started this last weekend. So I'll start doing TV for that next week.
And that's with JB.
With JB. Brayton's back. And we had a talk last week to kind of go over storylines, little preseason stuff. So fired up there. And then I'm also doing the TriStar Arena Cross series, which is a new one.
Damn, dude.
And that one I'm actually going back. I'm in the other seat, the analyst seat, like the OG days with Robbie Floyd. Robbie's back. So.
One day maybe NBC will make that call, Daniel. You keep working these these things, and maybe you'll make it to NBC one day. One day.
If only I could.
You got to start somewhere at GT Arena Cross Endurocross.
If I could just prove myself.
If you could just prove yourself, you could get into that big chair.
Get a chance to prove myself.
Keep grinding, man.
Yeah, we'll get there.
So Michael Hicks is doing the GT, right?
Michael Hicks did the opening round of 2 different series.
Okay.
So I'm not sure where he's doing. He's in a weird place as
the
far as
800 showed up in TriStar?
The 800s at TriStar and won a main. I sent in one of my young amateur riders. You're going to love this.
Okay.
Fly guy. You guys will love this.
Yeah.
Young fly kid, Clark Robbins, Steve.
Oh, yeah.
You know Clark.
Yeah,
you guys go way back.
Great
right?
future.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would you say he has a superhero name?
Yeah,
Is that what
totally.
you
Yeah.
say? So
My name's Clark Robbins.
So he turns pro.
Yep.
And it's his first pro race ever. And I'm like, you need to go to Arena Cross. You need to get in there. And
Yeah, I mean, that's where you two guys went. You know, you raced all those dumb Arena Crosses.
I feel like
up.
you can learn a lot of stuff quick in there. And he's a young kid. And I said, get in there. You got Josh Hill and Hicks. Get in there. And, well, he had a rough weekend and crashed, ripped his balls open, bled everywhere.
Ripped his balls open?
Yeah. I mean, I'll show you the video.
No, I'm good.
Break. Not of the balls, of the
Oh,
crash.
oh.
But anyways, talking to his dad the next week, and his dad's like, yeah, man, so let me get this straight. We come to you for guidance, and you say, yeah, go into Arena Cross. You know, he's gonna toughen up. He's gonna learn some things. And I get the call that my kid's sack's wide open. He's got blood all over his pants. Is that what you're doing with the program? That's what we're doing now? And I said, absolutely, Kurt. I told you he'd go in a boy, he'd come out a man. And that's exactly what happened. So,
oh, wow.
Arena Cross,
Yeah.
man.
And the
it's
TriStar
awesome.
stuff is Carolinas and around there?
Yeah,
or
it's
is that-
southeast
Okay.
and
Yeah.
new. They do a lot of they do motocross races that are pretty popular, and they've done Arena Cross, but this is their first shot at like the all-in go.
Yeah.
So and it's been cool to do that series. It's on Fox,
and the AMA one kicking off with Freeze here and KP and Brees. That's on the West Coast.
That's
mostly,
more
so
West
starting.
Coast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, we got some racing to follow. Yeah.
Well, and the cool thing I believe, and I think you guys would believe this from the WPS side even more than just fly, is race. Like, let's get some racing. Like, we need as many racing as we can get going, so these kids can get going, especially in the wintertime. Like, go indoors. Arena crosses are cool and fun. So I've seen people be like, man, if they could just have one national series, it's like, do we want that, or do you want a bunch of regional Arena Cross series where you can get more kids? Like, kid from California on an 85 probably won't go to Illinois.
Yeah.
But if there's a big series around there in the Midwest, we need options. We need as much racing as possible.
Yeah.
And they're popping up, and they're all doing pretty good. So,
anything else you got going on, or is that?
Well, and then tomorrow. No, that's about it. So,
hey, speaking of your real job, Orange Brigade, we got a call from Nick on 3. Nick, what's up, man?
Hey, how's it going, boys?
Good. Thanks for listening.
I thought it was Nick Way.
Oh.
No, the question is, KTM really doing not hiring people and keeping teams small now to incorporate Pride of Wolf and the Coonan brothers coming over next 2 years?
I don't think they're connected, those two situations. I don't think so. And from what I understand, because KTM's obviously in the news out there, there's people talking about the brand, whatever. From what I've understood, just talking to everybody in-house, is that it's like a breath. The economy is a little iffy out there, and it's like a breath where you kind of wait on some things, you kind of tighten up a little bit, and then you go again. So I don't believe there's any long-term issues. I think it's going to turn around actually fast. So I just think 25 is kind of a breath year for the company. And the Conan stuff is just tying in timelines, but I don't think they're connected.
Yeah, I agree. They have to, if you're KTM, they have to look towards those brothers coming and the Wolf probably.
They've been aware of this for a while.
Right.
This isn't brand new news to them.
Yeah.
They've been talking about it for a while.
For sure.
So.
For sure. So yeah, no, I don't think so, Nick. I think it's two different separate things, like Daniel was saying. So.
Okay.
All right.
I just didn't know if it was downsizing everything all the time. And
JT, Daniel can't answer this, but if I had to predict something with looking at KTM and Gas and Husqvarna, I think they either fold one of those brands.
Is this future headlines?
Sure.
Okay.
Either fold one of those brands or sell them off or something.
What, just of Husky?
Gas. Yeah.
You think this?
Whatever they can do to divest themselves, I think, of one of those brands. It certainly seems that way.
I don't know if you necessarily have to divest, is just basically cut overhead down to virtually zero, and you can continue down the path and let maybe the industry heal a bit as far as new units, interest rates come down, inventory gluts come down, and then maybe ramp them back up. I just think
that's
I
believe it's, like I said, more of a breath. It's kind of got to and then go again. I don't think there's any. I mean, I don't know.
When you get wildly aggressive with inventory and forcing inventory into the market when demand is dwindling quickly, it's a big problem.
Yeah.
Like there's not a lot of answer for that problem other than big pause and let things sort themselves out.
I think they can, to me, keep the KTM brand as is, keep it the premier motocross bike out there, turn Husqvarna into off-road stuff, go off-road, do that with Husqvarna, and then the Gas brand can be lower-end dirt bikes. Bars, rims, save money on that kind of stuff, which they are kind of now. Gases are a little cheaper.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. There's your 3 brands.
So same as just Husky would go off-road only.
Yeah.
That would be your...
Yeah, I think so. And then each makes a specific niche in the industry. Right now, what's the difference between a Husqvarna?
I mean, I can tell you right now, my son, 14-year-old,
Yeah.
with his own mind, he loves Husqvarna. He thinks he's a Husqvarna kid. He don't like the other two. Like he does.
Okay.
I mean, he really doesn't. I
Yeah.
actually asked, hey, if we go to KT, nope. He wants to be a Husky kid. So
Okay.
there is a customer base out there, even at that age, where
Right.
kids want to be part of that brand because it's unique to them. So again, I don't understand all the business side of it, but from what I've picked up, they've told me that multiple times in the life cycle of a business, you have to make tough times, but they've always been good at these times and come out really strong. So
Thanks, Nick. Thanks for the call, man.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Thanks. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they do. And Anthony, you mentioned Rider D in fly gear. So all the 250 guys on that team, those 3 kids will all be in. Well, RJ's not a kid anymore, but
but we'll have Landon Gibson still on the amateur elite as well.
Oh, okay,
too.
all right. But so the Rockstar Husky 250 team deal you had kind of got absorbed into gas.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So RJ will still defend his 1 title on 250,
Right.
And then plan on.
And then Cochran Rider D.
Yeah.
Will
And
be
then
fly guys, 1 red, 1
250.
yellow, whatever, or 1 white. Right. Okay. All right. Yeah. Interesting to see how they did that. Right. It'll be. Are they having 2 trucks or 1 truck? I've heard both.
2 trucks.
2 trucks. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So there's gas truck and a Husqvarna truck.
because
so.
I believe Husky had 2 trucks, and so one maybe is converting
Oh,
over
sure.
to the
Yeah.
gas.
Yeah. Right. They did. Right. So.
Yeah. And I don't know if you saw. I mean, I'm kind of a nerd for this, but the bikes came out. You've probably seen them for sure. They did a good job on just the look, because I'll just reveal. I saw some earlier options, and I was like, I don't know. And then I saw the final, and I was like, oh wow, nice work. Like the bikes look.
Yeah.
Good.
Also, a buddy of mine that works with Troy Lee has been told to start putting together some Ducati stuff. So not official, but even Troy said it's not official. But can you do this? And
But they were always rumored to.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
It's kinda always been
Yeah,
floating
I
out
think
there.
it'll happen, right?
Yeah.
But Troy getting someone to make some stuff for Ducatis tells me it's pretty far down the road, right? So in 2026.
I kind of assumed that was happening already,
Yeah.
though.
I would think so.
Yeah.
So that's interesting. So we'll see Ducati at some point. Wouldn't be surprised to see Bam Bam revert back either with Troy and Ducati. I'd see that happening.
It's funny you say that too, because Barsh is in the last year of his contract. And at his age, you're kind of wondering, like, does he just ride this out and sail off? And no, he's going to Alden. He chose that, wanted to go to Baker's. And that you wouldn't do that on the way out.
Yeah.
You would do that if you're looking to have a good year and keep going. So I think that answers the what's Barsha going to do in the future.
Barsha's, for as many controversies and things, he's never been a guy that I ever thought was lacking the work. I'd never have thought that in my entire life about Barsha's. Like, you know what? If he worked a little harder, I've never thought that.
He actually comes across the opposite. I feel like he could probably get go too far even. He's that type.
You just know he's putting in like 200 miles a week on his bicycle.
Yeah, and you're like, buddy, chill.
Hammering himself.
Well, he was back in the day on the bicycle. Didn't he get hurt on one too? He was.
Oh, did?
Yeah, back on a mountain bike, I thought.
I don't know.
Also, I think, speaking of Ducati too, I wouldn't be surprised to see Kenny there in 26. I think that's for everything we know. We'll see Kenny doing some stuff
Think he's
with
going
them.
to Ducati?
Yep,
Okay.
I do. But we'll see how that works together. All right, motorcycleindustryjobs.com, job of the week. Upload your resume for free today. The first and only job board built specifically for the motocross industry. You guys use the MIJ too. I think you guys do. This week's job of the week, assistant manager, digital advertising and marketing. This sounds like an important job for Honda, based out of Georgia in power sports. This assistant manager, digital advertising and marketing, power sports in Honda. Salary range $81,300 to $122,000.
I want 81.4. Sorry. 81.4, the meeting's over.
What makes a Honda and who makes a Honda? Honda has a clear vision for the future, and it's a joyful one. Not at your dealerships. We are looking for individuals, car dealerships. We are looking for individuals with skills, courage, persistence, and dreams. Please check it out. It's a marketing job. Anthony, you would have known this about this. Leads the coordination and implementation of PS&P advertising. What is PS&P?
It's whatever you want it to be, Steve.
Okay. PS&P advertising and marketing digital strategies and through coordination and consensus building across related divisions, departments, both internal and external. There we go. Good job for Honda, based out of Georgia. $81,300 to $122,000 is the range. Assistant Manager, Digital Advertising and Marketing. Thanks to MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com for coming on board with us. All right. Oh, and FCP, Factory Chassis Parts, established in 2018. Home of the original high-performance FCP racing engine mount kit and the race cups now. They got race cups for all the brands, so you can change the offset. You could change the trail in your bike with the FCP guys, and super easy to do instead of the offset. Designed to improve traction, handling, cornering, and feel. PulpMX chassis to change. You look at Rock River Yamaha, Starling, Phoenix Honda, Mad Cowie, all using the mounts. Grant Harlan's using the race cups as well. CNC machine parts out of high-quality aluminum and titanium. PulpMX chassis to check it out. Chris was at the World Vets putting in race cups for a bunch of vets, and they all had good reviews of that. So please check it out if you can. It's factory parts for privateers everywhere. All right, a couple things before we wrap up and get to the tweets. I brought this up a few weeks ago. Anthony, I'll start with you. 250 riders. Faulkner, Jordan Smith, Pierce Brown. All veterans, all moving to new teams. Which one has the most successful season?
I'm going to go Jordan Smith.
Jordan Smith at Triumph?
Yeah.
All right. Daniel?
He's weirdly found a wild stability late, and I actually think that he's going to probably be pretty good there next year. Yeah, I'll go Jordan too.
Okay.
So is it PB, Jordan, and Faulkner?
Yeah.
Or the three?
Yeah. I was going to put Styles in here, but dude, he's
It's not fair.
Yeah,
like, give him a year.
He's got some time.
I'll go PB.
I will too. Pierce Brown. I think Vegas SMX, although he's better on the hard pack, slippery stuff normally, that still was something.
If you give him better starts, which I think if you can't get a start on that bike, you're not going to ever get a start. That's been a big missing ingredient. So we'll see. Now, if you can't go to that team with the talent he has and do something, it's one of those things where it's a blessing in a disguise. You got to get it done there when you go, especially at his stage of his career. It's great. It's all you ever want's an opportunity in this world, but you got to step up now.
Yeah, I think Jordan will be Jordan, like fast, crash a little bit. He has been more stable, to your point, Daniel, than recently, but
wild stability.
Yeah, wild stability. But he is older now, right? He's got a multi-year deal at Triumph and all that. He's settled in.
Is the bike as good?
As what? The Star bike?
What he's on.
No.
That's what I mean.
So.
Like
no,
that's a thing.
Yeah.
I feel like Jalik did good enough this year where I'm like, that bike can do it. Like, is it as good? No. But can he, at his level, Jordan, Faulkner, I think they can do well on that bike.
Right.
Jalik did enough for me.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough. Kiefer said the 450 is amazing. Imagine that. Chris Kiefer said the Triumph 450 is great. So that's an update from going on right now over there. All right, motorsport.com, tweet at Tallon segment. No, that's my mom.
It's the motorsport.com tweets at Tallon segment.
Motorsport.com, great guys, whether it's Fly, whether it's Renthal, whether it's Get, whether it's Works Connection, you can use you go through the banner on PulpMX.com to help us out. Great prices, great shipping, a dedicated team of gearheads there. A lot better gearheads now there for sure. They're all dedicated now. All of them are. Tallon.
Probably most of them.
Motorsport.com. And great company over there. So they got a Veterans Day sale going on as well. These questions are submitted to @PulpMX Show, and Tallon picks the best ones. Let's do this, Tallon.
All right, Cody Shields, 92 for the Fly guys. Does Fly plan to step up the boot game, or are they sticking to the price point side?
I would say we have some big things in our future when it comes to boots and protections just in general, kind of falling down our innovation of our Formula line. The helmet's our flagship, and we plan on building on that.
Oh, breaking news.
All right.
Good question from the Twitter.
It's X now, but
X, Twitter is easier to say.
It's Twitter. Dog 197 for all the boys. What's a stadium you'd like to see Supercross get into? What are some logical places you'd like to see SX go? And what's one place that in a dream world SX would be?
Allegiant.
Yeah, I was say, does that answer all
First
those?
one is Allegiant.
Yeah, for all those
doubt.
questions.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Love the airline, love the stadium, love the city.
Oh, it's a terrible airline. Absolutely atrocious airline.
That's an airline?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't see them
Oh,
around.
you never
that
flown
often.
Allegiant?
Never.
Oh, it's an experience, brother.
It's something.
Now, hey, a Spirit Airlines flight today got shot at. Did you hear that? In Haiti. Sorry, just random
so
news
wait.
from the X.
What was the 3
They're
questions?
big in the Caribbean.
Where would you want to go?
Really, yeah.
They got shot at
There's
today.
a lot of flights down in the Caribbean.
It was just to logical place in the SX,
Allegiant,
and then dream scenario.
Dream
anywhere in the
scenario.
world, where would you put one?
Ooh, dream scenario. That's a good one.
There's nothing in Hawaii anymore. They've torn that thing down, so there's nothing big enough anymore to go in Hawaii. But that'd be rad.
Where would we have one if it was a dream scenario?
I mean, short-term dream, Allegiant. I mean,
Winnipeg.
That wouldn't have been on my top 50 list.
Oh,
but
okay.
I don't know.
Sad.
Yeah,
We'd probably have to use like a soccer stadium somewhere in Europe, right?
Yeah, one of those like.
That wouldn't be a dream scenario for me. I just raced too much there already.
I think it would be cool to go to some. I know it would look terrible because the stadiums are too big, but like Notre Dame, like go to some of these cool college play. That would be cool in theme. We raced arena cross once, where Kentucky.
Where Kentucky?
Play in Lexington, at the arena where Kentucky basketball
KU,
plays.
yeah.
And it was unbelievable. We were in the locker room, so for me, put a race at Notre Dame. That would be really cool. Just in theme, in my opinion. So.
Okay.
But they have 100,000 seats there, so you could bring in 70, and it's going to look terrible. And that's.
I think maybe like Dubai or something, because I think about like all the islands and the beaches there and what the show that they could put on with the money they have. I think that would be something. And you draw Europe, you draw all over the damn place. I don't know, something like that.
All right.
Jimmy G, give us a percentage chance for Faulkner in the following scenarios regarding the upcoming season. Top 5 in points with some podiums, top 3 in points with at least 1 win, and the third one wins the title.
Oh boy,
my money's on B. That'd be my first choice.
You know
third
what?
in points with a win or two.
So percentage for top 5 in points, some podiums.
I honestly don't even care. I just want the guy to not get hurt.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care if he gets first, 40th. It doesn't matter. Just please don't get hurt.
Yeah. I think I'm there too.
I've really come around on Faulkner. Like I really like the guy. I used to not. I think I kind of thought he was a punk when he was younger, and I could be wrong on that. But that was my perception. And this year, getting to talk to him, I think he's grown up a lot. He's been humbled a lot. I'm a fan of him, and gosh, please I don't want to see the guy getting carted off.
I think with JT, I would love to see him do really well, but at a minimum, just do a good year. Just race all year.
Just be solid.
Yeah. That'd be my hope.
All right, well, since you guys refused to answer Jimmy G's first question, I'm going to throw this one at you. According to the RacerX Vault, you two race each other in the 09 Lights East Series and seem to be close in results, even going 11th and 12th in the shootout.
He beat me all the time, pretty much.
Did you race each other clean? Any stories coming to mind?
No, I was not very good. I didn't even plan on racing a 250 until 2 races into that series. My leg wasn't strong enough to race a 450. I was not good.
We've weirdly not raced much. I was 250 most of my career and then dabbled in the 450, and you were completely vice versa.
I mean, I didn't race at 250 from I raced 2 races in 02, but from 99 until 09. But the only reason it was the only way I could race. I couldn't hold on to a 450. I was not a 250 guy.
Yeah, but we've barely raced, to be honest.
Yep.
All those years.
All right, from lacrosse defense coach for the Fly Guys again. It says, Hard Rock is currently closed, PulpMX is gone, Lake Elsinore looks sunk. Do these things go into market research for Fly, i.e. percentage of riders looking to purchase new gear every season, or price point targets for the consumer? So do you guys look at tracks shutting down in areas?
Not really, because it's, we have 2 sides of the business. We have our direct-to-consumer side and we have our dealer side. And just because some tracks are closing, there are still people going to tracks, right? Yes, it's unfortunate that PulpMX is closing, but Dade City still has a thriving motocross community. So people are going to find places to ride. It's never a good thing to see tracks closing down. Never, ever. But we can't necessarily steer our business regionally anyway. We're trying to be, as Anthony said earlier, a global business. So we hope that state legislation will continue to keep places open ride. We hope that people will continue to go to tracks to keep them open. But let's be real, it's a difficult dynamic. People are building neighborhoods and developers are coming in and buying tracks and shutting them down. It's not the easiest thing, but thankfully motorcycle people are diehard people, and once you get that in your blood, it's probably never leaving. And yeah, thankfully we have a lot of loyal customers that way.
Yeah. Did you ride PAX Track growing up?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I went there a couple weeks ago for the first time ever.
Yeah. It was pretty far for me. It's probably an hour and a half for me.
It's
but
pretty cool, though.
I've ridden there a million times, yeah.
I rode Roxon's bike there this year.
At PAX Track?
Yeah, you guys let me ride his Supercross bike. That was cool.
Yeah,
I haven't been there since the Kelly Smith days.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
It was
same
cool.
track. Same track.
I thought
Yeah.
it was rad.
Yeah.
Neat little place. But I'm actually allowed to say this. I found out. But you know the Eras series I did
Yeah.
with Carson Brown.
Yeah.
We always reveal when the episode comes out. It's kind of like the surprise. But we did an episode at PAX Track a couple weeks ago, and the rider didn't get the memo that you're not supposed to share, and it was 2 minutes out of the parking lot, and it was look what I did today. Look where
Adam.
So
Okay.
Adam Cincerello will be the next episode of Eras. Everybody, it's out there. He didn't get the memo. So, but no, it was really fun. This is post AC racing too,
Yeah.
so he's funnier
Yeah.
right now, just the way he talks.
Yeah.
He's definitely accepting the retirement and it was pretty humorous.
I had him in here a few weeks ago with bets.
And he admitted it on here too,
Yeah,
right? He was
yeah,
going there.
yeah,
Yeah,
he
so
talked about
he's
it,
not
so.
supposed to do that. It's supposed to be revealed when it goes live, but
Okay.
we're past that now.
Yeah.
Good job, Adam.
Good job, Adam. Yeah.
All right, from Nature Hold for the room, if PC took over Cowie's 450 effort, would they stay the same, or earn more or less results or success throughout the next 10 years than if they remained KMC in-house?
I think the same.
I'd say the same.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see any. Anthony, anything?
No big
Yeah.
differences, I don't think.
I mean, I think they're doing the right thing. They went out and got Prado, right? AC left. That's a big name. That's a big get. You get the back-to-back MXGP world champion. That's a big get. I think Anderson, who would you replace him with? I don't know. He won 7 races in 2022, 2023, and 24. You could say we're a little bit of a letdown, but there aren't a lot of moves to be made.
Yeah.
Right? They had Tomac. He left, so you're not getting him back. I don't think they were ever in the running for Webb. I mean, I guess you could have made a play for Sexton.
I don't think they really did.
Yeah, I don't see the big miss where Kawasaki themselves is blowing it.
Right.
It's just, if your name's not Jet Lawrence for the next 10 years, it might be a tough slog. He's not going to win everything. Doesn't mean Chase Sexton can't win titles. He won one last year. But I think it's going to be difficult to string together a lot of wins and championships if your name's not Jet.
You got to give Cowie some credit too. They've had to deal with Adam's whole situation didn't work out the way it was supposed to, and they thought it would. A lot of injuries. Faulkner would be next. He's kind of in that line. So a lot of things didn't go the way they should have. In a different world without crazy injuries, it's probably AC and Faulkner on the team right now. And they've had to deal with that. 2 of their stars come up and don't end up being there.
That's a good point.
And then Tomac leaves. They've actually done pretty good at keeping very competitive and then go get Prado. So strategically, they've played their board pretty good.
It's cyclical, too. James was dominant on a Cowie for a bit, and then Villapoto goes on a 4-year-in-a-row championship
and then out,
run.
gone.
Yep. So it's hard to get that generational guy over and over and over. But if you look historically, from Jeff Ward, Carmichael comes up. He's fantastic. They've had some pretty good runs over the years.
All right, while we're on topic with Jet there, from Dr. Lock 69, 31 SMX races scheduled in 2025, over or under 19.5 wins. What are your predictions?
For Jet?
For Jet.
Over.
That's a real good number. It's a real good number.
Is he a bookie?
I think it's higher.
Okay. I don't know. I think it's right around there, to be honest.
22.
Okay. So he loses 9 races. How many of each?
1 SMX, 3 outdoor, and
5 Subies?
5 Subies. That'd be
Okay.
now I'd go 6 Subies,
12.
2 outdoors, and 1 SMX.
Gets 12 wins.
I'll say 21. I have 9 outdoors, 2 SMX, 10 Supercross.
That's where I would sit too. Yeah.
You writing those down,
10-2.
Mark Stug?
It is a good
times
number,
that.
though.
We're good.
That 20-ish
Yeah.
number.
I saw this question earlier, so I was kind of doing the math, and I'm like, it's right around there.
Vegas would be higher because they're gonna make you pay.
They're gonna make you really gamble.
Pay to get jet.
But 19 to me sounds
I think
super
they would
doable.
be more in the 23 range, just because they know what they're doing. But I think a true number is more like 20, 21.
Good job, Bob69 or whatever his name was.
Dr. Lock 69.
Yeah, that guy.
Pulpin collars.
Huh?
Pulpin collars, like poppin' collars, but pulpin.
Okay, cool, man.
This is what you do.
That's
people,
his
Steve.
Twitter name. Sorry.
This is what you do to people.
Buy the gear.
T-Bolt USA. T-Bolt USA. Daniel, what was your favorite all-time dirt bike and why?
Was it the one you had the baggy gear on and the cape, or
no?
Okay.
I want to see JT's answer to this one because we might be similar. But I would say my 07 Honda 450.
Really?
Was my favorite.
Okay.
A little over my 08.
I'm gonna go 05. 08 was fantastic.
It was gnarly.
I had
it was a monster bike.
I had a bunch of suspension problems in 07, so it really tainted my view of it. But man, that 05 bike, and I had a full pro circuit bike that they had developed for Supermoto. That they had that Troy Lee Honda team, and Mitch, they put in a ton of work to develop that engine. That bike was
be too fast, no?
Stupid.
Yeah,
like,
they were fast. My 08 was
like
fast.
Anytime we took our Supermoto Yamaha stuff from Graves and Burkhart and Henry, and we gave it to Reed and Tim, like they're like, no, too much, man.
Okay, but I'm sure I didn't have the same bike,
right.
right? But like they gave me, this is the cylinder, this is That bike was phenomenal. I love the chassis, the engine, everything about that. Because think about after that, I was on a bunch of teams where it was a private engine builder that it's not like they weren't trying, but they didn't have resources. And that bike we had an Enzo setup. It was through TBT, but we had Enzo set up for suspension with pro circuit engine. So it was like two guys at that bike. Phenomenal. Well,
it's a good thing the racers talked, Anthony.
Yeah.
We'll just stay out of it.
Here, I got one for Anthony. Jamnik Phillip, how many gear sets do pro riders go throughout the season? How many pants and boots will be totally worn out?
Man, if you're doing all 31 rounds and you're getting anywhere from 2 to 3 sets, but then if they're riding press, we'll typically give them 4. You're looking at 100, 120,
100.
Depends on how much grip tape they use too, because
that stuff is
why there's some shredders out there.
That's a 9-day difference.
RJ is the worst.
My stuff's good. My stuff lasts.
Oh, RJ holds on tight, JT?
It's a grip tape. They use like full on like skateboard aggressive grip tape, and it just shreds anything in its path.
Just hold them onto that, but keep them locked into that.
It's
thing.
like an F5 tornado, man. Nothing will stand in that stuff's way.
All right, from M Pilat 138, JT, with all the jobs you hold within the industry, what is the end game dream job that you really aspire to?
I like where I'm at, honestly. I've been
saying it because Anthony.
No, my first real job leaving racing was at WPS, and people are like, it's just a job, but it's not. That's what drew me to it. Is it's always been a building full of believers, and it still is, and that's why we work so hard at what we do.
I hope one day we'll run a cool team.
Yeah,
just need some cash.
I just need some
cash. Get those sales up.
You guys aren't helping. Take my money and give it to Webb.
We're not helping.
Well, you give it to all the Webb.
Oh, like you said earlier, JT, you guys don't even care. You don't even care.
They don't care about my racing results.
They don't.
They don't. That's what's sad.
JT told me he was on the live. He was on live timing when you were at Glen Helen. He was watching every lap.
We will put you on the race program.
Yeah, I don't think I want to do that.
Correspondingly to your results, no problem.
Speaking of that, Noof was texting on Saturday. Noof was watching World Vet live timing and comment like,
was he really?
Yes. Like, Noof, you got to get a fucking life, man. Hey, man, I saw Dark just did a 3:30. Like, is everything okay?
3:30. Oh, man.
Oh, no. We had the lap times up last week.
Was Dark doing 3:30s?
Marks? Do we have them?
Yeah, we still got him somewhere.
Yeah, bring up his. I want to see what he did over the course of the moto.
Here's the fastest laps. Here's the fastest laps from Glen Helen.
Phil on 125.
Yeah.
He put 4 seconds into Kiefer.
Yeah.
How did Kiefer feel about that?
Kiefer's fine with it.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's fine with it. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. But, yeah, 326.
Who's Fireman Dave?
That's our buddy.
He was 45 seconds a lap faster than you?
Phil?
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Yeah, apparently.
45 seconds a lap. Holy hell, he put almost a minute on Dark. A minute. If they raced a national, he'd be 20 minutes ahead of him. 20 minutes ahead of him.
Put it that way.
Phil could finish the race, shower, and be halfway home by the time Dark got done.
Poor Dark. He got it last week, too.
20 minutes?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yeah,
it's like the Tour de France.
Yeah.
I'm like 20 minutes out of first.
Dark's got the polka dot jersey. Yeah, that's the lap times from the best laps of that GH. And Anthony, if that
think about one lap, Phil comes by, a minute later, Dark Side comes by. Like, this isn't a GNCC where they've been gone for like an hour.
Yeah. No, this is 3 minute lap.
That is a lot.
If the fans if the fans rush the track like Daytona, Dark's like hombre. He's hitting people for sure.
Well, and I would bet that Phil's worst lap was probably, within 5-10 seconds of his best lap. Dark's was probably 30 seconds slower than his best lap.
Hey, let's be clear. Phil did that a lot. Dark did that once.
Yeah,
all right.
yeah.
The 3:38 was one time.
Yeah. There we go.
So, like, realistically.
What I don't understand, though, is I finished right behind. I beat Dave, Fireman Dave, in one moto, caught him on the last lap and passed him. And then the other moto, we raced 3 motos together. The other moto, I finished right behind Fireman Dave. So I was pretty much Fireman Dave.
Oh, it's clear
he's 5 seconds.
Well, it's clear
What?
he's a sprinter. He's a sprinter, clearly.
Yeah.
Or he had a moto in a different class with a smooth track.
No, that's all one class, same class we had. So, yeah, I mean, keep that in mind when you're talking about Dark. Different tracks during the day.
That's 57 seconds a lap.
Yeah.
Sage, in defense of my friend Dark.
I love Dark.
Me too.
Dark will tell you I've been one of his biggest supporters. Yeah. That's a lot. That's incredible.
When you put it 20 minutes.
When you do the math.
Where's Phil? He's on the 15, man. He's headed back home. Yeah.
20 minutes ahead at the end of a national. That's
talk about your Endurocross
amazing.
TV where you're waiting for the guys to finish.
Hey, let's get Dark into an Endurocross. They got a vet class. He can make it.
What do you think that gap looks like the last 10 minutes of the moto?
Yeah, that's best on best.
Laps, right?
That's best on
best.
best.
Like what you guys are saying.
Best,
Phil's doing 243s, 244s.
Marks, can you get us Dark's laps for the whole moto? I'd like to see how he did over time.
See if I can find it here. Give me a few.
All right, what else you got?
Steve, we got one tweet for you this week from LO Cool James 425. Is a hot dog a sandwich?
No, it's a hot dog. Right?
I agree.
It's meat between 2 pieces of bread. Well, it's 1 piece, I guess.
Yeah.
I think he was in 45B. What class? Dark, right? 45B?
45B, yeah. Brian Stone. JT raced Brian Stone. I did a podcast with him. We'll be out this week. Yep. They were Brian Stone was one of the guys like JT doing 125s and 250 events in the same night. So the Stone brothers are out there. Well, Brian is now a financial advisor at edwardjones.com. Call him at 816-761-4066. He can help you. He'll work with you on an investment strategy for long-term results. Edward Jones can give you the tools and knowledge for a steady approach. Brian Stone, former top privateer out there. And, edwardjones.com for more information on that. And also, too, I want to shout out to Atlas, guys. They got a new boot out now as well. It is a traction boot. It's $199 retail. And the MX and Enduro soles as well. So thanks to the folks at Atlas. PulpMX 20, the code to save it works connection. Thank you to that, guys. Troll Training as well. Sign up for Troll Training. Troll Training dropped Dark not that long ago, so maybe.
Dropped him?
They dropped him?
Yeah.
I don't know what that means.
They're just not working together anymore. They went in their separate directions. Troll Training and Dark.
What was the agreement before?
Dark was doing the Troll Training program.
So did Dark decide to not continue the program?
Or did they tell him, please stop doing our program with your 338?
It's not selling.
Yeah.
Did
they drop him Monday?
They separated.
Did Alex call Dark and said, hey, man, can't really have you associated with the program anymore?
I think it was more like Troll Training wasn't going to advertise with Vital anymore. And part of it was putting Dark on the program with Vital.
Oh.
So they've gone their separate ways.
Okay.
And a 338 is what you get.
Hey.
Without Troll Training.
Well, we're going to find out because we're going to get some.
What are we getting, Marks? What are we doing?
It's in the chat.
Just sent it to you. So Moto 1 lap times were 340, 340, and 338. So his best lap was actually on his last lap.
Troll Training.
And we did 3 laps?
Yeah.
He wasn't going very
Well, he got
fast.
lapped by Phil twice, so.
Yeah.
I haven't even heard of a 3-lap moto.
Well, they're 4 laps, but he got lapped.
Mini Olympics,
Right.
Supercross.
Green, white, checkered.
There is lap 1, but it's 40
Yeah,
seconds or
yeah.
so.
So this is 4 laps. The lap 1
Yeah.
is
Okay.
3/4. Of
So
the
he
track.
got stronger. Okay.
So
Control training.
He got stronger in every moto, pretty much, except
every
for the
moto,
last one.
yeah.
And it was only 2 seconds
Okay.
off, really.
the first moto
Just
he
like
went
Tomac.
See, I thought we were doing like 20-minute motos here.
no 15s.
Okay.
Yeah,
Because the first one didn't count.
Right.
Okay.
First one's like a minute
Yeah,
or
yeah.
2 something. So they're basically 15-minute motos.
Okay.
So Dark went his third moto.
3-lapper, 15-minute photos. What is this, an off-road?
It's getting worse.
He was pacing himself.
This is
I
honestly
think
getting
So
worse.
in Dark's defense, he got quicker in 2 out of 3 motos.
Mm-hmm.
Every lap.
Okay. Good for him.
Yeah.
So he's just more like Eli. He's one of those types.
Yeah.
It just takes a while to get going,
Yeah,
then like he's
yeah.
a freight train.
Yeah.
Got it.
So
Diesel Dark.
And then Moto 3, though, near the end of the day, the second day, Dark went 341, 340, 343.
Oh.
All right.
Yeah.
He was over it at that
I
point.
mean, he's consistent. Like he's obviously locked into his lines. And
Yeah,
just-
what's
just
Steve's?
Clicking them off.
Bring up Steve's laps here.
Oh, my laps are fine. Don't worry about my laps.
No, I'm worried about him.
We got a question for you on one from Trent. Trent, what's up, man? What's your question for DB?
Hey, mate. Just letting DB know that I went and saw We Came as Romans on the weekend. Awesome. And also, I know he's a big fan of I Prevail. I saw them in the last couple of months too. You definitely got to go see them. But my question was, has he listened to any Aussie bands like Parkway Drive or the Amity Affliction?
I saw Amity Affliction live last year for the first time.
Oh, did you? What'd you think?
It was great. Actually, it was a really, really good show, and they were awesome, and the fans were way into them. I didn't know much about them, but it was a really good show, and now I listen to them a lot. So, and
Yeah,
Parkway
no,
Drive
awesome.
is a little heavy for me, to be honest.
Is Midnight Oil still around?
Same here.
Who?
Oh, yeah.
Midnight Oil?
They are, but they don't sing. He got into politics, but then he got kicked out, so
Okay. Right.
thank God.
Yeah,
I haven't been
he's talking about I
yeah.
Prevail. I Prevail is like my favorite band.
Okay.
I Prevail. Yeah. No, yeah. We need you to do some music pods with riders, DB, since Steve gave up on them.
I ran out of riders that wanted to do them, man. Most of the guys are like, dude, I just listened to rap, and I'm like, I ain't doing that. My sound checks. Remember, I did sound checks.
I did one with
JT
you.
did one
Yeah,
too.
I loved it. That was fun.
Yeah.
Lars, they were really fun to do,
Yeah.
but I literally ran out of riders that didn't listen to music. They all listen to rap.
You need 7 Deuce Deuce to him, then he'd be in the rap.
Yeah, he'd be into the rap for sure, man. Cool. Well, hey, Trent, thanks for calling, man. Thank
No
you,
worries.
man.
Thanks.
Too easy, guys. See yous.
Appreciate it. All right, my lap times. Is this the same class?
That is the same class.
You might want to pull up the plus 50 too.
He's not liking what he's seeing on screen right now.
we're skewing,
Hey, what about the other moto?
skewing the data
So
here.
third moto of the day, 329, 328, 328.
That's
Why'd
really
we skip
good.
straight to the third one?
So Mark said you don't even have my quick one. First moto 331, 328, 329.
Okay.
That's
Second moto
super good.
341. That's when I went off the track. I was over by the fence.
Okay.
339, 342.
Okay.
That's a really consistently bad moto. You're way off. In
Like
the
I
40s?
said, Fireman Dave tracked him down and passed him. One moto. Finished this far behind him in another moto. So just basically give me a 321.
No.
No.
That's not how it
I'll give you a
works.
342
That's not how it
is
works.
what
That's
you
how it
just said. Yeah.
Give me a 321. That's basically I was same speed as Fireman Dave.
No.
Dave got that. Dave's moto right there. That 321 was when he got a second place start in Moto 2, and he sprinted to a 9th place finish. That's what that lap.
I like how Steve is basing everything off of his competition with Fireman Dave. Whoever that is, that everything's based on Fireman Dave.
How did Vaj get such a cool name with a logo?
Yeah.
That's not a logo. That's the mouse.
Oh,
I thought that was
it was
like
like a cross on the G.
Yeah,
No.
I thought it was some
That
kind
was
of sick
badass.
design.
I was
No,
like, man,
I believe that's the mouse, Marks.
Yeah, that's the mouse, but
okay. That looked cool.
And,
We'll
and who
pretend.
is that? Badge?
Okay, my other moto was
Keeper's buddy.
334, 332, 329. That's the moto where I saw Dave. Dave's got a giant number on the back of his jersey, and I could see I was catching him, so I
Drop the heat.
dropped the heat.
Is it 911?
334, 332, 329. Next moto, 329, 326, 331. And then the final moto of the weekend, 338. Oh, that's the one I went in the fence.
So if we get you on a rider contract, is that how you're gonna get your contingencies? Just like you should give me 321.
Just give me the other guys. Give me the money that whatever that guy got in third, because I basically would have been third, right?
Yeah.
That's how I would have been.
Got fifth, but give me third.
Exactly.
Pay me for what I would have got.
In a proper data set, that 326 would be thrown out. By the way.
Why?
That's the anomaly. You're out.
Oh, whatever.
It's
Mark.
so much better than your average.
But the other guys get to keep theirs.
I mean, we'll run it.
Kiefer was happy that Phil was not faster than him on 125. He was.
Did Phil win the 125?
No, he got third.
Who was Mo in that one too?
Mo won.
He won it.
Yeah.
Dude, Mo still kills
Mo
it.
won.
Man.
Oh no, did Alessi win? No, Alessi won because Mo fell. Mo would have won. Mo fell. So Mo went 4-1.
He's still good. He still rides Supercross on a 450, dude.
He does a lot of that. All right, everybody. PulpMX show for another evening. Cooper Webb, Mitchell Oldenburg, Michael Leib. Best interview. Got to go Webb, right? New fly racing rider. Cooper Webb. Yeah.
It's Webb. He's always good.
Yeah, absolutely. But thank you to Cooper and Mitchell Oldenburg and Michael Leib for coming on. Appreciate that. We're off next week, by the way. Please use the codes and save some money if you can with our partners, and I really appreciate
You're
it.
not going to do a Paris recap?
No.
Oh, wow.
Sorry, man.
All right.
I get back Monday night.
Oh, I don't care.
Okay.
That's usually your jam, like talk about the race.
Yeah.
Okay.
Daniel, thank you.
Oh,
thanks for coming in. Yeah. appreciate
Anytime,
it.
bro.
Good luck with the Orange Brigade.
Thank
and
you.
all of that.
Thank you.
Try to keep some riders under the contract.
Doing my best.
Okay.
I'm going to sign the entire pit. Good luck with that, Bobby.
Contracts everywhere.
I am. I'm going to sign every single one of them.
Yeah.
All you got to do is be fast. Top 20 in every class. Deal.
Anthony?
What you should do is have the KTM Junior Supercross guys sign a waiver that they can only race KTMs for the rest of their life. Because those parents will sign up for it.
Yeah, whatever
if it gets them in.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Now this year when the KTM Juniors cross the finish line, I'm going to walk by Bobby and be like, how'd you do in that class? How'd it go? How'd you do? Where's the P-dub? That's right.
He'll be busy signing contracts with them.
That KTM, we didn't touch on it much. So that's a big deal for you guys.
It is
So that's
really
cool.
cool.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
That's
We're
great
excited
idea.
for
It is inside the building one of the better program, consistent. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
The way they put together, like the people in that group,
Yeah.
they are really good at it.
Absolutely.
These families, I've never heard one family other than freak out like it was the best experience of their life.
Yeah, yeah. No,
That's
I've
year
had
after year.
I've had buddies do it, and they say it's first class. It's great. It's cool. They're
I mean, my
stoked on it.
son did it, and you would think that I'd have an idea of like whatever, and I learned more that day about the program than I knew, and it's so unbelievably thorough for these kids.
Yeah.
It's spoiling from the second they get there to the second they leave. It is unbelievable.
Yeah, no, it's really cool. So good job for that. That's a multi-year deal too for that. Yeah.
It was a nice transition for us too, because we have Hope Stilmach on our team who formerly ran that for KTM.
Oh, okay.
For 6 years or whatever, and so now she's on our side.
Okay.
Heading that whole project.
Oh,
and
nice.
Working with Christy and the team over there has just been amazing. So.
Oh, cool. Awesome. Great. Anthony, thank you for coming in again. Appreciate
it.
Even though didn't give me the money for the cool team, I'm still stoked to, I'm glad. And I'm glad you see the value in my riding and racing.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
With
thank you.
results
we'll
like
get you
that.
On that rider contract.
Yeah.
real
Steve,
quick.
next time.
Results like that, how could we not?
Yeah, I'd say next time leave the lap times off when he's here. Just
better
say,
idea.
Probably didn't help your cause here in the last few minutes. Oh, and they're back up. There they are. Just in case you didn't see them.
Listen, it could be worse. I could be Dark. Dark was talking about beating me. Dark was like, let's race this week. I'm like, okay, man. And then that's what happens.
Dark's different, and lap times to you is about the same, like Carnow to Tomac. So just tell Dark that's the realistic gap on paper.
Right.
So
JT, thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks for coming in as always. Flyracing.com. Use the code to save. And congrats to the Cooper website and both of you guys. It's awesome. Really good deal. Tallon, thanks, buddy. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Steven.
And Marks?
Yes.
Good job.
Hey, thanks.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Thanks.
I'm not coming back the rest of the year, so.
We got new Marks in?
Probably after that comment.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Well, listen, I'm just getting you back for the lap times.
Mm-hmm.
Marks may never come back again.
We'll see.
Yeah.
Thanks to Swisscore and Moser and Roto for all their help behind the scenes. Pookie as well, of course. And you people for listening. I really appreciate it.
What do you mean, you people?
You people, the listeners.
Okay.
What do you mean?
Well, Where's that from?
I don't know.
Yeah.
What do you mean, you people?
Anger management.
Was that it? Yeah.
When they're on the plane?
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. What do you mean, you people? No, really appreciate everybody. Thanks again for listening. Anthony Armsby, Daniel Blair, Jason Thomas. I'm Steve Mathis. See you later.
You suck, Matthew.
There's something I want to get off my chest, and it's about that summer when you went away to community college. I got an offer to do Playgirl magazine, and I did it. I did a full spread for Playgirl magazine. I mean spread, man. I pulled my butt apart and stuff, and I was totally nude, and it was weird. I mean, you probably didn't hear about it because I went under the name of Mike Honcho, but I just wanted you to know that. If you could hear me, if it got into your brain somehow, that I spread my butt cheeks as Mike Honcho.